Chapter 1, Isekai Link, Ōtsutsuki Yuko. Ōtsutsuki clan territory, main planet of the Ōtsutsuki clan. I was reborn. In the world of Naruto. And not on the elemental nations. But as clansman of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Now that was pretty much weird, but whatever. The first thing I remember was the visage of my mother, who was holding me close in the place, which seemed like taken from some Xianxia cultivation story, really. For the first few years, I was mainly sleeping or eating, practically doing nothing at all. From listening to the adults talking about some things, I learned how the Ōtsutsuki clan was divided and how the clan worked. Essentially the clan was divided between the main family and branch family. Each of them was then further divided into several distinct groups as the entire clan was ruled by two things. One of them was social hierarchy, which was extremely strict, and the second was, might make a right. On the contrary to what I remember from the Naruto anime, where it was stated that most of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen never trained, it was never the case with the Ōtsutsuki clan here. It didn't take me a long time to come to the conclusion that I was either in some alternative universe or something like that. Many of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen were essentially cultivators, though their cultivation system was something very different, was combining aspects of evolution and traditional cultivation. Now back to the topic. The main family was divided into three groups, from highest to lowest they were. Divine lineage, direct descendants of the Shirbai Ōtsutsuki, one of the strongest beings in the universe, and from what I know that our universe was pretty strong. This was also the lineage where I was born, but there were only a few people born into divine lineage every few thousand years. The divine lineage was smallest, and overall, there were only a few tens of them altogether, counting even those who were either slumbering or in seclusion. Below them was the so-called standard main line, which were basically standard celestial Ōtsutsuki clansmen. They were far more numerous than the divine lineage, but their individual power and unique abilities were far inferior, as we were directly descended from the Shirbai Ōtsutsuki. And the third was the ascended line, basically the branch clansmen, that underwent ancestral awakening and became members of the main family. Unfortunately for them, they were still a bit weaker than true main line members of the main family. After the main family, there was branch family. They were divided into three groups. Ranked members, those who ate chakra fruit, and then into high-ranking members and low-ranking members based on the strength of their bloodline. Right now, I was enjoying time with my mother, whose name was Ōtsutsuki Akiri. She was like a hawk, constantly fussing over me and coddling me, not that I was against it, even though I was previously an adult. Motherly love was something indescribable, and due to the very long time I spent in the void as soul, I already forgot how it felt. My mother had a mature appearance, looked like typical Ōtsutsuki clansmen, though far more beautiful, and her horns were more intimidating. She also had a third eye on her forehead, and I knew that she was extremely powerful, almost reaching the tier 4. Ōtsutsuki clansmen were divided into several tiers, essentially based only on their combat and destructive prowess. Tier 1 was for tectonic levels and could level up entire continents on large planets. Even Tier 1 Ōtsutsuki's were considered very powerful according to the standards of the. Tier 2 was planetary level Ōtsutsuki clansmen. Usually, one reached this level when one ate chakra fruit. At this tier, Ōtsutsuki had enough raw power to bust the planet apart with their strongest shinjutsu. Tier 3 were the stellar level. Their powers varied, some could destroy entire stars, some entire solar system, and the strongest in this tier could destroy entire star clusters. Then there were a few more tiers, but they were very, very far from the current me. Production of new Ōtsutsuki powerhouses was becoming harder with each past millennium because of the lack of suitable worlds to plant the god tree. Naturally, the Ōtsutsuki wasn't the only one in the Starvale origin world, and there were several more species that were competing with the Ōtsutsuki clan for the hegemony of the Starvale origin world. This was also the reason why my father was mainly absent, because he was leading the front to the unexplored regions of the Starvale origin world. Because the Starvale origin world was ever expanding, a few galaxies appeared in space behind the southern and eastern cosmic regions. So he was right now leading the war against the architect system, or as they were commonly called, automatons. Species of sentient machines that ruled the entire eastern cosmic region. War for resources was something that was on the daily order. When I celebrated my 5th birthday, I was allowed to start formal training. Even though I was an only little child, I packed a punch that could kill Kages of the elemental nations like nothing. Though that was rather understandable, because even the weakest Ōtsutsuki clansmen, upon reaching adulthood, could level up continents. My mother was teaching me about chakra control and even chakra cultivation. This was the secret of the main family. More specifically, only the divine lineage and main line had access to the scriptures of the chakra cultivation. Naturally, this was based on the fact that to advance properly, one needed to eat chakra fruits. On the other hand, my grandfather, Ōtsutsuki Amakusa, was teaching me about elemental control and affinities and how to control my Dojutsu Tensei Sharingan, which was a unique dojutsu to the divine lineage I was born with. Essentially a combination of Tensigan and Sharingan in one with some additional abilities. The disadvantage of this entire ordeal was that I was forbidden to leave the compounds of the clan until I reached Tier 2 and was over 100 years old. This was apparently for my own safety. Thought I could understand that. Even member of the divine lineage was irreplaceable, and they were extremely powerful with unlimited potential. For example, my father, who was right now Tier 4, could fight above his tier against other races rather easily and even killed a few opponents that were much stronger than him. But Ōtsutsuki were very long-lived species, even those of branch clan who didn't eat chakra fruit and were lowest of the lowest had lifespan of thousands of years. Chapter 2, Flow of Time. For the Ōtsutsuki clansmen, the flow of time was a weird thing. We were a very long-lived species and it wasn't totally unusual that some clansmen spent even decades or centuries on their mission. Thought during the past years, my father, Ōtsutsuki Kenshin, returned from the front lines after he managed to take some galaxies for the clan from the automatons. My father was a man of few words and always stoic. Compared to my mom, who was bubbly and energetic, they were creating a weird couple, really weird, even by my standards of weirdness. Naturally, the second my dad returned, he started teaching me kenjutsu because he was one of the best swordsmen in the clan. Right now, I was already 14 years old and was training in the training yard, my kenjutsu against some battle dummies. Naturally, I was pretty strong myself and even though I just reached tier 1 a not long time ago, I was able to beat even some strongest tier 1s. While I was still far from becoming tier 2 and I felt that I could reach it without eating chakra fruit, afterward, perhaps they would let me leave even sooner. Young master, Patriarch is calling you. While I was swinging my sword, I heard the voice of my attendant Ōtsutsuki Akiju who was a member of the main family who ate chakra fruit and was a fairly powerful tier 2 Ōtsutsuki clansman. He looked youthful, even though he was a few centuries old, with pale skin, pair of Byakugan and Rinnegan as his third eye on his forehead. I will be right there. I wondered why grandfather was calling me officially like this because usually, he rarely called me aside from the time when I was scheduled to train with him. Clan's main hall. My grandfather, Ōtsutsuki Amakusa, was elderly-looking Ōtsutsuki clansman and his age was too high. He often joked that he already forgot how old he was, which clearly may be a truth. He was an old fossil that remembered times when Lord Shirbai walked the Starvale origin world before ascending as higher dimensional life form. Today, you have reached your 14th year, so it is time to start walking the path to supremacy. Seeing that as tier 1, you have the power to compete even against some weaker tier 2 clansmen, I have decided to give you these two things. As he stated, suddenly, one of the armored guards that stood next to him appeared in front of me and passed me a sealed box with complex fuinjutsu which I opened as soon as I grabbed it and almost fainted from shock. There is one supreme grade chakra fruit and one seed of the god tree for you to plant. If my predictions are correct, you will become our key to the new golden age of our clan. When you eat it, we will start your training in the shinjutsu. I spent a lot of time in the clan's library since I was born, and when I meant a lot, it was almost all of the time when I wasn't training or spending time with my mother as she insisted on relaxation time. The first golden age of the clan was during the times of Lord Shirbai before he ascended as higher dimensional life form. This was already millions of years ago. The second golden age of the clan came concurrently only a few tens of thousands of years later when one of the clansmen from the divine lineage managed to find dimensional path to another origin world. From the records, it was an origin world of cultivators like Xianxia stories from Earth. What happened after was a total invasion of that universe by the Ōtsutsuki clan, who seeded the entire universe with the god trees and harvested countless worlds there. They also looted an endless amount of other types of resources and techniques, which they incorporated into their own foundation. This was also the time during which Lord Shirbai ascended. Since then, nobody has managed to find dimensional path leading to another origin world and right now, it seems that my grandfather had a hunch that I would be able to do so. If yes and I managed to find some cultivation-based origin world, it would be a tremendous boon for the clan. Since the second golden age, the strength of our rivals was catching up and there was little room for the development of the Ōtsutsuki aside from attacking the territories of our rivals. Naturally, I also needed to have some amount of luck to find a relatively weak cultivation universe that could be easily conquered without big losses on our side, as the Ōtsutsuki clan didn't have a really big population. I looked at the chakra fruit with wonder. Each one of them was a treasure to the clan as it needed a long time to mature, depending on the world where god tree took root. Naturally, there was also a requirement for the Ōtsutsuki clansmen to be fed to the god tree. But that was what for the branch clan was created and it was the sole purpose of their existence. It was also one of the reasons why the main family looked down on them so much because they were nothing more than just genetically engineered faux Ōtsutsuki created by Lord Shirbai eons ago. But this was something that only members of the divine lineage or elders of the clan knew. Now go and eat the fruit. I nodded my head before I stored it in my pocket dimension and fled to home at lightning speed to eat the fruit. Our compound was not far from the Patriarch's hall, so I arrived very quickly and excitedly shouted to my mother that I got my first chakra fruit. Oh, you got supreme grade chakra fruit as your first one. Supreme grade chakra fruit was created from a high-ranking life planet and used ascended Ōtsutsuki clansmen as a sacrifice. Even I ate only a few in my life. Ascended clansmen were those who were elevated from the branch clan to the main family, but in reality, they were specifically groomed to be sacrificed to the god trees to create supreme grade chakra fruits for members of divine lineage. So yes, life for the Ōtsutsuki clansmen that were not members of the main family was shit. Either way, they would be used as servants, cannon fodder, or become sacrifices at any time for eternity. Chapter 3, Evolution. Not many ascended members of the main family were still alive. Most of those who managed to achieve such feats were either killed on the battlefield or became sacrifices for the god tree after learning of certain matters. You should consume it in the sealed chamber in case the energy goes berserk. There were several evolutionary stages for the Ōtsutsuki clansmen. Basically, there were pure-blooded Ōtsutsuki that were either unawakened or those who never consumed chakra fruit, which was the majority of the branch clan. Then there were awakened members, those who consumed chakra fruit and gained some sort of abilities from their bloodline. Above the awakened pure-blooded Ōtsutsukis were the celestial Ōtsutsuki. Those were the ones who underwent ancestral awakening and tapped into some of their fundamental origin. Above them were the divine Ōtsutsuki, who were the ones who bore the blood and DNA and origin of the Lord Shirbai, the originator of their very own bloodline. They were the pinnacle of perfection. That was why I was able to have Tensei Sharingan and use some really powerful abilities, even though I never ate a chakra fruit. Hearing my mother remark that, I nodded and went to the special room in our enormous mansion, which was specifically for a situation like this. The most powerful Fuinjutsu protected the entire room that the clan could employ, as it was used by the father when he was training. I sat down and took out the sealed wooden box with the chakra fruit, and without much hesitation, I ate it in one go. The second I ate the chakra fruit, I felt a tremendous amount of chakra enter my body as my genetic information was changing and evolving at lightning speed. For several hours I was holding back my urge to scream out of pain because it hurt like hell. During the process, my DNA and genetic information were changed. I several times coughed out a huge amount of blood or impurities from my body as if I was being perfected in a certain sense. Ōtsutsuki without eating chakra fruit was incomplete one, and right now, after I ate one, I finally realized what the meaning of it was. Naturally, the thing of the process which hurt the most was the formation of a third eye on my forehead as the Senrinjanigan was being formed, and that was something on which I started screaming when it happened. When the process ended, weirdly, all the pain disappeared at fast space, and on the contrary to everything that took place here, I was feeling rejuvenated. After the process was finished, I used elemental control to conjure some water and clean myself before drying my body and changing into new clothes. The most notable change about my body was that my horns became more intimidating and looked more like dragon horns, and the appearance of the Senrinjanigan on my forehead. Senrinjanigan was a special dojutsu that was unique only to the divine lineage of the main family, and was the reason why even a single of divines was able to suppress more than 10 clansmen of the main family at the same time in the same tier. Senrinjanigan was a combination of Rinnegan, Senrigan, and Jogan, but at the same time, due to the combination of several types of dojutsu, it drastically boosted the power of the Senrinjanigan. Naturally, the great downside was that the person who awakened Senrinjanigan needed a lot of time to master its usage. For example, I heard from mother that it took her several centuries to master Senrinjanigan, and even then, her talent with the clairvoyant aspect was low, so she couldn't really make divinations and other stuff. Still, right now, I am certainly tier 2. I feel like I could destroy an entire planet with small dust shinjutsu. No wonder many of the branch clan trash are that arrogant after their power. Only now I realized that how it felt to become a planet-destroying entity in one go and hold power to destroy entire celestial bodies with a wave of my hand. Aside from that, I felt that I obtained something from the awakening, something which I couldn't fully describe yet. I felt some changes, but I couldn't really pinpoint it or tell what I obtained from eating that chakra fruit. Right now, I was sure that I was far more powerful than approximately 80% of the ranked branch clansmen based purely on chakra alone. When it came to the usage of other abilities, then naturally, nobody of the same rank was my match. Ōtsutsuki clan was huge and had several thousands of members, though most of them came from the branch clan. The main family was not that large and had only a few thousand people at best. I then left the sealed room and saw that my mother was already waiting for me with a worried face because she knew that the process was extremely painful. "I am okay, Mom." No matter what I said didn't stop her from applying some healing shinjutsu on me as she checked everything around me to ensure that I was okay. "You should still go rest. Eating a supreme-grade chakra fruit takes a heavy toll on your poor little body. I will order servants to bring you some medicine for pain and recovery." It seemed that anything I said would fall on deaf ears, so I went with the flow and went to rest while pondering over the things. Eating the supreme-grade chakra fruit greatly elevated my raw power, but right now, I didn't know how to use it, and it would require a lot of training to master it completely. Not to mention mastering even the basic abilities of the Senrinjanigan would be arduous, but I had time. Not to mention, I also wanted to check out the elemental nations because it was the place where the canon took place, and it was a place that had Ōtsutsuki clansmen there. According to what I read in the history of the clan's library, never somebody shared chakra with mortals. Chakra and its variants were closely guarded treasures of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Sharing it with mortals was the gravest sin, punishable by soul execution. Chapter 4, Ōtsutsuki Kirihara. Other factions of the Starvale universe never gave something to the mortals, with the exception of the God Alliance and the Sage clan. Both of them were the most annoying enemies of the Ōtsutsuki clan, albeit for different reasons. When it came to the God Alliance, gods were leeching on mortals, especially on humans, by spreading their faith to the mortals and thus getting stronger through worship. Sage clan was a different story, as they often taught mortal races how to harvest nature chakra and become cultivators in a certain sense. After the Ōtsutsuki clan conquered and plundered such cultivation origin world, the Sage clan became our most hated enemy because we were aware of what would happen if such methods became widespread. The only positive about the entire scenario of Ōtsutsuki Kagaya giving humans of the elemental nations access to the chakra and her son teaching them ninchu was the fact that they never tapped into the true potential of it. They were using it in a rather primitive way, and while some of them were able to get relatively powerful, they still hadn't found out about energy gathering and had never set foot on the cultivation aspect of chakra. Still, they were a threat because if somebody discovered it, then they could develop into a fairly powerful and fearsome civilization. I will need to check up on the elemental nations at a later date, it seems. The truth was that training sucked. From the moment I ate the chakra fruit, I was being trained in the shinjutsu by one of the elders who was specializing in it, and mainly because he had the same elemental affinities as me for the dust element. That one was extremely rare in the Ōtsutsuki clan, so I was put under extensive training. Aside from that, my grandfather was teaching me about theoretical aspects of shinjutsu and even more advanced forms of chakra control, which was annoying. But on the positive side, I got access to the Celestial Chakra Manual, which was essentially a cultivation method for the chakra users created by Lord Shirbai after our clan robbed the universe of the cultivators we invaded. For the Ōtsutsuki clansmen, there wasn't anything like the cultivation realms or anything, as we focused only on the chakra gathering and increasing its quality and quantity. Celestial Chakra Manual was helping in that aspect. Comprehending and using the manual was making easier to consolidate chakra, refine it, and so on. I was also focusing on mastering my dojutsu, namely the Tensei Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which I awakened after another 20 years, and Senrin Jonagan, where my advance was minimal even after 100 years of training, aside from mastering the basic usage. And thus, the time flew and I was 250 years old, which felt surreal on the one hand, at the another, it felt only natural. During the centuries, my strength didn't grow in terms of raw power, but rather I mastered my entire power and my basic abilities. I was also accomplished in the area of shinjutsu and kenjutsu, which was drilled to me by my father because I was rather talented in the aspect of sword wielding. Today I would be meeting with my fiancée Ōtsutsuki Kirihara, who was also a member of the divine lineage like me. Actually, she was my cousin, as her father was the elder brother of my mother. I met her only once when I was a kid, and then she departed on a mission to the Western Cosmic region and was there for more than 200 years before returning. The marriage was set when I was born because it was important to produce a new generation of the divine lineage. Even though my parents could still have more children, though. Hopefully, after this, I will be able to leave the planet and traverse the universe. Through the usage of Senrin Jonagan, I was able to sense that I would gain enormous gains if I went to travel the universe. The clairvoyant aspect of the Senrin Jonagan was something that already brought me several benefits when I used it. I will go first to the elemental nations to check on the situation there and use Senrin Jonagan on the planet to see the best course of action. As I was meditating and resting after another round of training and mastering dust shinjutsu techniques, I suddenly sensed that somebody had landed behind me. Because all Ōtsutsuki were extremely sensitive to the chakra and were able to distinguish it easily, I was instantly able to tell that Ōtsutsuki Kirihara had arrived. She was several centuries older than me and had a somehow mature appearance and looked pretty similar to my mother, actually. Though she looked much sterner and was more developed in her breast department and had the posture of a warrior with her toned muscular physique. "You have become a training maniac, Yuko," she stated without much emotion. During the time she was on her mission, we often exchanged messages through extranet. "And you are as stoic as ever, Kirihara. How was your mission?" I asked her as she frowned slightly at that. "Not good. When the tree was about to ripe, unfortunately, Jashin appeared and destroyed it. Luckily for me, I was still able to harvest some of the chakra fruits. Jashin was greater god, which was comparable to tier 3 Ōtsutsuki and was considered very powerful among other greater gods. Not to mention, he was also a mad one, so it seemed that Kirihara had bad luck on her mission. Did you hear about that? During my time when I was operating in the Western Cosmic region on Jashin's planet, I heard that one of our clansmen went rogue and even gave humans chakra. I heard that elders want to dispatch some ranked branch clansmen under someone from the main family to investigate it. This caught my interest, so they already knew about the situation with Kagaya and Ishiki. Should we go? This seems interesting, and both of us have Senrin Jonagan, so we can divine the future to act in the most effective and profitable way. I instantly used this as an opportunity to go on my first mission, and with this, Kirihara would go with me. Two of us could challenge even some weaker tier 3 beings and defeat them with our special abilities. Chapter 5, First Mission. After we decided to go on the mission together, we went to the administrative bureau within the headquarters of the clan to get the appropriate mission. Kirihara and I were strong Ōtsutsuki clansmen of the divine lineage and mastered basic dojutsu and abilities. Not to mention that I was very proficient in the kenjutsu, and my unique ability I awakened when I ate the supreme grade chakra fruit, magnetokinesis. I could essentially control any metal type I wished with little to no chakra. When we entered the administrative bureau, we went directly to the person in charge of it, who was one of the elders of the Ōtsutsuki clan, named Ōtsutsuki Jin. He was an old man, at least with several thousands of years to him, who spent his day with paperwork and bureaucracy. According to what I heard, he liked it, which was pretty weird because nobody liked paperwork. "Greetings, honorable elder." Both of us greeted the elder, who was from the main family and was a powerful tier 4 expert within the clan. "Greetings to you as well, crown prince and princess. What brings the members of the divine lineage to my humble place?" Ōtsutsuki clansmen that were from the divine lineage had titles prince and princesses, and because there were not many of us, the actual number counting all generations would be something around 100, probably. It was easy to distinguish who was who. We wish to take a mission. It is one to planet Earth located in the 7th galactical segment, Milky Way Galaxy, Ikloth Star Cluster, Solar System X-103. Mission: investigate the disappearance of 2 branch clan members and rumors of low-ranking branch clansman Ōtsutsuki Kagaya giving the native population access to Chakra. And as Kirihara dictated the details of the mission, Elder Jean searched for it within the extranet and soon enough found the corresponding mission. Yes, I have it here. Requirements: at least Tier 2 power and ability to perform divination on the planet. It seems that Grand Elder Musen wants to experiment with that world a bit. This left me and Kirihara surprised a bit, but their objective became much easier now that the big shots are aware of the situation on planet Earth. Indeed, it was a grave danger and the gravest sin, but at the same time, it presented an opportunity to the clan to observe the development of the civilization with Chakra and how knows what it will give them in the end. For that purpose, someone from the divine lineage needed to go there and perform divination with Senrinjanagan or Senringen on the planet. Then we accept the mission and will depart immediately. I heard Kirihara say as Elder Jean then formally assigned the mission to us, with rewards being a few thousand credits. It was not a lot to them, but at the same time, it was a good amount for just going to check on some random planet. So, when had Ōtsutsuki Kagaya apparently given Chakra to humans? I asked as we left the administrative bureau and looked at Kirihara, who appeared to study the mission more closely than me, who knew only some things according to the canon. A few centuries ago, she, together with another clansman from the branch clan, high-ranking member, Ōtsutsuki Ishiki, were dispatched to that planet to plant the god tree and harvest the Chakra fruit. It seems that Ōtsutsuki Kagaya betrayed Ishiki and kept the Chakra fruit for herself. Not unusual among the branch clan, but I wonder what has led her to share the Chakra with natives. I nodded as we then departed towards planet Earth as a long journey awaited us. Unfortunately, planet Earth was good distance away from planet Tengaku, where the headquarters of the Ōtsutsuki clan was located. Do you have your 10 tails? I asked Kirihara because, before anything, we were heading to pick up my 10 tails at my home. Seeing Kirihara shaking her head in denial, we would need to be okay with only one for the time being. I knew that there was another one on Earth, but before the divination was done, I could do nothing about the creature. Then the one I have should be enough in case it would be needed. Also, what are the dangers of the place? Where are we heading? I asked as we were walking to my house while Kirihara was explaining to me the situation of the universe. Surprisingly, the Milky Way Galaxy is a rather desolate place within our southern cosmic region, located on the borders with the western cosmic region, so the influence of some gods is very noticeable among the mortal civilizations. That is why some clansmen are sent there every few hundred or thousand years to plant god trees. No wonder nobody was bothered by the disappearance of the Ōtsutsuki Kagaya and Ōtsutsuki Ishiki in that place because it was far from the reach of the Ōtsutsuki clan as there was literally nothing of interest. They were sent there to conduct preliminary scouting of the area and write down all civilizations and life planets that could be used for the harvest. And it is possible that we would encounter some apostles of gods, again, hopefully it would be one of Jashin's so I can return the favor for my poor god tree. Kirihara said with anger as she thought about the mad god of death. Apostles of gods were rather common in the border area, mostly because they were pretty weak and nobody would notice when some appeared on the planet. Be careful about what you wish. If Jashin decided to forge the apostle and use him as his vessel, then he could bring out even peak tier 2 power from it. And gods like Jashin are not easy to deal with. I said seriously because gods were dangerous with their methods, not all of them, but some were a pain in the ass to deal with. Even counting out the cheat abilities of the Ōtsutsuki clan. T.S., don't worry, this time I will be prepared thoroughly. Seeing my fiancée muttering with a dangerous grin, I sighed, hoping that she was speaking the truth and hoping that we won't be meeting anyone related to the more powerful gods. Chapter 6, Elemental Nations. Southern Cosmic Region, 7th Galactical Segment, Milky Way Galaxy, Ikloth Star Cluster, Solar System X-103, Planet Earth or commonly known Elemental Nations. The Milky Way Galaxy was a desolate galaxy and far away from any places where anything important took place, so it was a relatively peaceful galaxy. On top of everything or aside from that, there were not many powerful entities residing in that galaxy. The most powerful entity in the Milky Way Galaxy was someone who barely reached Tier 2 through external methods. In the emptiness of space, an old man was looking at the humans fighting and slaughtering each other en masse on the Elemental Nations, or the planet Earth as it was called. He was a relatively tall and pale-skinned man who had deep wrinkles and a strong jawline in his elderly age. He had spiky, shoulder-length, pale brown hair with a chin-length, braided lock hanging in front of his left ear. He also sported a long goatee with pair of horn-like protrusions extending from either side of his forehead and pupilless white eyes. On his forehead, he had one of the fabled dojutsu of the Ōtsutsuki clan Rinnegan. The old man sighed as he looked at the blue planet from afar, depressed, guilty and distressed about what had become of his desire for peace. Suddenly as he was contemplating about the fate of the Earth, he got bad premotion as space folded around his person and he saw several people appearing in the emptiness of the void. All of them looked like his mother, though much more majestic. Their dojutsu was different and all three of them were wearing some kind of armor over their bodies. So they finally arrived. Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo long ago suspected that the people of his mother's clan would sooner or later turn up here. It was inevitable, and even though he didn't fully understand his mother's position in the clan, he was aware that the newcomer wouldn't come with good intentions. He observed 3 Ōtsutsuki clansmen, 2 of them were clearly males and 1 of them was female, though there were distinctive differences between the 3 of them, as he guessed they must come from the different lineages of the clan. As he was observing them from his soul dimension, which was a separate dimension from the real space, suddenly, all 3 of them looked directly at them, if as their third eye was peering directly into his very own being. So the mongrel trash is observing us. I said as I looked at the spiritual form of the Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo observing me, Kirihara and Akiju from his soul dimension, as he thought that he was hidden from our eyes, impossible, though. If it were branch clansmen, then it would be possible to hide from them, but from the members of the main family. Not possible, our dojutsu saw everything, especially me and Kirihara, who had Senrin Jonagan, there was nothing that could be hidden from our sight. Mongrels like Hagoromo were rare. Ōtsutsuki clansmen never mated with lesser species which gave birth to lowly half-bloods and mongrels. Ōtsutsuki only mated with another Ōtsutsuki or with other superior species, giving birth to another category of Ōtsutsuki, which was called myriad Ōtsutsuki, who were part of the main family like other celestial Ōtsutsuki. For example, current Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Musen was myriad Ōtsutsuki because his father is divine Ōtsutsuki and his mother is a member of Golden Horn demon race. As far as I was aware his parents were alive, though sleeping at the clan's sacred ground. Myriad Ōtsutsuki were those who were part Ōtsutsuki and part of another superior species, giving birth to powerful variants. Because the Ōtsutsuki were species that were adaptable to other powerful bloodlines, the results were, in some cases, really fearsome. Though when it came to species like humans, many of the special traits of the Ōtsutsuki were lost on them. Come out. Hagoromo. I said as I applied some of my chakra on his soul dimension, forcing the rat to come out of his hiding place, as my Senrin Jonagan shined in bright blue light and crashed into Hagoromo's soul dimension. Soon enough, he was forced to come down and warily looked at the 3 of us as we were all levitating high above the planet Earth in the emptiness of space. Who are you? He asked warily and with enough hostility as far as I could tell. It appears that he doesn't have the best impression of his own heritage. Ōtsutsuki Yuko, the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan, divine lineage of the Ōtsutsuki clan and member of the enforcement hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan. I introduced myself, though I really doubted that he would recognize anything, but it was mainly for my own amusement, like a lion that was playing with its prey before he killed it, I was playing a bit with the half-breed before I finished his spirit. So no attack or anything, boring. In a split of a second, I activated my Senrin Jonagan, as the pattern started spinning and I grabbed the soul of Hagoromo and used 7 paths technique, human path and read his memories before I fed the soul to the tentails that was sleeping on my shoulder. So, here is the situation. It seems that the humans on the worlds have completely weaponized chakra in their poor attempts to imitate shinjutsu and only used it as a weapon of war, completely forgetting about any other usage. Now, the interesting thing on the moon, which is orbiting the Earth, is the clan of the mongrels that dares to call itself Ōtsutsuki, so we are going there and wiping them out. I said after reading the mind of the sage of the 6 paths. I will be using the divination on the planet. Saying tat, I turned my sight to the Earth and activated the Senrin Jonagan and performed the divination on the elemental nations and the most appropriate course of action for the Ōtsutsuki clan to maximize their gains. After several minutes I closed all 3 of my eyes as I sighed in relief, getting to know everything necessary. We are leaving the Earth and mortals there as they are, for now. The mission is complete, now only moon remains. I said as Kirihara and Akiju nodded and we departed to the moon to meet with the so-called Ōtsutsuki clan residing there. Chapter 7, The Moon. The moon that was orbiting the elemental nations or the planet Earth was slightly different from the other similar celestial bodies that I encountered. It was empty from the inside and was where the so-called Ōtsutsuki clan lived. With our current strength, there were 0 complications when it came to the destruction of any kind of defenses that the half-breeds installed there. The only thing that caught my attention were the puppets because they were based on the technology of the automaton race. Automaton technology, albeit very primitive one, probably old several thousands of years. I heard Akiju's comment from the side because Ōtsutsuki Akiju was, in fact, one of the scholars of the clan who dealt mainly with the technological aspect of the clan. Ōtsutsuki clan was, technically speaking, pseudo-cultivation clan, so we weren't using technology much, but at the same time, it would be foolish to reject the notion completely. Does it have any value? I asked, and seeing Akiju shaking his head in denial, I used dust release shinjutsu as I created a small ball of the shinjutsu in my right hand and obliterated them all from the face of existence until not even a single atom remained. Then we should go. Kirihara was bored as hell, but her professionalism wouldn't allow her to voice out her complaints that easily as we continued tearing our way through the defenses of the entrance to the moon. Aside from the autonomous puppets and a few traps, there was nothing notable, and after reaching the last gate, we arrived at the inner side of the moon. As we entered, Kirihara spread her senses around the place because she was a natural-born sensor. This is weird. She muttered as she opened all of her eyes again. What is it? I raised my brow while looking at her. It is empty. I feel only one life signature in the castle in the middle of the moon, but aside from it, there are no people here. This place is a wasteland. Seeing her distressed, I looked at the castle because this time, when I focused even, I felt something in the castle. And there, it energy source with more chakra than a few supreme grade chakra fruits put together. It is like Ōtsutsuki, who is about to enter sainthood. Saint was the title for the Tier 3 Ōtsutsuki clansmen who managed to comprehend Tao based on their attributes and affinities they had and naturally after eating an enormous amount of chakra. Tier 1 was easy to reach and basically, every Ōtsutsuki clansman could reach Tier 1 by adulthood. To reach Tier 2 and become Planet Buster, one needed to eat one or more chakra fruits. Most curious, let's increase the speed. I said because I vaguely remembered what was there, some kind of energy vessel in the canon it was, but right now, after spending so many years in this new world, I knew that I could depend on my foreknowledge only up to a certain degree. As we were approaching the black castle in the distance, because the inner parts of the moon were not that big, there were probably not any kinds of spatial enlarging or something similar, which would increase the living space of this small place. Suddenly a person appeared in front three of us. He looked like a half-breed Ōtsutsuki with a pathetically weak bloodline because he didn't even have the basic features of the Ōtsutsuki clan. He had pale skin, shaggy white hair, attractive facial features, and 6 Magatama designs tattooed on his collarbones to resemble a necklace. I noticed that he was keeping his eyes closed because he didn't have them in the first place. And this inbred trash dares to call itself Ōtsutsuki. Kirihara asked with anger because Ōtsutsuki Tonari looked more like a human with a terminal illness than a member of the celestial Ōtsutsuki clan. When it came to the clansmen like this, the stance was clear. Either death or sacrifice. Catch him and read his mind, after that, we will feed him to the 10 tails. A very simple solution for someone like Ōtsutsuki Tonari because he didn't have any particular value as a person nor as a clansman. Not to mention, lowly half-breeds like him proclaiming themselves Ōtsutsuki was the gravest offense. And naturally, Kirihara did so as I commanded and within several seconds, she disposed of Ōtsutsuki Tonari and I fed him to the 10 tails that was sleeping on my shoulder. From the mind of Ōtsutsuki Tonari, she learned of everything important thing that took place on the moon. Naturally, that included the location and purpose of the energy vessel they ridiculously called Tensei Gain, like some humiliation to the real eye of the Ōtsutsuki clan. After we disposed of the trash, the only valuable thing was that particular energy vessel as they went to check on it. This thing was created by the Ōtsutsuki Himura, twin brother of the Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo, the so-called Sage of Six Paths. This energy vessel was gathering power for several thousand years by removing all of the half-breeds Byakugans and clustering them together, for more than 5,000 years. The amount of concentrated power it contains is tremendous, probably enough to wipe out several high-level planets together at worst and an entire star at best. This was destructive prowess between peak tier 2 or lower tier 3. All three of us stood in front of an enormous energy vessel, which looked like yellow/orange-colored Tensigan, which was blazing with powerful chakra. What should we do with the energy vessel? Kirihara asked me because I was now pondering over the best way to utilize the energy vessel. Due to its unique nature, it contained a tremendous amount of chakra, which was the truth, but at the same time, it was inferior to the real chakra fruit because it lacked the genetic information and benefits for the evolution which each chakra fruit contained. I think we should absorb it, we can divide it between ourselves and stabilize our tiers and become stronger. The rest would be used for the 10 tails. The stronger the 10 tails is, the stronger world we could seed. I said this because this should be the most efficient way to use the energy vessel created by countless Byakugans from the half-breeds. Chapter 8, Power Up. Refining such a huge energy vessel would be an arduous task even for two of them, but at the same time, it would greatly enhance their strength. I could see that it would be enough for some weaker clansmen with a weak bloodline to reach tier 3. The energy contained in the energy vessel was tremendous, even from my point of view. For the Ōtsutsuki reaching tiers 1 and 2 was simple as nothing, but starting from tier 3, there were some specific conditions to be met. Yes, one could simply go with eating chakra fruits all the time and just focus on it. But after plundering the cultivation origin world, the Ōtsutsuki assimilated some of their origins and became a semi-cultivation clan. Essentially speaking, any Ōtsutsuki that followed the simple path of eating chakra fruits to reach higher tiers would be many times weaker and would lack some special and passive abilities. Right now, the standard way to reach tier 3, aside from eating countless chakra fruits, was to comprehend a Tao and create a Tao rune based on the comprehended Tao. For example, because I held affinities for spacetime, lighting, and dust, I could create Tao based on any one of them or based on all of them. This process was called entering sainthood. Because the comprehension of Tao and the creation of the Tao rune changed the fundamental nature of our being and enhanced every aspect of our strength. Our dojitsu became countless times stronger because the Tao runes were passive, strengthening our dojitsu, as one could create Tao rune for our dojitsu specifically. Naturally, the creation of the Tao rune was very hard and because of that, many of clansmen spent centuries creating their Tao runes based on their attributes. The easiest way to create one for the dojitsu was because it was Tao rune stemming from our bloodline. The rest depended on the comprehension of specific elements and Tao. How do we start? Kirihara asked as I pondered about the most efficient way on how to refine this energy vessel. After several moments, I finally got the method on how to refine this energy vessel as I created 10 clones of myself through Shadow Clone Shinjutsu. Afterward, I created my clones, other me dispersed around the energy vessel and started inscribing down Fuinjutsu symbols around the energy vessel. Kirihara was never exceptionally good with the Fuinjutsu, her expertise lay in different areas. I laid down simple energy refinement around the energy vessel, we can start right now. I said while activating the Fuinjutsu symbols around the energy vessel and started drawing the energy out of the energy vessel that the half-breeds called Tensigan. I had to admit that the chakra of it was extremely pure and potent. And I could feel that my strength was rapidly rising from absorbing a huge amount of chakra. This was comparable to eating several chakra fruit, even though the effect was not that great as it lacked genetic information. Because we Ōtsutsuki were species that fed on the genetic information, it was the greatest way to gain strength. Pure energy assimilation and absorption were not that efficient compared to that. Still, I felt that my chakra reserves almost tripled when I was done absorbing my portion of the energy vessel. Both me and Kirihara assimilated approximately 35% of the energy vessel, while the remaining 30% was reserved for the 10 tails. Unfortunately, this didn't help me to advance my dojutsu because the energy vessel wasn't a chakra fruit. Still, I got a nice increase in chakra reserves and that meant my combat prowess skyrocketed and that I could fight several times longer compared to before. Shortly after I finished, Kirihara was too done with the assimilation of her part of the energy vessel, as the light of the energy vessel was many times weaker compared to before we started. Done. I looked at my Finesse and saw that her chakra reserves were at least twice of what they were before. The increase from the energy vessel was superior to chakra fruit, but at the same time, it only increased chakra reserves and nothing else. Yes, now blowing up a planet should not be a problem for me, even if it is a high-level one. Kirihara answered stoically. She rarely let out any emotions escape her and always maintained her cold, professional, and stoic facade that many of the elders often joked that she was an automaton clone. Naturally, her professionalism was greatly welcome due to her talent in administrative matters. Splendid. I will now wake up the Ten-Tails and let him devour the rest. I then woke up the sleeping Ten-Tails, who was slumbering on my shoulder, as it hacked with its body before it looked at the energy vessel with interest before it enlarged its body countless times over and gulped down the energy vessel in one go. Will it be okay? Kirihara asked me from the side because we were observing how the Ten-Tails was struggling with energy vessel, but soon enough, it managed to crush it down and eat the entire energy vessel. After it broke down the energy vessel, it shrunk down its previously humongous body and hopped back on my shoulder as we were done with everything. After the energy vessel was destroyed, I felt that the gravity here was changing and everything inside the moon was breaking down. The energy vessel that the mongrels created was what kept the moon habitable for the half-breeds. Without it, the atmosphere that was artificially created inside the moon is breaking and soon enough, everything here would entirely crumble. I heard Akiju's comment and in truth, it sounded logical. Did we get everything from here? Looking at my retainer and seeing him nod his head, I decided that we could go back to the clan. Yes, I got samples of all of their technology and took their entire library and everything of even remote usefulness, even though they were half-breeds who know what they discovered. With that being said, we departed back to space and headed back to the clan to submit the report about the mission. Chapter 9, Home Again. Planet Tengaku, Southern Cosmic Region, Starvale Origin World. We soon returned back to the planet Tengaku as I went to submit the results of the mission, this time directly to the Grand Elder of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Ōtsutsuki Musen. The things that I saw there, through my Dojutsu Senrinjanagan were something that nearly shook me to the core. I will be going to meet the Grand Elder, I stated as I flew to one of the peaks in the headquarters of the Ōtsutsuki clan. The environment here was naturally tranquil, filled with an unnatural density of nature energy, which the clan was using to passively cultivate, as we could absorb them to increase our strength. However, that would take centuries to reach even Tier 2 from Tier 1. This area was restricted and even among the clan, there were not many who could enter. It was guarded by extremely potent seals and there were always several elders and guardians standing on guard. Aside from the elders and a few members of the divine lineage, it was off to anyone else and only a very small number of people could go in and out as they wished. Flying towards the peak where the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Musen was meditating, I looked around as I found an elderly man sitting on the ground, cross-legged. Contrary to the other Ōtsutsuki clansmen, he looked a bit different. Way more demonic and evil-looking, his golden horns were distinctive demonic, compared to the celestial appearance of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen. As the descendant of the divine lineage Ōtsutsuki and golden horn demon, he was an extremely frightening entity, not to mention even a drop of his blood could demonify ordinary creatures. And create mindless husks that were essentially his thralls. Descendant Ōtsutsuki Yaku greets the Grand Elder Musen. I gave him a low bow as his eyes opened slowly and even though he was perfectly controlling his aura, I could feel his power as Tier 5 Empyrean, a multiversal entity with frightening power. If Ōtsutsuki Musen was put in Marvel, he would be strong as Odin, the comics version or Darkseid at his peak, and Ōtsutsuki Musen was far from the strongest members of the Ōtsutsuki clan. To my knowledge, we still had a few sleeping paragons and other Tier 6 entities that were mainly of either myriad Ōtsutsuki or ancestors of some myriad Ōtsutsuki clansmen that I heard my grandfather say about it. Have you completed the mission? What did you see? He asked seriously, as I was unsure what to say before I motioned to my Senrinjanagan because it was something that I couldn't really describe with simple words anymore. It would be best if I show you, Grand Elder. I said as he nodded and both of Senrinjanagans that we had started glowing, though his own glowed with very ominous crimson light, as it was affected by his demonic energy from his demonic heritage. The memories and information were exchanged within several moments before Grand Elder Musen looked something between delighted and gravely pale. So it is like this, indeed great gains come with equally great danger. You did the right thing to leave that planet, but the situation is far more dangerous than we have initially anticipated. Who would have thought that a single rogue clansman would cause so much trouble? Grand Elder Musen muttered seriously as he was thinking over some things. What should be done about the situation, Grand Elder? I asked for further instruction as the Grand Elder looked at me sternly. I will go and consult this with Patriarch. Considering what you saw, we need to consult this with ancestors. The congregation of fate is tremendous around the earth and we could benefit greatly if we handle the situation carefully. Humans of the elemental nations were probably the sole civilizations in the Starvale origin world that had access to chakra. Nobody ever gave something like this to humans, and now the Ōtsutsuki clan was the first to carry out the experiment. What I saw there, in truth, either terrified me or filled me with excitement. If it went great, we could harvest something that would allow our clan to rise greatly, not only in terms of strength but also in terms of knowledge, because the shinobi were developing at a fast pace, creating new techniques and other things. Some of them even I found intriguing. Another thing was that if God Tree harvested the elemental nation together with its fate, it would probably allow someone to reach tier 5 with ease. If it went wrong, then usage of chakra may spread across the Starvale origin world and humans will embark on the path of chakra cultivation would become a threat, a grave threat. Even though, on average, it would take them along to reach our level of strength. Even the cultivation origin world that Ōtsutsuki clan conquered and harvested had been developing for billions of years, and their power system had more than 15 realms, but chakra was powerful energy and with a lot of potential to get strong very, very quickly. I understand, Grand Elder, is there anything else? I asked because it seemed that Grand Elder knew about some things that I was unaware of, but it was way out of my league. Nothing, go to the Elder Ryusei for the body forging as your reward for this. My eyes gleamed with surprise because this was a very good reward. Body forging performed by the Elder Ryusei, who was myriad Ōtsutsuki with being half-dragon, a very powerful dragon lineage in his blood flew. Body forging was a process where one's body was strengthened through specific rituals and the usage of precious materials. One of the most significant weaknesses that the Ōtsutsuki species had were our bodies. We managed to alleviate some of it due to incorporating several cultivation elements from the conquered cultivation origin world into our own, but that was only half of the solution. The second part was the invention of body forging, which allowed the Ōtsutsuki to reforge their bodies and made them countless times stronger. Until one reached sainthood, the Ōtsutsuki's body wasn't that strong compared to our capabilities with chakra, and the body forging was essentially important to strengthen our bodies. Another effect of the body forging was that the amount of chakra one's body could hold would increase, meaning one could eat more chakra fruits. With this mission completed, I got a nice reward in the form of another body forging. Because of my position and talent, I already underwent body forging several times in my life, but aside from it getting it as something to supplement my rapid breakthroughs, if I wanted to undergo it more, I needed to pay. Or complete the missions. Thank you very much, Grand Elder. I thanked him before I heard him say something as he disappeared back to his small cottage, leaving behind 2 tokens for the body forging. One was obviously for me and another was for Kirihara. She was also of the divine lineage and was a talent worth cultivating. Naturally, the clan invested a lot of resources into her. I heard my grandfather say that she had the potential to reach tier 5 Empyrean. Not many in the clan reached that level. Chapter 10, Getting a Familiar. Right now, I wasn't in the mood to undergo the torturous ritual of body forging, so before anything, I decided to go home and prepare for the body forging ritual mentally and physically. The body forging ritual could be dangerous and one could suffer severe injuries if the person made some mistake during it or couldn't handle the ritual. I should also get a familiar already. This is something that I have been neglecting for a long time already. Familiars were pretty similar to the summoned creatures of the elemental nations that the shinobi used. However, the connection between the familiar and its master was much closer and their bond was many times stronger. I should ask Mother what the best familiar would be there for me. Most of my family members or those of the main clan, divine lineage, and some of the myriad Ōtsutsuki with powerful heritage had very powerful familiars. Elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu, as a partial dragonoid, had the powerful dragon of the metal dragons as his familiar. My grandfather had Void Behemoth as familiar, which was an extremely frightening creature that traveled through the void in between the worlds and was extremely dangerous. It could eat planets for snacks. Essentially, it was a monster version of Ōtsutsuki 2.0. Meanwhile, I was flying to my home. I looked around the headquarters of the Ōtsutsuki, which looked like it was cut out from the Xianxia cultivation novel. The entire Tengaku planet had several continents, and the continent on which the headquarters of the Ōtsutsuki clan was located had the best environment and conditions. On this continent, only members of the main family were allowed to live and branch clan members could enter only with permits from the elders of the clan or if they were summoned. When I returned home, I noticed that my father was absent and only my mother was present right now. As father was head of the enforcement hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he was often dealing with paperwork and other things. Oh, my baby boy is home. Instantly as my mother felt my presence, she almost crushed me in a bear hug, as she behaved like I was lost in space for several thousand years. I am a home mom. After checking me several times over, she finally let me go as we went into our mansion. She was a really overprotective parent, compared to my father, who, during his training, almost killed me several times. They were like 2 different worlds. What happened? Are you hurt? She asked me when she noticed that I was contemplating about my future, a familiar choice. Not hurt, just thinking. I think it is time to choose my familiar finally. I have been putting this away for decades, but right now, I have good strength to enter into a contract with a powerful familiar. Familiar binding was something that required several conditions, and personal strength was one of the most important ones. That is indeed an important step. Easiest would be to contract someone from either my or your father's familiar species. I knew that my father had contracted three-eyed Nemean lion, while my mom had Catopus as her familiar and my grandmother had Cthulhu. I doubt that I have the strength to contract some of the Nemean lions. Those are extremely powerful chakra beasts and their pride is immeasurable, too much hassle. I saw my mother nod to my statement before she took out a small scroll. Then I suppose you could try to contract some of the Cthulhu or Catopus species. I myself have Catopus as my familiar, and Nyan is close to evolving to a true Cthulhu after he devours another few civilizations. Catopus was, essentially and frankly speaking, some sort of abomination between cat and octopus, but they looked extremely cute and adorable. When I was a kid, I tended to play with my mother's Catopus Nyan lot because she wouldn't let me leave home unit. I was powerful enough. Meanwhile, Cthulhus were the eldritch version of cats. Even though they looked like overgrown Catopus, they were frightening entities that could eat entire stars in one go, were master slavers that enslaved countless civilizations and overall were extremely powerful. Even the weakest Cthulhu was cosmic entity, and their home was in another origin world, outside of the Starvale origin world, where they ruled supreme. Evidently, from what I heard, their species enslaved their whole world, so Cthulhus, Catopuses, and cats reigned as supreme gods. Well, it would be nice to have Catopus as familiar. Indeed, such a creature would be best for me. Even before my reincarnation, I loved cats, and during my childhood, I spent a lot of it with Nyan. Splendid. I think Meow Meow would be delighted that another Ōtsutsuki divine got contracted to Catopus. Thanks to our clan alone, at least 30 Catopuses evolved to Cthulhus in a record time. I saw my mother puff her chest with pride, considering the nature of the Catopus evolution was like and the nature of the Ōtsutsuki clan was like. We went really well together. Obviously, we even had an official covenant of supreme cat signed between the Ōtsutsuki clan and Cthulhu origin world, which essentially forced the Ōtsutsuki clan to protect any cats they found and transport them to either their own territory or to the Cthulhu dimension. Now, we need to procure some fishes. Catopuses and Cthulhus alike like food the most, though their favorite food is fish. So it would be most prudent to prepare some of their favorite food after we summon them. Cthulhus live in a different origin world within our chaotic source dimension, and void is separating our worlds. The void was a term for the emptiness in between the origin worlds, which is a term for dimension. Depending on the structure, it could be planetary-based construction like the Starvale origin world or a planar-based one like most of the cultivation-based origin worlds. Aside from the origin worlds, there existed unique dimensions across the void, most commonly created by supreme experts, typically transcendents, which house life. They were smaller than the origin worlds, but some of these unique dimensions were extremely powerful. And all of these units existed within one chaotic source world. We will need to summon some cute little Catopus for you to be your familiar, and be sure to groom it to Cthulhu. I heard my mother say as I nodded in agreement, and we went out to procure some fishes and other types of sea life forms. My mother was very helpful when it came to this because she was something like a familiar master in the Ōtsutsuki clan. Aside from the Catopus Nyan, she had contracted several other weaker Catopuses and other breeds of cats from the Cthulhu origin world. In truth, she hoarded a small army of fluff and tails that she could call to her help. While we were going to search for fish for the kitties, I created several shadow clones through the shadow clone Shinjutsu and ordered them to train in the Kenjutsu, Shinjutsu, and racial abilities and dojitsu. When they dispersed, they would transfer their gains to me, and thus, I would be able to comprehend and learn almost anything, master countless disciplines very fast. This was essentially a cheat of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Chapter 11, Munya. Several hours later, we gathered several rare fishes from the oceans on the north pole of the Tengaku planet, and some were from a few aquatic planets around the southern cosmic region of the Starvale origin world under the rule of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Naturally, these fishes were very powerful creatures. Some of them were strong enough to kill tier 1 Ōtsutsuki with ease, especially the ones from the depths of the Aquadar planet. With this done, the last thing was to summon someone from the Cthulhu origin world who would answer my call and enter into a contract with me and become my familiar. Naturally, this would be an ordinary procedure, but Mom told me a way how to bypass it, and it was relatively simple. She would summon Nyan, who right now has returned to the Cthulhu origin world, and bribe him with fishes and food. Then we would ask Nyan to help us summon some Catopuses with a good potential that would be amicable to enter into familiar contract with me. Could we start already? I asked my mom as she nodded and summoned her familiar Nyan to her side from his home dimension. Suddenly, within a moment, a small ginger Catopus appeared. Nyan had shining ginger fur and several fluffy tentacles like an octopus, but they were all covered by fur. Even though they looked fluffy and cuddly, the tentacles of a Catopus were deadly weapons. Why did you summon me, Naya? I was resting Naya. He yawned as he opened his eyes, revealing his yellow eyes as his ears twitched in annoyance and his tail was curling up behind him. Even to me, it was clear that poor Nyan was just woken up as he was resting. Naturally, Nyan was very powerful for a Catopus at tier 2 and was on the verge of evolving into Cthulhu. When he evolves, he will reach tier 4 standard in a split second. Most of their power depends on their evolutions and the specific laws they comprehended. Obviously, as Mom had Nyan as her familiar for several centuries, she instantly knew how to handle Grumpy Catopus and showed him a plethora of fishes, while some of which were extremely powerful and radiating powerful energy. Fish Naya. Instantly Nyan disappeared in a flash and started stuffing the fishes with his tentacles and eating one after another while ignoring everything that was happening. Why have you summoned me Akiri Naya? Nyan asked in between as he was eating, and Mother knew that she had essentially won. Little Yaku is getting his familiar and he wants to contract a catopus, so I was wondering if you could get us some catopusses that would want to become his familiar. Naturally, the terms of the contract are the same as with the other Ōtsutsukis. I heard Mother say while I stayed most of the time silent, as I left everything to her because she was an expert negotiator in this thing. Seeing the Nyan thinking about the thing, he ate one more fish before he started waving his fluffy tentacles. That is possible, Naya. I will contract several kitties, though they are very weak, on the level of stronger mortals though, but with a lot of potential. Direct descendants of mighty Cathalhus. Nyan said as he closed his eyes and started sending messages to the Cathalhut mentioned before. Within several seconds, 2 scrolls fell down from the spatial crack. These 2 would be the most suitable for you, Nyan. Nyan then passed 2 scrolls to me with his tentacles, and after that was done, he turned all of his attention to eating the huge horde of fishes and other types of seafood that was brought here for him. I studied the 2 summoning scrolls before I dropped a drop of blood on both of them because, in truth, I intended to contract both catopusses as my familiar fluff forever. Soon after, 2 space cracks appeared above the 2 scrolls and 2 catopusses came out of them. They were much smaller than Nyan and their appearance was also different. One of them had white fur with black stripes and orange eyes, while the other catopus had gray fur with green eyes. In other aspects, aside from the size, they looked very similar to the Nyan. So this is the Ōtsutsuki that summoned both of us, Munya. Stated the white-furred catopus as the other one nodded its head. Yes, it is Meow, a fine servant for the cult of the almighty cat and glory to the Cathalhus. Replied the gray catopus, and as I heard them, I wondered if they were actually members of some weird cult because their speech reminded me of some fanatical worshippers of the gods. Nice to meet you, my name is Ōtsutsuki Yuko, little kitties. I said as they waved their tentacles in annoyance, probably not liking the addressing them as little kitties. I am Nyanko Meow. The gray catopus introduced herself, and from the name and her elegant stature, I deduced that she was little lady catopus. Nyen Munya. And the white catopus was clearly a male one. Why did you summon as celestial human Meow? Nyanko asked me as I nodded my head, after what, the 2 catopusses ran around me and with their tentacles, they claimed on my body and both of them took place on my shoulders. Nyanko chose my right shoulder while Nyen chose the left one, as they were checking me right and left, deciding if I was good material. For the catopusses, getting a good master was a way how to speed roll through countless millennia needed for their ascension and evolution. I was divine lineage Ōtsutsuki, who reached 2nd grade tier 2 in a short time, so I was very powerful for my age and my potential was outstanding. Good one Munya, Munya. I heard Nyen shout right to my left eat as his tentacle was gripping my horns and my brows mildly twitched in annoyance. Most of the Ōtsutsuki members didn't like when their horns were touched. Actually, this rule also extends to the majority of species that had horns on their head. For some, it was even a so-called erogenous zone, while for others, the horns were a symbol of their strength and pride. Suddenly I felt 2 strings of fate establishing between 2 catopusses and me as they became my familiars while light particles dispersed around us. When the familiar contract was completed, the cats rushed to the horde of fishes and sea life that were prepared for Nyan and started eating. I wasn't surprised at this because all catopusses and Cathalhus were gluttons and their favorite activity was eating. Chapter 12, 3 years. 3 years later. Planet Tengaku of the Ōtsutsuki clan was as peaceful as ever, and because 3 years' time span was essentially nothing for the Ōtsutsuki clan, where every ordinary clansman lived for 1,000 years, and that were those who never ate chakra fruit. After eating the chakra fruit, one obtained an endless lifespan essentially, as we could live theoretically forever due to the tremendous strength of our genes that were always regenerating and replicating. 3 years have passed since the moment I contracted Nyanko and Nyen as my familiar, and 2 cute catopusses were developing at a steady speed. Both of them were spending the majority of their time sleeping or eating. If they were not sleeping or eating, they were trying to boss me around to bring them some rare food or whatever. Because they were still relatively young catopusses, they were still very playful and demanded that I play with them, which I always obliged. I spent most of my time either training my abilities or practicing the Celestial Chakra manual to have the best chakra control possible. Because the Ōtsutsuki clansmen had a tremendous amount of chakra, the easiest and hardest way to gain more strength was to increase and perfect the chakra control. It was hard because perfecting control over chakra was a very arduous task that required a lot of time. In my case, a lot of time and a lot of shadow clones. I never tested my limit with the shadow clones, but I could create hundreds of them with relative ease without feeling tired or anything. The easy aspect of it was that when someone increased their chakra control, it meant that consumption of chakra for shinjutsu or any other things was lessened and the potency was increased, meaning increasing the chakra control was a fast way to gain strength. Obviously, with each increase of chakra reserves and each chakra fruit eaten, one needed to practice the chakra control once again because even low-grade chakra fruit contained a tremendous amount of chakra. During the past years, I officially became an expert within the Shadow Clone Shinjutsu and Dust Release Shionjutsu, but the most surprising thing and my most important achievement was passing the Master Fuinjutsu exams. For that, I needed to go to the Sealing Association within Planet Tengaku, where I got tested and became a certified master of the Fuinjutsu. I have a very good talent for the Fuinjutsu and there were not many masters in the Fuinjutsu in the clan. Unfortunately, it appeared that not everything could be solved with the Shadow Clone Shuinjutsu and sometimes even talent was needed. For me, the thing was that I had very strong affinities for space-time. Affinity for the space-time was needed for someone to be proficient with the Fuinjutsu and become higher ranked than novice. Simple seals up to the novice and some of the adept rank could be learned, even those without affinity for space-time. Today was an important day because I would be finally going to the Elder Ryu for the body forging, as I had been pushing it for 3 years already. I let the Katopusses sleep because just 1 hour ago, they had their fill of food. If it wasn't for that, I am pretty privileged, just money to feed these two would totally ruin me. I thought as I looked at 2 cute Katopusses that were sleeping peacefully after eating a small horde of fishes that were directly shipped here from an exclusive location and were worth of around 1 low-grade chakra fruit. Fortunately, because the clan had covenant with the Cathalas, the expenses were paid by clan for the majority and the rest was paid by clan only for me as I was crown prince. Naturally, when I would depart from the clan, then it would be up to me and them alone to find food. Leaving my home, I went directly to the place where the elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu was performing the body forging ritual because it was in the secluded part of the headquarters of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Sometimes the body forging was carried out on powerful members of the Ōtsutsuki, including saints and holy lords, meaning even tier 3 and tier 4 beings underwent the body forging here and the residual energy released during the procedure could be really fearsome. Due to that, the body forging was specifically carried in a special location that was strengthened by powerful Fuinjutsu to prevent any damage or losses of life from the side. When I arrived at the mountain peak where the elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu had his special area, deep within the mountain that was engraved with countless Fuinjutsu seals. The entire place was guarded by several powerful members of the Ōtsutsuki clan due to the things that were stored within the mountain. In this place, there were countless precious resources used for the body tempering procedures. It didn't take me a long time to find the chambers where the elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu was cultivating in a certain sense. The cultivation system of the Ōtsutsuki clan, created by Lord Shirbai himself, was starting from reaching tier 2. Even an idiot could reach tier 2 by eating chakra fruits and become a planetary level being. To reach tier 3, or rather Saint Realm, one needed to perfect his genetic code, which was rather easily achievable through eating powerful chakra fruits and other methods. The more tricky part was the creation of the Tao rune based on the elemental attribute and the subsequent awakening of the celestial spirit. Once all 3 conditions were achieved, one would become saint who could use incomplete domain expansion and divine sense. These superior abilities were something that divided ordinary mortals from the higher beings. Requirements to reach the Holy Lord realm, the tier 4 cosmic being, were even more arduous and even among the Ōtsutsuki clan, only a few reached it through evolutionary cultivation. Naturally, those who reached these tiers by only eating chakra fruits were weaker than those who went through evolutionary cultivation because the evolutionary cultivation strengthened not only the racial abilities of the Ōtsutsuki clan but also all other aspects and they obtained new skills. Frankly speaking, only the people from the powerful bloodlines among the celestial Ōtsutsukis or myriad Ōtsutsuki of the main clan would reach Holy Lord realm, while others only became ordinary tier 4 through eating chakra fruits. The process with chakra fruits was sometimes more arduous because the number of chakra fruits needed was tremendous, to say at least. Even though a lot of tier 4 and higher powerhouses of the Ōtsutsuki were the ones who didn't use evolutionary cultivation because the requirements were too harsh. Though who did use it were the true backbone of the Ōtsutsuki clan and were typically elders, grand elders, protectors, lords or people with some special status. Chapter 13, Body Forging. Again. Ōtsutsuki Ryu was right now in the process of deep cultivation, as he was one of the few holy lords of the Ōtsutsuki who were attempting to reach the Empyrean realm and officially become a tier 5 multiversal entity. I waited in front of the cultivation chamber of the elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu, for sure, the powerful holy lord of the Ōtsutsuki clan felt that I was already waiting for him there. Contrary to me, Kirihara underwent body forging already long ago. She used the token a good time ago while I was training my other abilities. The case of elemental nations, from what I heard, was solved directly by the ancestors, as even one of the sleeping ancestors was awoken from his slumber and went to observe the elemental nations. I don't know what the higher-ups of the Ōtsutsuki clan were aware of, but it was important enough to send one of the paragons to observe over the elemental nations, just to be sure. While I waited here for some time before the doors to the chambers opened and revealed meditating figure of the elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu, who had very strong and distinctive dragonoid features. Contrary to the ordinary Ōtsutsuki clansman, elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu had more like dragon horns over the top of his head and his physique was much more muscular than ordinary Ōtsutsuki clansmen. Are you here for the body forging procedure? He asked me when he opened his eyes as I nodded and he motioned me to enter the chambers. Your physique is quite good considering the fact that you are essentially a tier 2 being, considering the strength of your divine blood, we will need to apply some stronger resources. I think that I have something perfect for this. I heard Elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu say before he disappeared to the back side of his chambers and brought several vials with him, filled with thick red liquid. Just from looking at that blood, I felt its tremendous power that was even affecting me as divine Ōtsutsuki. This is the blood of heavenly red dragon that reached the peak of tier 4, it would do wonders for the body tempering during the body forging procedure. Among the dragons, heavenly dragons were those who reached the standard of tier 4 cosmic entity and were one of the most powerful dragons ever. Blood of red dragon that became heavenly dragon was a peerless treasure in the Starvale origin world, considering the fact that the dragons were rare in the Starvale origin world. Though there existed some small communities of dragons still living in our origin world, but they were rare and not many dared to intrude over their territory. All dragons were extremely territorial and they always went for the kill, not to mention they were very easily offended. I almost gulped from thinking about how painful this would be because the blood of heavenly red dragon was out of my initial expectation. This was a resource that was reserved for saints to use for body forging, not for me. But at the same time, if I underwent and tempered my physique, then my physical strength would be superior to even many of the tier 3 Ōtsutsukis and technically speaking, my chakra resistance would increase tremendously. Dragons were famous for inherent and racial energy resistance, energy-based attacks were not working on them well and one needed to have either a superior and very destructive element or the attack must be overwhelmingly strong to overcome the energy resistance of the said dragon. Ōtsutsuki clansmen didn't have chakra resistance, although we could use our Rinigans to disperse most of the energy attacks, mainly the chakra-based ones that were on the same grade as we were those which were weaker. Cultivating the chakra resistance was something that many of us strived to obtain, but only very few from the clan obtained even an elemental one. Naturally, any kind of chakra resistance was tremendously valuable for us because it increased our combat prowess. Because chakra was a combination of physical energy and spiritual energy, it was a very powerful type of energy and having chakra resistance equal to being resistant to some other types of energies that the Ōtsutsuki clan encountered during its very long existence. Sit down in the middle of the ceiling formation and we can start. I heard the elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu as I went down and sat in the middle of a huge kanji letter and soon enough, the entire room lit up as all Fuinjutsu seals in the room lit up and sealed it perfectly to prevent any accidents. When he opened the bottle with the sealed blood of the red dragon that became heavenly dragon, the Fuinjutsu seal started containing the energy released by the several drops of blood and transferring it into my own body. The very second it entered my body, the ferocious draconic aura was destroying my tissues, bones and bone marrow while my body was constantly reconstructing itself in real time. I grit my teeth to hold the pain back because this was only the start of the procedure, as this was just the residual aura from the few drops of blood. The real deal would be the blood itself, which I needed to refine personally. Within the next 1 hour, I completely absorbed the draconic aura released by the blood of heavenly red dragon and I felt that my physical strength increased by approximately 20%. Phase 1 of the body forging is done, we can proceed to phase 2, I will now fuse the dragon blood with your body. I heard Elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu say as I observed how the dragon blood hovered above me as Elder Ryu pushed the dragon blood to my chest and started the fusion process. The second it entered my body, I felt tremendous pain because the overwhelming power of the dragon blood and its aggressiveness started destroying my body from the inside. Though to counterattack this, my own divine blood reacted strongly and started ferociously devouring the dragon blood of the heavenly red dragon. Naturally, the divine lineage of the Ōtsutsuki clan was far superior to that of heavenly red dragon, so when my bloodline was stirred awake and started devouring the dragon blood, the powerful and potent energy was being absorbed into my body and my genetic code was getting stronger and stronger. My body were destroyed together with every single cell that broke down, it quickly regenerated and the process started over. 6 hours later, my body underwent several cycles of destruction and regeneration, the cells got stronger and my physique was at least 4 to 5 times stronger than before the body forging. Now I can expand my chakra reserve several times over because due to my body getting stronger, it could hold much more chakra. Chapter 14, Training and. When the process was finished, I stretched my body a little bit after the body forging procedure was completed and I felt stronger than ever. Right now, after such successful body forging, I was tempted to go out and test my power. Maybe I should go to the outer regions of the Southern Cosmic Region and Eastern Cosmic Region, where the Ōtsutsuki clan was fighting against the automatons for control over newly created galaxies that were created from the expansion of the chaotic source world. Because our chaotic source world, the Starvale universe, was very young, it was constantly expanding. Essentially, every few thousand years, it would undergo a wave of expansion, which was unprecedented growth. After you have finished, you could go your own way. I have other things to do. I heard Elder Ōtsutsuki Ryu say as I gave him one low bow before I disappeared from his mountain peak. The first thing I needed to do was to take a bath to get rid of the impurities and other things that were pushed out from my body during the body forging. Several hours later, I was home alone only with my Katopusses because both of my parents were out of the home. When I returned home, I found a note that father was dispatched by Grand Elder to the border with gods, as they found some powerful gods crossing into our borders. Meanwhile, my mother was right now hunting down some psionic crystals for the Nyan as some appeared within the Southern Cosmic Region. Psionic energy or psychic energy was a special kind of energy that was used by Katopusses or Cathalas. Similarly, like the Ōtsutsuki's used chakra, cats had their own. Horned Human is back, Nyan. I heard the voice of one of my catopusses, more precisely, it was Nyanko as I saw the gray-furred catopus crawl here on her tentacles as she woke up. Compared to Nyen, she was a very lively and active one. Yes, I am back, Nyanko. I scratched her behind her ear as she purred soundly, happy with the attention that I was giving her. Do you want something to eat? And where is Nyen? Asking her, she motioned with her tentacle to the side where my other catopus familiar was sleeping soundly. Nyen was an extremely lazy catopus who only knew how to sleep and eat. Contrary to Nyanko, it was an entirely different world. Yes, human, Nyan. I want a fish, Nyan. Nyanko shouted as I then went and gave her some fish so she could eat her fill. Seeing Nyanko happily munching on her salmon, I scratched her head and let her eat while I went to the training room to practice my abilities further. Using the shadow clone Shinjutsu, I created several tens of clones of myself and started dividing work between the clones. As usual, one group of clones focused on the celestial chakra manual, the second focused on the training in the Kinjutsu, and the last focused on training in the Shinjutsu. All of these three aspects were crucial because they were base of my power. Looking at all of the shadow clones, I created another few tens of clones and ordered them to train ocular abilities. With the dojutsu of Tensei Sharingan, my training speed was tremendous. Unfortunately, after passing a certain level in most, the effects of the Sharingan's copy wheel and memorizations were diminished greatly. That seemed from the profoundness of advanced kenjutsus or shinjutsus, and such things couldn't be copied purely with dojutsu alone. Naturally, the dojutsu was still very powerful and useful even with the advanced techniques because it sped up learning. Some of the more profound techniques could take even several years at best and at worst, even a few centuries until one mastered some really profound moves or techniques. Having powerful dojutsu could hasten it by even 30% in some cases. Training with the dojutsu was something that every Ōtsutsuki clansman did, but depending on the strength of their very own bloodlines, the results and time required for the training varied. For the divine lineage Ōtsutsukis, they would always need to spend centuries mastering even their basic abilities. This was due to the power that their dojutsu contained, and in the end, nature was fair and balance was always achieved. My shadow clones divided themselves into training with the Tensei Sharingan and in the Senrin Jonagan, mainly the seven-path techniques of the Rinnegan aspects. Senrin Jonagan was very hard dojutsu to master, even for many of the divine lineage members. From the Senrin Jonagan, I have currently had a good grasp on threat detection and clairvoyance, especially threat detection was something that I learned very easily and could detect even the weakest malevolent negative emotions. Combined with clairvoyance, I was able to predict the enemy's movements during the fight, something that was a feat even among the divine lineage Ōtsutsukis. Combat prediction was rare, and the clansmen that created it among the divine lineage could be counted on one hand. After this training round, I should go to the mission administration and take up some tasks to experience the combat. During the past century since I was born, I never participated in any warfare, and during this time, it was the perfect opportunity to fight on the outer rim of the cosmic region. While going to fight against automatons as my first ever warfare wasn't the best idea, the outer rim was still relatively safe. Let's get into it. Third POV, several months later. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara was right now heading toward the home of her fiancé Ōtsutsuki Yuko. She was pretty pissed up about her fiancé because he missed several of the planned courtship meetings as they were engaged. Naturally, Kirihara was aware that Yuko was essentially a training maniac and even could be considered a battle maniac who was obsessed with getting stronger and stronger. For that reason, he was already second grade tier 2 and his combat prowess was nothing to scoff at. Even though the shadow clone Shinjutsu could speed up the training tremendously, if someone's talent was 0, then no matter how high the multiplication was, the progress would also equal to 0. It could have ended much worse. At least Yuko is kind, and even though that idiot is dense as a rock, at least he is relatively decent as a person. One of the Ōtsutsuki princess thought to herself because, as it was known, not many of the Ōtsutsuki had such good personalities. Though as a whole, the psychic state of the main family of the Ōtsutsuki, while the personalities of the branch clansmen were, not that savory. Failed products they were. It's Kirihara Human, Munya. She heard a cute voice belonging to one of Yuko's familiars who were catopusses. Chapter 15, Courting. She warily looked at the white-furred catopus because the last time she attempted to pet the creature, she was bitten by it and its tentacles were used like whips. Yes, it is. Where is your master? She asked the catopus while she took out some treats from her personal dimension and gave it to Nyen, who greedily ate everything as he purred loudly because he greatly enjoyed the treats. Master is training, Munya. If you have some more treats, I will call him for you, Munya. Kirihara then nodded at the white-furred catopus with black stripes as she took out more treats and fed to Nyen. After several minutes after Nyen had his fill, he then subsequently disappeared from her view and went to the training room where his horned human was training. It only took several minutes for Nyen to pester the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan enough to quit his training and go to see his fiancée Kirihara. Only after Yuko found out that Kirihara was waiting here for him he remembered that he had a meeting with her that he missed. Once again. MC POV. As I was striding through the halls of the mansion, I felt Nyen hopping onto my shoulders as his fluffy tentacles grabbed my shoulder to support himself, and my head hurt from the upcoming uncomfortable conversation with my fiancée. What is it, Nyen? I asked my catopus familiar as I scratched him behind his ear as he purred loudly. It is Kirihara, Munya, she is waiting for you in the living room, Munya. Nodding my head, I ended my training time as I went to meet my fiancée, who was surely pissed at me for missing our appointment. When it came to the divine lineage of the Ōtsutsuki clan, there were not many of us, and even from the small number, there were even fewer who were of similar age to me. Do you know your mistakes? She asked me the very second I entered the living room, though it was typical of hers because she never danced around the topic and always went to the matter. Not wasting any time on the nonsense. Yes. For several decades we have known each other, I knew exactly how to deal with her. Fortunately enough, she, like many other power-hungry Ōtsutsuki clansmen, she was very well aware of the importance of strength and understanding of my need to train as hard as possible. How was your progress? She asked me as I frowned a bit. Due to the peculiarities of my bloodline, I inherited one of the purest and strongest divine bloodlines among the entire clan in the past tens of thousands of years. This made my progress with my dojutsus, especially the Tensei Sharingan and, more importantly, Senrin Jonagan, extremely slow even when countless shadow clones have been practicing it every day for the past decades and centuries. Yet, while the progress was extremely slow, the power of my dojutsus was unusually powerful even among the divine lineage Ōtsutsuki clansmen. Slow as usual, but I have obtained a very good grasp on the 7-path techniques. I am right now preparing to obtain perfect control over the God Tree control technique for the future. I said as she hummed something in satisfaction. When it came to controlling over the dojutsus, she was far ahead of me, but Kirihara was more than 700 years old, she was older than me by more than 5 centuries already. And Manjikyu. Instantly I grimaced because if there was one thing where I was literally stuck, it was a further evolution of the Tensei Sharingan to the Tensei Magenkyu Sharingan or obtaining the eternity version of it. It was something that was plaguing me for several decades already, but I also understood the fact that not everything could be rushed. Naturally, I refused to take a shortcut by eating some powerful chakra fruits for this purpose. I am close, very close, but it appears I would need to undergo extreme emotional stimuli to awaken the Mangekyo. Using the chakra fruits to awaken the Mangekyo and Eternal One would cut the further progress with my dojutsu. I answered as I sat down next to her while we were talking. On another note, where do you want to go for our date? I asked as I was not in the mood for further talk about my progress with the dojutsus and so on, and probably some relaxation would not be a bad idea. I heard that the planet Aquamarine was finally pacified and is now open for visits. They have the best seafood in the entire Ōtsutsuki cosmic region across thousands of galaxies we control. Planet Aquamarine was a previously unknown planet that was found by the Ōtsutsuki clan in the outskirts territories of the Ōtsutsuki clan, very close to the central cosmic region. It was 100% aquatic world covered by oceans and was home to some really terrifying sea life forms. The strongest recorded reached Tier 4 standard, and one of the grand elders of the clan found that there were even far strongest in the depths of the planet. Because it was super high planet, it was enormously huge and thus was home to the most powerful native life forms. The Ōtsutsuki clan pacified some of them and established several floating cities in there, but what was peculiar was that there were some floating cities belonging to the Evernight High Council. Among the Starvale origin world's hegemonial species that each controlled cosmic sector, only the Evernight High Council had some sort of alliance with the Ōtsutsuki clan, mainly due to some history between their founders and Lord Shirbai. Evernight High Council was a coalition of 3 species of kindreds, arachnids, and werewolves. Not to mention, they were always fighting against the Sage clan and not allowing them to attack the Ōtsutsuki clan, and the Sage clan was an extremely powerful faction in the Starvale origin world. Maybe we will hear some interesting rumors from the northern cosmic sector. I heard that the fights between the Sage clan and Evernight High Council are more intense compared to the past era. Sage clan was a racial clan of sages from the unique super high-level planet Sia, and they were the closest thing to the cultivators in the Starvale origin world, and they were extremely powerful. Are we going with the spaceship or through teleportation? I asked, but I knew that Kirihara would want to go with the spaceship so that we could sightsee the space. While the technological level of the Ōtsutsuki clan was not that high, we had plenty of spaceships and other things because we bordered the automatons. For traveling purposes, it was enough, but most of them were technically useless in direct fight because they lacked the firepower compared to the high-end powerhouses of the supreme civilizations. Chapter 16, Planet Aquamarine. Southern Cosmic Region, Shattered Star Ring Segment, Garden Galaxy, Colton Star Cluster, 98th Star System. Outer space is an endless expanse of darkness that stretches out in all directions. It is filled with countless stars, planets, and other celestial bodies, all of which are suspended in the void by the force of gravity. The stars and planets are surrounded by clouds of gas and dust, which form beautiful and intricate patterns that can be seen from the planets. The temperature of outer space is extremely cold, with temperatures hovering just above absolute zero. There is no atmosphere in outer space, which means that there is no air to breathe or to transmit sound. This makes space an incredibly quiet place where even the slightest sound is muted. When it came to traveling through outer space, only Tier 3 Ōtsutsuki clansmen could travel the outer space with their bodies without any protection for an indefinite time. Though at Tier 2, one could spend a few months in outer space before one would need to replenish the energy and the space would take its toll. Despite the lack of air and extreme temperatures, there is still a lot of activity in outer space. The gravity of the celestial bodies in space can cause asteroids and other debris to collide, which can create dazzling displays of light and sound. There are also powerful bursts of energy that can emanate from stars, which can have a profound impact on the surrounding space. No matter how many times I see this, the vastness of space is always so beautiful and mysterious. I heard Kirihara say as we observed the cosmic storm from the safety of our ship. The spaceship we were using was one of a few capital ships of the Ōtsutsuki clan that was entirely built by the Ōtsutsuki clan based on automaton technology. It was shaped like a pyramid and had the firepower to kill peak Tier 3 entity with a single shot instantly, and even Tier 4s would need to be careful. Unfortunately, there were only a few of these ships and all of them were used only by the highest-ranking members of the Ōtsutsuki clan. This one which we were using belonged to my parents, so I could borrow it when I needed it if it was parked around planet Tengaku. We would be landing on the planet Aquamarine, I said as I looked at the azure planet from the commanding deck on the top of a pyramid-like ship. When viewed from space, the planet is a blue-green orb with swirling white clouds and a glistening ocean covering 100% of its surface. The planet has no visible landmasses, but there are scattered floating cities and floating islands around the planet where people live. The ocean is a deep, dark blue, with the occasional turquoise shallows near the islands. The water is crystal clear and teeming with life, from the tiniest plankton to the largest sea life forms that were tens of kilometers in size. The water is constantly moving, with strong currents and tides that shape the planet's geography and support a variety of ecosystems. At the surface, the sun's light creates a shimmering, glittering effect that is breathtaking to behold. The sunlight penetrates the water, creating an underwater world of color and beauty. There are towering kelp forests that stretch toward the surface, providing a haven for countless fish and invertebrates. Coral reefs form underwater cities, with thousands of species of colorful fish darting among the branches. Descending to the Star Dragon floating city in 10 minutes. The ship's central artificial intelligence sounded as the pyramid-like ship started descending down to the orbit of planet Aquamarine. When I looked over at the floating city, I took notice that most of the inhabitants were not from the Ōtsutsuki clan but rather from the Evernight High Council. There were many vampires, werewolves, and arachnid demons walking around. The ship has been docked. Third POV. When the ship docked at the Star Dragon floating city, it attracted the attention of almost all the people in the dockyards because anyone could recognize one of the capital ships of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Not to mention, there was even City Lord of the Star Dragon city waiting in front of the dockyard waiting for the people in the spaceship. The City Lord of the Star Dragon floating city was a member of the main clan who reached Saint Realm but couldn't advance further. Thus he was transferred to the administrative department and was made the City Lord of one of the floating cities on the planet Aquamarine. The City Lord of the Star Dragon floating city, Ōtsutsuki Liren, was looking anxiously at the capital ship, which belonged to the Juggernaut category. There were only 3 of such ships in the entire Ōtsutsuki clan. One of them was in the hands of the head of the enforcement hall, another was for the patriarch, and the last one was in the hands of the Grand Elder, Ōtsutsuki Musen. Ōtsutsuki Liren was the only member of the main clan with no good talent and was stuck at the Saint Realm for several thousands of years, so in front of these people, he was small as an ant. When the ship opened and he saw the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan and Princess Kirihara, he was at the same time relieved and at the same time more nervous that 2 members of royalty and divine lineage arrived at his turf. I humbly welcome you to my small city, your highness. The city lord quickly hurried with his entourage, which was considering of his wife and children, to greet the newcomers. His family and servants quickly followed suit and bowed to them because the divine lineage members were far above them in terms of the clan's hierarchy. Only tier 2, but his chakra is so powerful, and his eyes. City Lord. Ōtsutsuki Yuku nodded at him as the city lord made way for the 2 divine lineage members who arrived at his city. May I respectfully ask why your highnesses arrived at the Star Dragon city? He asked nervously as Ōtsutsuki Yuku looked at him, and the city lord, despite his far greater strength, could feel his blood boiling in submission as the crown prince's 3 eyes shined brightly. This is not an official visit, just for relaxation. I heard from my Fiancé that this place is famous for seafood, so we came for dinner. Crown Prince Ōtsutsuki Yuku answered as the city lord sighed in relief and motioned the divine lineage members to follow after him. Of course, your highnesses. While Yuku essentially ignored the city lord because, for him, it was only another bootlicker that wanted to get into his good graces to get his hands on better resources and materials, to break through the Holy Lord realm and become one of the tier 4 entities. Meanwhile, Kirihara was rather enjoying the worms squirming. She always took some kind of enjoyment when those of lower stature were pissing themselves off with fear when they saw her, but Yuku found it useless. For him, it was an utter waste of time. Chapter 17, Star Dragon Floating City. After they parted with the city lord of the Star Dragon floating city, Ōtsutsuki Liren, Yuku, and Kirihara went to some of the most renowned restaurants in the city. The Star Dragon floating city was bustling with population. Countless Ōtsutsuki clansmen and many races from the Evernight High Council were living there. Aside from them, there were many vassal species of the Ōtsutsuki clan living in the Star Dragon floating city, or visitors that were from very powerful species from different parts of the Starvale origin world. Where do you want to go? Yuku asked tiredly after some time because his fiancée couldn't choose one place to have their dinner, thus they were walking around the center of the city and checking out every place and restaurant on her list. I don't know, all the places look good, but I want to go only to the best. Kirihara stated as she looked at him sternly. Yuku knew that this was her perfectionism taking place. Let's go to the Star Moon restaurant, I like that place and it is closest to our location. Ōtsutsuki Yuko stated that he was already tired from walking around for nothing, and after Kirihara saw his expression that his patience had reached the limit, she nodded and they headed for the Star Moon restaurant. It was the best one in the Star Dragon floating city and rated as one of the best on the planet Aquamarine. The exterior of the Star Moon restaurant was in the shape of several floor-tall pagoda and was owned by someone from the demon species. Bring us to the top floor of the restaurant, VIP table. Yuko ordered the hostess, who was from the Ōtsutsuki branch clan, who were typically working in these establishments. Because the branch clansmen had low status within the clan, most of the menial tasks fell on them. Especially if they wanted to obtain some resources, they needed to buy themselves at extraordinary prices from the clan. Compared to the main clan, the branch clan was far more populous and there were tens of thousands of them. When they were seated at the VIP table, the servants immediately started putting the food on the table, as two Ōtsutsuki divine lineage members were observing the Star Dragon floating city from the top floor of the pagoda restaurant. Because the pagoda building was relatively high, it provided a beautiful view of the Star Dragon floating city. Do you have any plans for the near future? As they were eating, Kirihara asked him after she took a bite of the fish the servants brought to them. Yuko nodded because he planned to participate in some battles on the front line and take some missions to gather contribution points. I would be heading to the battlefield with the automatons. I want to test my combat prowess and gather some contribution. Within the Ōtsutsuki clan, even he needed the contribution points to exchange for some more precious resources and treasures from the clan. Naturally, as divine lineage Ōtsutsuki clansman and grandson of the patriarch, he had access to the best resources for free. But even that had its limits and typically lasted until tier 2, from then on, he would need the contribution points to obtain cultivation resources and other treasures he wanted. Obviously, for Yuko completing some missions and gathering contribution points was nothing with his current strength. The Ōtsutsuki clan was a place of striving and competition between the clansmen for supremacy and status. Only the best survived and became the peerless experts that swept through entire galaxies and decided the fate of millions of worlds. Automatons. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara hummed because she never went to the front where the clan clashed against the automatons. Aside from the front against the Faith God Alliance, only the automatons shared the border with the celestial Ōtsutsuki clan, and Yuko didn't wish to go there with his meager strength. Regarding the number of high-end experts, the automatons were clearly far behind the Faith God Alliance, as they mainly depended on their overwhelming technological superiority to push the Ōtsutsuki clan back. I will head to the newly found galactic segments in the unknown space. Right now, most parts are devoid of high-end automaton experts, so it should be relatively safe within limits. Because the universe was ever expanding and ever growing, every few tens of thousands of years, the new galactic segments were created and contained tens of galaxies, sometimes even only a few. These areas were also termed unknown space because it was under no one's control, and thus when they appeared, a brutal fight erupted for every single galaxy as it represented resources. Especially for the automatons, it was a priceless treasure trove because it contained countless minerals and metals that they desperately needed to produce their overwhelming machine armies. When do you plan to depart? Kirihara questioned him because, in fact, she planned to join Yuko on the trip and travel together. In the Ōtsutsuki clan, there was rule of 2, that the Ōtsutsuki clansmen always traveled in pairs. This rule of 2 officially stemmed from the strategy of planting the god trees, but after some millennia, the Ōtsutsuki clan spread this rule to the entire clan because when it came to the god tree planting, it heightened the success rate. This was not aimed at the sacrificial part, but rather, when they encountered some resistance from native civilization, it was proved that 2 clansmen were able to fight the threat way better when only one of them was sent to pacify the native civilization. In a few years, I need to master some techniques to obtain even higher combat prowess. Right now, Yuko was progressing very well with his kenjutsu, and soon he would obtain a certain level of mastery over the way of sword, which would increase his combat prowess tremendously. Coupled with his shinjutsus, he was confident to face the endless hordes of machines belonging to the automatons. Then I will join you on the mission. My dad is nagging me to take up some missions to hone my martial arts further. Kirihara's father was head of the martial hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan and was the most talented person in martial arts for the past several eras. Naturally, Kirihara inherited a lot of her father's talent in martial arts and thus was always pressured by him to continue in his legacy. With our power, there would be not many powerful automatons who could threaten us. Automatons were a peculiar civilization within the Starvale origin world because they were not that powerful individually. Their destructive capabilities were relatively low and they depended on their numerical superiority and devastating weapons to fight. Usually, they would incapacitate their opponents with their numbers and traps before they would finish them with some kind of weapon. Still, the automatons had some really powerful experts among their ranks, but their offensive prowess was lacking. Chapter 18, Evernight High Council. As they were eating comfortably and enjoying their time together, something that Yuko found on rare occasions, as he spent most if not all of his time training and practicing. Pursuing his aim to get stronger and become the strongest under the heavens, he noticed a familiar aura entering the floor of the restaurant. We have a company. Suddenly Yuko muttered as Kirihara raised her brow, looking at him questioningly. The moment he stated that 2 people entered the VIP log as one of them directly rushed to Yuko. He was a tall, muscular, fair-skinned body that was covered with large battle scars with a long gray hair and with grayish eyes. He was wearing light brown pants and a red blazer with white fur lining. Mazaka. Among the three major races that were leading the Evernight High Council, blood races, werewolves, and arachnids, Mazaka Callikratos was the son of the werewolf lord, an ancient being from primordial times. It was said that the entire werewolf tribe were descendants of the Fenrir, a frightening tier 7 transcendental being on the same level as Lord Shirbai, if not stronger. Nobody knew what part of the truth was in this, but one was certain that the werewolf tribe was very powerful. You have finally left the planet Tengaku Yuko. I thought that you would rot there cultivating like some boring old man. Mazaka laughed loudly as he slapped Yuko on his back, and while both of them were essentially tier 2, werewolves were born with tremendously ridiculous physical strength, especially those of royal blood that descended from the Fenrir. At least I am not causing chaos with my every step. Yuko first met Mazaka Callikratos 100 years ago, during the official visit of the representatives of the Evernight High Council of the Ōtsutsuki clan. During that time, Mazaka was already 300 years old and was already considered the elite high-level warrior of the werewolf tribe. Naturally, they fought because Mazaka challenged him to fight, and surprisingly or not, he lost to the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan because Yuko exploited his weaknesses during the fight spectacularly, especially the fact that Mazaka was rather prone to going berserk. Still, the two of them became friends after the spar, and they met every decade to have their annual spar. Lord Mazaka, please keep the decorum on the public. The second person who came with Mazaka stated, as the heir of the werewolf tribe, frowned slightly. What are you, my mother Jiraki? Jiraki was a werewolf with blue eyes and hair. He has a tall and muscular frame while dressing in a long white tunic. His accessories comprise of gold earrings and clips that fasten his bandana. I am sent to keep an eye on you, Lord Mazaka, by your mother, that is the difference. Yuko knew Jiraki was someone from the most prestigious lines among the werewolf tribe and was also high-level warrior, which was comparable to tier 2 Ōtsutsuki, who ate chakra fruit and awakened his bloodline. The werewolf heir frowned at that but didn't say anything to retort to the attendant that was sent to follow him with the main aim of preventing him from causing him trouble. I see that your mother didn't forget about the fiasco within the dragon clan. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki remarked from the side as Werewolf blanched hearing that statement because the situation with the dragon clan caused the Evernight High Council to pay tremendous reparation to the dragon clan. Normally the dragons were reclusive creatures that lived in their own origin world in a similar fashion to the Katopusses and Cthulhu. Yet they often traded with some factions from the outside, especially with the Ōtsutsuki clan and Evernight High Council. For the Evernight High Council, the dragon clan was trading the dragon blood for an extraordinary amount of treasures because, for the blood races, the blood of the dragon was a priceless treasure that could advance their strength by leaps and bounds. Shut up, pale eyes. I have told you several times it was not my fault. If that overgrown lizard didn't send me flying to the building, then nothing would happen. You could just scoffed at his excuse because it was what it was, just a poor excuse. You should really work on your alibism better, Mazaka. Who even got the idea of fighting in the vicinity of the transport array? Several years ago, Mazaka, like the battle maniac he was, got into a scuffle with one of the dragon princes, and during their fight, Mazaka was shot by a humongous dragon directly to the teleportation array, which was connecting the Starvale origin world and dragon nest. Naturally, the Evernight High Council, respectively, the werewolf tribe, needed to pay for everything, and that price was extraordinary as well. To the point where the patriarch of the tribe was enraged beyond belief at his son for causing such an incident. Whatever. After exchanging some more pleasantries, they started eating while werewolf Jiraki was standing behind Mazaka and observing his lord not to create any trouble. Due to his reputation as a troublemaker of the Evernight High Council, which was naturally very well deserved, one could never be sure. So what is the Crown Prince of Pale Eyes scheming today? Mazaka asked his friend, who had an unsavory reputation as a schemer among the higher-ups of the Ōtsutsuki clan and Evernight High Council. Departing to the front line with the automatons in the unknown regions. Hearing that, the heir of the werewolf tribe raised his brow at that before he came to a decision. Then I am going with you. There was no one more surprised hearing that than his attendant Jiraki, but he quickly regained his composure. Going to the unknown regions, where the automatons and Ōtsutsukis fought against each other, was relatively safe because there were not many high-end powerhouses. Do what you wish, but for the time being, try to control your instincts to fight everything that moves. We don't want to attract the attention of one of their main intelligences. Automatons were a rather peculiar civilization that had many secrets, and there was the reason why they were not yet conquered or wiped out by their stronger neighbors. From what Yuko heard from his elders was that the automatons were supported by some peerless experts on the peak tier 6. Coupled with the other advantages that they had in creative strategies, they were able to resist the Ōtsutsuki clan or Evernight High Council for a long time. Naturally, for automatons to win any fight again, they required tremendous manpower and sacrifices. I know, my old man already warned me about the dangers behind the automatons. As long as the automatons were not pushed beyond a certain line, their backers won't make a move and would ignore it. Chapter 19, Before Departure. After all of them had their lunch, Mazaka Callikratos decided to part ways with them before they agreed to meet when Yuko and Kirihara would be going to the outer regions to fight against automatons. Kirihara and Yuko remained in the restaurant as they continued their dinner date, while Kirihara was actually glad that the loud and annoying werewolf had finally left them alone. Your friend is an unscrupulous barbaric caveman. When Misaka left, Kirihara immediately voiced her displeasure about the company that her fiancé was keeping, and at a certain part, Yuko was forced to agree with her. Despite his social status, Misaka Calicratos was far away from the definition of being noble, and so. Yet, on the other hand, he was loyal, wasn't a backstabbing, scheming person, and was pretty much straightforward. When he didn't like someone, he would just smash their head and voice his opinion. Maybe, but his qualities as a person with character are far outweighing his behavior. Contrary to most from the Evernight High Council and even Ōtsutsuki clan, he is not scheming and could be trusted. Even Kirihara was rather agreeable to this because she dealt a few times with people from the Evernight High Council, and especially the bats, as they called them, were a bunch of scheming and untrustworthy bastards. So, how do you like the food? Yuko asked rather awkwardly because when it came to Kirihara and he was alone with her, not training or anything, he didn't really know how to behave. I can sense your anxiousness miles away, despite that you are a genius in fighting and mastering kenjutsu and racial abilities. When it comes to social relationships, you suck. Kirihara stated with a giggle, but at the same time, Yuko sighed in relief that she didn't think too much of it. I know that we are to get married and have children to secure the next generation of the divine lineage, but we can take it slowly for both of us. We don't need to rush anything. Maybe it was because Kirihara was older than he, or maybe because she was more emphatic than he was. She was pretty much understanding and could see that her fiancé didn't really know anything about romantic relationships. Because their marriage was arranged by the clan, there was nothing they could do about it and they could only live with it. Several months later, planet Tengaku. As usual, Yuko was training as hard as possible, but he felt that he was stuck at a certain level and couldn't advance further, no matter what he did. It was apparent that he needed some battle stimulus to get a breakthrough in his abilities. It seems that departing to the front lines to fight would come sooner than I have initially anticipated. Yuko muttered as he stopped training and cancelled all shadow clones that he conjured as he received all of their memories and training. Unfortunately, all of them brought him very little, which was a sign that he needed to switch the training method. He exited the special cultivation room within their mansion as he sent a notification to Kirihara and Misaka Calicratos that he was changing their date of departing to the front line with the automatons. It was sooner by an entire 1 year and some months, but fortunately, Misaka Calicratos was still within the southern cosmic area and Kirihara was right now on the planet Tengaku, so it would take only a short time before both of them arrive. Both of his Katopusses woke up when they sensed their master exiting the training room as they rushed to him, acting cute in an attempt to gain some food from their master. They were pretty cunning because they were aware that their master had a soft spot for castes, so by acting extremely cute, they could extort some treats and food from their master. Naturally, this strategy worked most of the time. What is it, darling? You have ended your training ahead of time. His mother, Ōtsutsuki Akiri, asked him because she was right now at home, too endorsed at evolutionary cultivation, as she was already peak Saint Realm Ōtsutsuki and was only one step from becoming a holy lord. She had a harder time reaching the higher realms because she was not much of a fighter, and due to her, one could say, hyperactive personality, she couldn't cultivate for a prolonged period of time. This proved problematic in the later stages because Ōtsutsukis, who practiced evolutionary cultivation, focused on comprehending the Tao, the meaning of all things in the chaotic source dimension. I have reached the bottleneck in my training and I couldn't advance with training my Dojutsu Tensei Sharingan any further. It seems that evolution is impossible without extreme emotional stimulus seems impossible. His mother agreed with that because even for her, it took more than a few thousand years to achieve the Tensei Menjiki Sharingan, not to mention, to this day, his mother didn't master the Senrin Jonagan entirely. Are you heading to the unknown regions between the southern cosmic area and eastern cosmic area? He nodded at his question as his mother sighed in relief a bit because the place was relatively safe without any high-end powerhouses. Be careful about automatons. While the automatons are relatively weak individually, their strength lay in their overwhelming numbers. They don't control the entire cosmic region for nothing. Unfortunately, the leeches that are supporting them from shadows are very good from hiding, else we would have long ago annihilated them. As dutiful and concerned mother Ōtsutsuki Akiri was, she warned her son of the danger behind the automatons. She herself has fought against the scraps of metal several times in her life and they were a pain in the ass to deal with. Especially if they brought out some of their most destructive weapons, even the elders of the Ōtsutsuki clan needed to be maximally cautious when dealing with the automatons. If that is so, why didn't the ancestors act or ask the Lord Shirbai? Because Yuko was the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan, he was aware of the clan's deepest secret, that Lord Shirbai was still within the Ōtsutsuki clan. He was only slumbering and protected the clan from the shadows. Because in the long run, the automatons aren't a threat high enough for even ancestors to act, not to mention Lord Shirbai. In the Starvale origin world, there are, in fact, more tier 7 individuals on the same level as Lord Shirbai, and from what the ancestor said, according to the covenant between them, they are forbidden to act against the lower creatures. Yuko could vaguely understand what was happening behind the curtain. While the automatons were powerful, they were not powerful enough to endanger the Ōtsutsuki clan, and at the same time, they served as good opponents for the Ōtsutsuki clan. Life and death battles were needed for them to break through to the higher realms and achieve higher mastery over their abilities. In this regard, the automatons were useful. If not for that, they would have been long ago wiped out by ancestors. If the Ōtsutsuki clan really wanted to wipe them out, it was highly possible that even the backers of the automatons, who were confirmed to be on the same level of raw power as the ancestors, wouldn't want to protect their pawns. Chapter 20, Planet Dirya. Mother, should we go there by ship or teleportation array? Yuko asked because he was still deciding if he should borrow the ship from the clan to depart for the unknown regions or to go by teleportation array. Both of them had their own advantages and disadvantages respectively. While going with the teleportation array was technically speaking safer and was many times faster than flying there by ship, if they took a ship, they would have another asset in their arsenal in case they encountered the powerful enemy. Take one of the warships. The warships of the Ōtsutsuki clan were different from the automaton capital ship that Yuko used the last time. Even that automaton capital ship was different from other automaton ships because it was personally retrofitted and refined by powerful Ōtsutsuki's to become some sort of living artifact. The warships of the Ōtsutsuki clan were powerful sentient spaceships that were developed after assimilating the knowledge of the cultivation origin world that the Ōtsutsuki clan conquered. Right now, the cultivation origin world was just a lifeless husk that would sooner or later merge into the Starvale origin world, which would give birth to a new cosmic star region that would be the spark of another huge war across the entire Starvale origin world. I also think the warship would be the best option. Unfortunately, Yuko didn't have a personal warship because they were precious and usually only Holy Lord Realm Ōtsutsuki, proficient in the refining artifacts and mechanical engineering, would be able to create one of them. I will talk with your father so you can get a personal warship right now. There should still be some left in the shipyards of Olympus Mons. Hearing that, his eyes lit up in anticipation because getting a personal warship was not an easy task in the huge Ōtsutsuki clan. The clan was always extremely strict when it came to resources and typically, only Holy Lord Realm Ōtsutsuki's would get their personal warship automatically when they reached the realm. Some could get their hands on it when they were at the Saint Realm but had combat prowess comparable to the average Tier 4 being. This was because the price of each warship required a lot of resources, so they couldn't afford to give them to everyone. In case the warship was lost to their enemy, it would be counted as a high loss. Thank you, Mom. Yuko thanked his mother as he found himself receiving her bear hug as she gushed over her son. Somewhere in the Starvale origin world, unknown regions of space. A humongous pitch-black warship exited the warp drive and arrived at the unknown regions of space that appeared due to the expansion of the Starvale origin world between the southern cosmic region and eastern cosmic region. The ship was enormous, more than 20 kilometers long, armed with countless types of chakra weaponry and the best defensive capabilities the Ōtsutsuki clan could muster. These ships were used as weapons of war for the Ōtsutsuki clan when they waged war on their opponents. Because the entire warship was largely automatic due to its being one huge artifact, there was almost no crew on the ship and it was all controlled by the artifact spirit. We have arrived at the planet Dirya, one of the frontier planets which is currently under siege by the automatons. When the planet was first discovered, it was categorized as super high-level planet, thus the automatons sent a loot of automatons of various grades, the strongest recorded is on C grade. Automatons were divided into grades based on metal alloy and materials from which their bodies were constructed. Typically speaking, F grade and E grade alloys could withstand the might of Tier 1 Ōtsutsuki, while D grade and C grade alloys could withstand the might of Tier 2 Ōtsutsuki clansmen. Planet Dirya is strategically located to one of the wormholes, allowing quick access to both southern cosmic region and eastern cosmic region, but because it doesn't hold anything beyond the location, the automatons didn't send anyone particularly powerful to capture the planet. Yuko heard Kirihara summarize the situation, as their mission from the administration hall was simple. Capture the planet from the automatons and construct a teleportation array, the planet the God Tree, and erect the pylon. As simple as it could get. Yuko was wearing plated armor reminiscent of Earth samurai armor, while Kirihara was wearing armor of a similar design. Only Muzaka and Jiraki were not wearing any kind of protection, but that was because it would only be hindering both of them. Where do you think would be the best spot to descent and start our advance? Kirihara asked, as Yuko was adept at making battle strategies. The crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan looked at the holographic projection of the planet Dirya as he scanned the landscape of the planet before he pointed at the northernmost landmass. It was far smaller than the rest of the continents and could be barely regarded as one. Because of that, it was termed a subcontinent. The most peculiar thing about that subcontinent was that, because it was located in the most northern point of the planet, it kind of jammed the signal and the automatons had problems operating in that area. Aside from that, the entire subcontinent had very rocky terrain and countless mountain ranges could be used as defensive points. It was the most suitable location to build up their base. This one, the priority should be planting the God Tree so we could get an initial foothold. When we successfully planted the God Tree, it would force the automatons to attack the subcontinent. We won't be leading the offensive but staying on the defensive until we deplete their forces enough to launch a counteroffensive. Yuko presented his plans and probably the only person who appreciated the strategy was Muzaka's attendant, Jiraki. The strategy was excellent, being on the defensive would give them more leeway and with the support of the God Tree, breaching the defenses of the subcontinent would be extremely hard, primarily if it were controlled by the divine lineage Ōtsutsuki. Not to mention, this planet has extremely powerful life force so that we could harvest even high-grade chakra fruit. Right now, Yuko was classified as second-grade Tier 2 Ōtsutsuki. If he used his most powerful dust shinjutsu techniques, he could bust apart several planets and even seriously damage super high-level planet as planet Dirya to a certain degree. Hey Muzaka, do you want to buy high-grade chakra fruit condensed from the life force of planet? God tree could absorb myriads of energies to create various variations of the chakra fruits, and many of them were useful for other beings than the Ōtsutsuki clan. For example, the dragon chakra fruits were very popular among the dragon clan when they wanted to purify their bloodlines. I am not falling for this second time. The heir of the werewolf tribe snorted as he looked at his friend, grinning at him. Chapter 21, Observations from Afar. Somewhere outside of the Starvale origin world. An origin world was an astronomically massive expanse of stars, planets, dimensions, worlds, and cosmoses. In other words, it was a multiverse sitting within an even more infinitely vast plane. There are an undetermined number of origin worlds, but each one is unique and can vary in both their supreme laws, Daos, and overall power. In the cold emptiness void, a majestic Ōtsutsuki was standing and observing the vastness of the space in between the origin worlds. You are already here, Shirbai. Suddenly a male voice sounded behind him as Lord Shirbai, the primogenitor of the Ōtsutsuki clan, turned around. Yuan. Both of them were chaotic origin lifeforms of the Overlord class, the pinnacle of their chaotic source dimension. Where is Lu City Lord? In their chaotic origin dimension, there were only 8 cultivation overlords, and the strongest of them were Yuan and Luo. Yuan was the oldest overlord and was doing his utmost to nurture weak cultivators into chaotic origin lifeforms, especially into new overlords. Only then did other overlords choose to follow in his footsteps. And Luo City Lord was the youngest overlord who rose from being a weak mortal. When it came to pure offensive capabilities, Luo City Lord was even above Yuan and Shirbai. Naturally, this was only when it came to offensive capabilities and not any other special abilities one may possess. Standing guard at the passage, with each era, the connection got stronger. Right now it should be strong enough to support Void God-ranked demons. Yuan answered with a frown. I cannot use my clairvoyance as effectively. Soon enough, the Cosmos God-ranked demons will start crossing over, and then chaotic origin lifeforms. Even Yuan could sense that the station with their chaotic source dimension was getting worse and worse. Perhaps after 2 eras, the chaotic origin lifeform ranked demons would be crossing over if everything went according to the tempo. You should try focusing on cultivating your clansmen. Even after some many years, you have not cultivated another paragon. Your clan is the perfect embodiment of 2 main paths of the chaotic origin lifeforms, fusing together Tao and bloodlines. If more powerhouses were to emerge, then we could resist the oncoming onslaught easier. Yuan said lightly as Lord Shirbai of the Ōtsutsuki clan pondered over his statement. The Ōtsutsuki clan was formerly a pure bloodline clan that didn't pursue Tao. Still, after they conquered Tao-oriented cultivation origin world and incorporated it into their system, they fused the 2 branches perfectly. Because of that, even Lord Shirbai, who was Overlord-class chaotic origin lifeform, could fight against 2 or 3 chaotic origin lifeforms simultaneously for a prolonged amount of time. This alone spoke volumes about his personal power. And with the usage of chakra fruits, which could absorb Tao and give birth to Tao fruits, the comprehension of clansmen in the aspect of Tao was limited only by their talent, and sometimes even that could be forcibly broken, allowing them to reach chaotic origin lifeform. Their own chaotic origin dimension was in poor straits. There was no definitive ruler of the chaotic origin world, and the biggest organization that ruled the heavy majority of the chaotic origin dimension was not that unified in front of threats that were coming. The Eternal Land. One consisted of overlords, cultivators who reached the overlord-class chaotic origin lifeform by comprehending a higher level of natural laws, which is extremely difficult. They were extremely powerful individually and had deep comprehension and combat capabilities. Their faction was called Just Tao Profound Faction within the Eternal Land. Another was led by primogenitors, called Innate Chaotic Origin Lifeform Faction, who were weaker, inborn versions of overlords who achieved this level by unearthing their bloodlines to the extreme. Even though overlords can be injured, not one of them has ever been killed, unlike primogenitors. And there was also a third faction within the Eternal Land was called Congregation, that consisted of a few top-tier overlords like Lord Shirbai, Dragon Primordial, the Great Old One, Fenrir, and a few others. This faction was rather unique because they were experts that focused on the fusion of the Tao path and bloodline path, making them far more terrifying than any other overlord of the same grade. Contrary to most of the primogenitors, members of the congregation all started from the mortal level, be it Ōtsutsuki Shirbai, the Great Old One, or Dragon Primordial. In the scheme of all things, the congregation had the closest ties and alliances with the cultivators and overlords. Altogether the Eternal Land had only 33 members, and all of them were overlords. For example, from the innate chaotic origin lifeforms, only 5 primogenitors were recognized, as their bloodlines were unique and they would never die, reaching an undying stage. And aside from this, their chaotic origin dimension was facing incursion from another chaotic origin world and species called demons that were born only to destroy everything in their path. I should be returning back home. Though, before I go back and focus on the cultivation of the clan, help me kill some primogenitors focusing on Tao of Void. They would be especially beneficial to our clan. Ōtsutsuki Shirbai said as his third eye glowed, because if they managed to kill primogenitors from their corpses, he would be able to help a few of his clansmen that were stuck at the peak of Empyrean Realm to ascend to Paragon Realm. And at Paragon Realm, one was already GNU chaotic origin lifeform and, in the future, would be a crucial asset in dealing against the demonic incursion and the pesky primogenitors that were hindering them. I will call a few others, maybe we can ambush some rogue elements that are acting unruly within our territory. Yuan stated casually as he contacted a few cultivator overlords from his faction. Within the Eternal Land, the cultivators had 8 thrones from 33 and Congregation had another 5, making it 12 altogether. They were the biggest alliance in the Eternal Land. If the Ōtsutsukis make the order within their origin world, they could focus more on cultivation and comprehension of Tao. Right now, aside from those 3, nobody from their clan has reached the necessary level and their attainment of Tao is relatively low. Yuan knew that the biggest advantage of the Ōtsutsuki clan was that they were devourers of civilizations. They would conquer some civilizations and assimilate their advantages and strong sides into themselves. This was how they moved from the ordinary bloodline path to a mixture of the Tao path and bloodline path. They would use their frightening comprehension abilities to comprehend Tao and their evolutionary abilities to unleash the potential of their bloodline. Even the 3 ancestors of the Ōtsutsuki clan, all of whhom reached world rank chaotic origin life form, could fight and kill several of their same level at the same time due to this aspect. Destruction Gene will be joining us shortly and ironically enough, we spotted Heavenly Python primogenitor roaming the chaotic source dimension. That old snake is probably attempting once again to devour our origin worlds. In the past, there were no cultivator overlords and the various types of lifeforms could act unhindered across the chaotic origin dimension, especially the innate lifeforms who could devour origin worlds as they wished. With the emergence of the cultivator overlords, the times have changed. Devour origin worlds was something that even the chaotic origin lifeform ranked Ōtsutsuki didn't dare to do for a simple reason. It would be more detrimental for them because it would contain all laws and Tao of that origin world, which would taint their Tao path. Probably only those who focused on special Tao, like Tao of devouring, could attempt to do so and not get killed by eating such chakra fruit. Though finding a suitable origin world for such a thing would be a hassle. Chapter 22, First Clash. On the planet Dirya, an unnamed subcontinent in the planet's northern hemisphere, the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan landed from space. This obviously didn't escape the attention of automatons, but they didn't have enough firepower to shoot down the behemoth of the ship from the skies. In a moment when the ship landed down, hundreds of puppets started swarming out from the warship and heading towards the outskirts of the subcontinent to erect the fortifications against the automatons. Most of these puppets had very low combat prowess, they were not comparable to even the weakest of weakest F-grade automaton, though they were still considered pretty powerful among the mortals. Still, their sole purpose was the construction of buildings and other things that the Ōtsutsuki clan needed. Naturally, the Ōtsutsuki clan had some powerful puppets that were refined by them, but those were placed on the important locations within the territory of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Build the arrays as soon as possible. For now, we need to plant the god tree on the planet. Yuko, Kirihara, and 2 werewolves acted fast and the moment they exited the ship, they headed toward the center of the subcontinent to plant the god tree. The moment the god tree was planted and grew, they would have secured a stable foothold on the planet Dirya. The standard process of planting the god tree was using the juvenile tentails, which was right now sleeping on Yuko's shoulders. The tentails would produce the god tree seed and depending on the conditions and environment, the god tree would grow and blossom. With the innate control over the god tree that every member of the main family of the Ōtsutsuki clan had, they would obtain some sort of pseudo-domain. For the divine lineage Ōtsutsukis, they could exert even more powerful control over the god tree and bring out even more power from the fabled treasure of the Ōtsutsuki clan. After flying for several hundreds of kilometers, they finally found a place that contained a dragon vein, which was essentially nature energy ley line that were spreading through the entire planet. Come on. Yuko woke up the tentails, which opened its eye and jumped down from his shoulders, quickly running towards the dragon vein that was located several hundred meters away from them. When the tentails arrived at the location, in a split of second, it enlarged itself several tens of times, reaching staggering heights of more than 50 meters and used its enormous tails to dig a hole in the ground, penetrating deep into the crust of the planet. It swiftly located the ley line and using its tails, it penetrated the ley lines and created a cocoon around itself and the nature energy ley line. It entered the germination period pretty fast. Kirihara commented as Yuko nodded and brought up several things from his dimensional space. It were several crystals that were filled with nature energy as he threw them to the germinating god tree, together with corpses of a few tier 1 and tier 2 beings. His fiancée followed suit and even Misaka and Jiraki did the same thing, as they had corpses of a few enemies they killed and used them as fertilizer for the god tree. Now we need to wait, if my predictions are correct, the god tree would be fully grown within 5 years. For now, we need to focus on defending this place and the entirety of the subcontinent. Yuko nodded as Kirihara brought out her shakujo, which was a ringed staff and several times tapped on earth, instantly creating some kind of stealth array to hide the presence of the germinating god tree. With this, it would take a few good years for the automatons to find the god tree. There was still a possibility that the automatons won't find out about the existence of the god tree, but that was not possible because it was the standard strategy of the Ōtsutsuki clan. To plant the god tree to gain a foothold. Because the automatons were all connected with each other through their network, they could instantly exchange information. There was a low chance of them not knowing the typical strategy of the Ōtsutsuki clan. They hoped that with the array hiding the existence of the god tree, it would take some time for the automatons to find the location of the god tree and concentrate their attacks on that place. Several days later, the Ōtsutsuki expedition encountered the first wave of the automatons, reached the shores of the subcontinent, and started scouting the area. Obviously, the automatons were aware of the danger of the Ōtsutsuki clan taking root in this place, so they acted carefully when dealing with the Celestials. Yaku and Kirihara remained in the close vicinity of the god tree sapling because they could send anywhere their shadow clones in case they needed to repel the enemy. With their clones spread around the island, there was no need for two werewolves to do anything. For the past few days, the two werewolves spent training their martial arts, or Yaku sparred with the werewolf heir. Compared to the werewolves with their literally tyrannical fleshy body and knowledge of the martial arts, when it came to direct confrontation, he always lost. When it came to body cultivation, the ability of the Ōtsutsuki clan was relatively low because they lacked proper scripture. Compared to the Celestial Chakra manual, which was created by Lord Shirbai, they didn't have any body technique that would refine and temper their bodies, and they could depend only on auxiliary methods. Still, the spars with Misaka proved to be helpful because when it came to martial arts and hand-to-hand combat, Misaka was able to fight several of his shadow clones simultaneously. This was fully exploited by Yaku, who was sending one clone after another after the werewolf heir to increase his capabilities in hand-to-hand combat. Even though Yaku was preferably a swordmaster, one never knew when he would need some martial arts in his arsenal. This time Yaku was sparring against Misaka with his true body, and he was not using any martial arts. Instead, he was holding his katana and attacking Agast the silver-furred werewolf who was coated in aura. Aura was a supernatural phenomenon in which the potent, internal energy that appears comes from the soul and is manifested as a powerful force on the outside of their bodies. Most auras are dormant or very weak and cannot be perceived by the average person. Aura manipulation and perception are abilities that can be unlocked through various means, whether strenuous training, technological enhancements, or in the case of some beings like species of the Evernight High Council, naturally. The true nature of aura is the fact that it's fundamentally linked to the soul, and thus it could manifest around anything containing a soul, organic or inorganic. Chapter 23, Automatons. We should stop for now. It seems that the automatons have finally launched their first assault on the subcontinent. Yaku stated with a wave of his hands as he sensed that some of his clones were dispersed and passed him the information about the automaton assistant. Unfortunately, the shadow clone technique was imperfect and the clones were not very durable. While the shadow clones inherited a significant part of his strength, they would typically be dispersed after being hit by a few powerful attacks that equaled his own strength. Seeing that the one clone that dispersed was dispersed through destruction, Yaku concluded that the automatons must have sent here at least several C-grade automatons. And there are several C-grade automatons between them, as it seems so that we will have a certain level of fun. Yaku muttered as everyone readied their weapons, as he projected the map of the subcontinent, showing the advance of the automatons from all sides. Each front should have at least something between 3 to 5 C-grade automatons to be sure that they annihilated the Ōtsutsukis that took root on their planet. Dispose of them as soon as possible. We don't know what kind of weaponry they have bought with them. Yaku ordered as everyone nodded because automatons were always unknown. Even though they were all machine intelligences of the highest grade, they were pretty cunning and could use some very advanced war strategies when they were fighting and waging war. Everyone nodded in agreement and they then dispersed and went to stop the automatons from attacking the god tree sapling. Naturally, the biggest trump card was the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan that was protecting the god tree sapling. Yaku appeared in a split of a second on the southern parts of the subcontinent as that was the closest area of the continent of the planet Dirya. Here the concentration of the automatons was the highest, and there were 5 C-grade automatons together with tens of thousands, more than 50,000 automatons. This was totally staggering number and would frighten anyone because even the weakest of the automatons was F-grade, compared to first-grade Tier 1. Their production capabilities are absolutely frightening. They have been on this planet only for a short period of time. They managed to produce hundreds of thousands of automatons already, and each one of them could kill even powerful mortals like top Kage shinobis of elemental nations. Automatons were really dangerous considering their production capabilities, and when it came to the stronger, automatons could go toe-to-toe with high-end powerhouses of the Ōtsutsuki clan. And this was the reason why the Ōtsutsuki clan wanted to conquer them and obtain their source code. It would propel the might of the Ōtsutsuki clan to staggering heights when their industrial potential would be incorporated into the might of Ōtsutsuki clan. Time to get rid of the small fries. Yaku thought as several cubes of dust release shinjutsu appeared around him, floating around his being as they shot several dust beams toward the army of automatons in a split of a second. Most of the automatons didn't have time to react to this time, only those automatons of D-grade and C-grade were able to react and save themselves. But that was respectable because these automatons were comparable to Tier 2 Ōtsutsukis, at least in terms of their fleshy body. Or if they had installed energy cores, then even in terms of energy. In several moments, an enormous incoming army of the automatons was turned to dust, as Yaku frowned a bit at this because the bodies of the automatons were made from precious alloys that could have been put to a different use. Contrary to being just obliterated to nothingness. Unfortunately, Yaku didn't have any other method with such a powerful AoE attack that would have some efficiency as the dust release shinjutsu. Seeing that 5 of the C-grade automatons quickly readied themselves for the fight, following them, the remaining 15 D-grade automatons did the same thing. Yaku sheathed his katana as he swung his sword to the side, assumed the stance as he floated high in the air, and looked at the automatons curiously with a certain degree of wariness. All of them had a humanoid appearance. Just compared to the standard appearance of humanoids, they had some distinctive features, like some of them had extra limbs to which some weapons were attached, or their limbs were modeled as weapons, and so on. Suddenly 5 of the C-grade automatons synchronized with each other before they assumed some kind of battle formation and together as one. With the support of the remaining D-grade automatons, they attacked the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan. 15 tier 2s versus 1 tier 2. While it seemed that Yuko was at a disadvantage, but that was hard from the truth. Let's dance. In a split of a second, Yuko's third eye Senrinjanagan opened and shined with bright blue color as Magatamas started swirling and unleashed one of the more powerful techniques in his arsenal. 7-path technique, Deva path, Bansho Tenin. Suddenly all of the automatons that were rushing at Yuko found themselves to be out of control and their speed accelerated tremendously as they were attracted towards Ōtsutsuki Yuko with lightning speed. The crown prince of Ōtsutsuki clan readied his sword as he executed his technique at the incoming automatons that were attracted to him through the Bansho Tenin of Deva path, the heavenly attraction of all creation. Heaven's blood sword style, heavenly cut. Only a mirage of Ōtsutsuki Yuko remained after him, as 10 D-grade automatons were dismembered in one cut of his sword, as Yuko appeared behind them. The automatons couldn't even comprehend what had now just happened. Heaven's blood sword style was a sword style that was developed in an unknown realm that was obtained by the Lord Shirbai. It was sword style that contained the invincible strength of the heavens. Even in the Ōtsutsuki clan, there were only a few members that practiced the Heaven's blood sword style from the more than 15,000 members of the Ōtsutsuki clan's main family. Weaker than I thought. Yuko muttered as he looked at the automatons, who didn't waste a second as they rearranged themselves. In a moment, they rearranged themselves into a new formation and attacked Yuko once more, this time in an attempt to entrap him from all sides. For their own amusement, the Ōtsutsuki crown prince let himself to be surrounded, as he already foresaw all of the possibilities with the clairvoyance of the Senrinjanagan. Chapter 24, Total Obliteration. Yuko looked at the automatons that were now surrounding him and preparing to fire at him with some kind of energy-based weaponry. Unfortunately, everything was futile because nothing could escape his future sight. They are pretty weak. It seems that without specifically installed psionic cores, they can't match us in individual strength. Normal automatons could only depend on some advanced technology and their numbers. Without psionic energy fusion reactors, they won't be able to match the individual destructive might of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen, especially the cultivator ones. In this aspect, the automatons were too far behind them and each automaton with psionic energy fusion reactor was very precious to their civilization. So logically, they wouldn't be sent to some remote planet like planet Dirya. 7-path technique, Deva path, Shinra Tensei. The very own second Yuko executed the pinnacle ability of his Senrinjanagan, an invisible force burst out of his third eye, as all automatons in his vicinity were crushed into scraps of metal in a matter of seconds. Without any energy protection, they were not able to defend against the pinnacle ability of Rinnegan's Deva path. If these automatons had installed psionic energy fusion reactors in their bodies, then they would be able to defend against the heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god technique with some trouble, but they would be able to survive. The Shinra Tensei or heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god technique was a technique through which the user creates a repulsive force, which is generally used to push away everything in the vicinity. Users can narrow the repulsion's direction, only pushing away things on certain sides so that nearby allies will be unaffected. This repulsive force is most commonly created around the user as a defense, repelling nearby opponents or incoming energy-based attacks. It ended faster than I anticipated, but I got at least good loot, corpses of several automatons made from D-grade and C-grade alloys. Each body of automatons was relatively valuable even to the Ōtsutsuki clan for a very simple reason at that. Bodies of automatons were made from high-ranking alloys and those were made from precious metals. In the Starvale origin world, there was none better than mining and refining metals and ores than the automatons. In the eastern cosmic region, there was the highest number of mineral-rich plants from the entire Starvale origin world, including tens of super high-level planets filled with countless precious metals. Due to that, the automatons could produce vessels capable of withstanding even the might of holy lords and even empyreans, which was a frightening prospect at that. Seeing the destroyed vessels of the automatons, Yuko stored them all in his dimensional storage as he would be handing them over to the clan. The alloys they were made from were useful to the ever-expanding Ōtsutsuki clan. After he disposed of the automatons, he pondered for a while before his third eye pattern started shining brightly as the smaller magatamas circled around the main pattern. This time, Yakju was once more suing the clairvoyance of the Senrinjanagan to predict when the next move of the automatons would be made. Because the automatons were species with the lowest capability of blocking their divinations and screening abilities, they were also rather easy to deal with. Naturally, even they had some methods to block the sight of divine lineage Ōtsutsukis and block the vision of Senrinjanagan, but he doubted that they would employ it at the planet Dirya. The very moment his vision ended, Yuko grimaced a bit because of what he had seen and it wasn't a good vision, but at the same time, there was a feeling of anticipation and earning blooming inside his soul. B-grade automaton would be coming here within a few years, interesting, it would be a worthy opponent. B-grade automatons and A-grade automatons were comparable to the Tier 3 Ōtsutsuki's and if they had installed psionic energy fusion reactor, then they would be comparable even to the cultivator Ōtsutsuki's, the Tier 3 Saint Realm Ōtsutsuki. Through the future sight and clairvoyance of the Senran Jonagon, he foresaw that this would be only ordinary B-grade automaton, albeit armed with some really nasty technologies. Fortunately, it was rare for the divine lineage Ōtsutsuki to participate in such low-level missions, so automatons would never think that somebody was using the clairvoyance to foresee the next course of action and peer into the river of time. After that, Yaku used the omniscient ability of the clairvoyance of the Senran Jonagon to check up on the others how they were faring against the automatons. Surprisingly, the one who finished the feasts was Kirihara, as he had just sealed all of them within Fuinjutsu. And as expected, the two werewolves just bulldozed their way through the automatons and smashed them apart one by one. None of them was strong enough to hold werewolf boosted to peak by aura. A short time after all four of them disposed of the automaton invaders, they returned back to the god tree sapling to discuss the things that Yaku saw in his vision. He informed his compatriots that in a few years, automatons would be sent to the planet Dirya B-grade automaton to break the Ōtsutsuki clan that took the foothold on the planet that they wished to occupy. I want to fight it. When Yaku finished telling them about his prediction, as expected, Mazaka Callicratos was the first one who wanted to fight against the B-grade automaton that would be coming to the planet Dirya. That won't be the best idea. Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan said slowly as the werewolf heir squinted his eyes at him. You don't have enough raw power to damage the B-grade automaton even with your aura, or rather, you don't have enough power to destroy it entirely, so it would be better to leave the fight to me. In the worst case, I will just bombard it with the dust release until nothing remained from it. Everyone was aware that to break through the toughness of the B-grade alloy, one needed to possess extremely high destructive might, capable of destroying entire stars. This was something that even Mazaka had to admit that he lacked. Even with Yaku's dust release, it would be a hassle because the B-grade alloy should be strong to withstand most of the dust release for a short period of time. Unfortunately, Yaku was still Tier 2 Ōtsutsuki and wasn't Saint Realm Cultivator. If so, then he would be able to destroy such automaton in one hit. It would be a tough fight, still better than fighting one of those pesky gods, even if they were of the same tier as me. Gods were troublesome to deal with, even demigods were a pain in the ass to deal with. Their survival capabilities were top-notch, their destructive prowess was frightening compared to other beings of the same tier, and they typically had many trump cards for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 25, Embryotic Form of Profound Mystery of Dust. The most problematic thing about the gods was actually killing them, as that was extremely hard. For example, even Saint Realm Ōtsutsuki, who reached peak Saint Realm, would have a hard time killing Tier 3 greater god. Not because of the disparity in the raw power but mainly because the gods had something very annoying called the Divine Kingdom. Usually, they were cooped in their divine kingdoms, only sending avatars to fight in their stead. Their divine kingdoms were separate dimensions in which the gods were many times stronger, and at the same time when someone invaded their divine kingdom, they could suppress the invader. During the long fights against the gods, the Ōtsutsuki clan even lost one very powerful Empyrean realm Ōtsutsuki clansman, who fell in the divine kingdom of God. Not to mention, even if the divine kingdom and even the true body of said god were to be destroyed, it didn't end. As long as faith was flowing, the god who survived in his soul form could just escape, hide and recuperate and plan his return. The only certain way to kill God was to destroy his soul and God spark. And this was very hard to achieve, so compared to gods, fighting against automatons was nothing. One just needed to be careful of their traps and numbers, but it was relatively okay. And so on time passed, until several years have passed and it was time for the god tree sapling to bloom at any time. Not only that but also, the B-grade automaton would be coming around this time. During the past few years, Yaku spent most of them either by training with Mazaka or spending time with his fiancée Kirihara. They discussed that they needed to have regular dates as they were engaged to each other, and during that time, they started opening up to each other. One may think it was inevitable, as they were alone on the planet together with two werewolves if one didn't count the artifact spirit of the worship of the Ōtsutsuki clan they used to arrive at the planet Dirya. Due to the dragon's vein, where the god tree took root and all the corpses and even some energy crystals that the four of them used to feed the sapling, the god tree grew in rapid time and was already close to being completely grown. Yaku was currently meditating under the god tree, cross-legged, sitting below the tremendously huge god tree that was tall hundreds of meters and more than 50 meters thick in the trunk. He was practicing the Celestial Chakra manual, where he already reached expert-ranked mastery within the chakra cultivation technique and had superb control over his chakra. This was very important for any member of the Ōtsutsuki clan due to their tremendous amount of chakra. Control was always their priority. Obviously, practicing the Celestial Chakra manual was a pretty much boring activity because one only sat and cultivated, and not many Ōtsutsukis were thrilled at that idea. Sitting in one place for decades was not for everyone, especially for the Ōtsutsuki clansmen, who were a rather active and impulsive species. But there was no shortcut to obtaining superior chakra control, which was base for any Ōtsutsuki clansman because, without proper chakra control, they wouldn't be able to set up on the path of evolutionary cultivation, reach higher tiers or even control their own power. Soon enough, I would be able to reach 3rd grade tier 2 and move on to proper cultivation method and reach Saint Realm. Right now, the only thing that is remaining is the comprehension of Tao to become the saint. Yaku already decided that he would ascend as saint through the Tao of Dust, which would be extremely challenging, but at the same time, it would provide him tremendous benefits at the later stages of his cultivation. The Tao was divided into 3 grades. The Heavenly Tao, Grand Tao, and Lesser Tao. Heavenly Daos were the moving force of the origin world, they were the strongest and hardest to comprehend. Only one person during one era may have had a chance to comprehend the Heavenly Dao, but each person who achieved this feat became an unparalleled powerhouse. Grand Daos were related to natural phenomena and may even contain subsidiary lesser Daos and may themselves be a part of a Heavenly Dao. Most people who reached high levels in the cultivation comprehended the Grand Daos because they were a tad easier to comprehend. And on the bottom of the list were the lesser Daos. As Yaku was sitting under God Tree, sitting cross-legged alone without any shadow clones, just he alone, suddenly his third eye opened fully as he was contemplating about the dust. The primordial dust, the origin of all things in creation and destruction, the nothingness. Suddenly he felt something changing within his body and soul and he quickly recognized what was happening. As he was randomly sitting under the God Tree, Yaku managed to touch the basic comprehension level of the Tao of Dust. The first comprehension level of Tao was called the profound mystery level because one had comprehended the profound mystery of the Tao and broke the mysterious veil of unknown around the Tao and it became clear to him. While Yaku was not at that level, he was rather far, but he could feel the embryonic form of Tao of Dust swelling in his soul. Just that tiny gray speck of dust inside his soul increased the power of his dust release several times over. Who would have thought that this simple mission would allow me to experience an epiphany? Yaku smiled as he conjured a cube of dust release on his palm, noticing that the power of his dust release was stronger by approximately 270%, which was absolutely frightening, but that was the power of Tao comprehension. It was like using an ability that one didn't understand and using an ability that one understood perfectly. Not only that, but the consumption of chakra went down by 40%, which was a tremendously high number. And this was only the start. The moment he comprehended the Tao of Dust and achieved a profound mystery level from the embryonic form, then the power of his dust release should be 10 times of normal state. Now he understood why the Ōtsutsuki cultivators could fight several of those who didn't practice the evolutionary cultivation when on the same tier and at the same time and win easily. Only by becoming a saint could he participate in the higher level battlefield and fight with the top powerhouse of the Starvale origin world. Yaku hated to admit it, but even despite all of his advantages, if he encountered some automaton with an installed psionic energy fusion reactor, then he would be at a severe disadvantage. Several hours after he managed to comprehend the embryonic form of the profound mystery of Tao of Dust, he suddenly felt several spaceships approaching the planet Dirya from the end of the solar system. All of them were of the automaton design and belonged to them. It seemed that the honored guests were here. Though simultaneously, Yaku had a very bad feeling about that. Something in his prediction probably went wrong. Chapter 26, Crown Prince of Ōtsutsuki vs. Commander Automaton, 1. Instantly, 3 figures appeared next to Yaku was stood up from his cultivation season as all of them sensed the incoming mini-fleet of the automatons. I see that this isn't going according to the protections. Muzaka muttered with a slight frown as Yaku was forced to agree with him begrudgingly. One of the big weaknesses of the divinations carried out through the Senrin Jonagon was that they didn't need to be always 100%. That was because one could attain precise future sight only by comprehending and attaining high mastery over the Tao of Fate, Tao of Karma or Tao of Time. What the Senrin Jonagon did was just show the highest possible future and the highest possible outcome. Even that was something that could give the Ōtsutsuki clan and the divine lineage Ōtsutsuki's tremendous advantages. Yet, it seems that this time, something must have changed during the time Yaku carried out the divination about the next wave of automatons coming to the planet Dirya and the time they spent on the planet. It doesn't change anything. If it were that dangerous, then I would have been warned already, so this is still within our capabilities. What Yaku was talking about was another ability of the Senrin Jonagon, and that was threat detection. With the omniscient he was right now using, he could peer into the fleet of automatons, as they didn't have any methods to resist his sight and saw the army of automatons that came here. Commander. B-grade Commander Automaton, this is problematic, but still, nothing that we can't handle. Yaku stated with a stern voice. All of his previous casualness was long gone the moment he saw Commander Automaton standing on the deck of the ship. It was of Arachne-type automaton, shaped like Arachons of the Evernight High Council. But fortunately, one without psionic energy. If it had psionic energy, then Senrin Jonagon would have already sensed it, so it was the better variant. And how do you want to deal with Commander faster than they could obtain a foothold? Muzaka asked the Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan as Yaku pondered over the plan before he decided on a rather dangerous course of action. We will attack the commanding ship directly and destroy the commander before it can do anything. If I could draw the commander into fight one-on-one, then it wouldn't have time to coordinate the forces of the automatons. Commanders were special grade of automatons that had greatly enhanced computing capabilities and were always leading the armies of automatons to battle. Their computing capabilities were advanced to the point where they could predict the future moves of their opponents during the fight. Fortunately, Yaku was able to counter this with his Senrin Jonagon. Its prediction capability when it came to things that would happen in the near future was pretty advanced and accurate even without the comprehension of Tao of Fate or similar. Right now, they are approaching the planet and they would be landing on the former fortifications of the automatons on the bigger continent. We need to prevent the commander from landing down, so we will shoot down his ship during the landing because, during that, it would be most vulnerable. Most of the spaceships were most vulnerable when they were landing down on the ground and Yaku planned to shoot the main ship where the commander automaton was during that time. If he was lucky, not only would he have injured Commander Automaton and forced the machine to fight him in a duel, but also destroy a large part of their army they brought with them. Because there were tens of thousands of automatons. Fortunately, most of them were no threat, even if they were large in numbers. The only thing they needed to do was to not fall into some of their formation and traps. If that happens, then even he could be killed by them. Deciding on the course of action, Misaka and Yuko flew towards the place where the automaton ships were supposed to land, as they used some stealth techniques to hide from the automaton scanning technology. It didn't take long for Misaka and Yuko to arrive at the destination, while Jiraka and Kirihara remained with the god tree as extra protection in case something happened. The god tree was their priority and it must be guarded all the time. We are good. Seeing that they were close enough to see the ship from the ground as it was slowly descending from orbit, Yuko started conjuring a small cube of dust release before he shook his head and dismissed it. Instantly a greenish chakra cloak appeared around his body, as his Tensei Sharingan shined brightly, activating the cosmic chakra projection. This was a special technique, essentially a heightened transformation unique to those who possess the Tenseigin. Behind Yuko, 6 truth-seeking balls were circulating, only contrary to ordinary truth-seeking balls, which were orbs of malleable black chakra which could alter their form and characteristics in various ways. These ones were of greenish color. Yuko then conjured 6 cubes of dust release and fused them together with his truth-seeking balls before he took all 6 of dust release, infused truth-seeking balls into his balls and held descended into unaware automatons. Silver will reincarnation dust annihilation. As he grasped the 6 dust release-infused truth-seeking balls, an enormous silver typhoon shot towards the incoming automaton ships, mainly towards the biggest of them, which was the ship of Commander Automaton. Before anyone could react, from 4 ships that were descending from the orbit, the 3 smaller ones were instantly destroyed as they exploded into a huge cloud of fire and a sea of explosions. The biggest ship, the commanding one, was a different story because it was only severely damaged. Still, fortunately, Yuko achieved his goal, as the ship started crashing down because the engines were destroyed together with large parts of the ship. Still, it was made from superior materials and even had some passive energy shields activated, so Yuko didn't manage to destroy the entire ship. Nevertheless, he was satisfied with the result. He managed to bring down the majority of the ships, together with severely damaging the main ship of the automatons. With the omniscient view of Senran Jonagan, he saw that approximately 80% of the automatons were destroyed with the first wave of attacks. This was a splendid result. Destroy any D-grade and C-grade automaton that exit the rubble, don't play with them and finish them as soon as possible. Yuko said to Misaka, who grunted and transformed into his semi-werewolf form as his height increased by another 1 meter and silverfish fur appeared all around his body, his hands turned into wolf claws and his tooth became sharper than swords. Chapter 27, Crown Prince of Ōtsutsuki vs. Commander Automaton, 2. Seconds later, from the flaming rubble of the spaceship, the enormous towering figure of Commander Automaton appeared. Yuko scrutinized the Commander Automaton with his Senran Jonagan and Tensei Sharingan, seeking any kind of weakness, weak spot or opportunity to attack. The commander's automaton looked like Arachne, with the upper body of a humanoid and the lower body that of a spider. Its body was composed of a sturdy metal framework, providing structural integrity and support for the various mechanical parts, made from top-notch B-grade alloys and metals, giving its body extremely tough defenses. Considering the fact that the commander automaton was completely unscathed, it was understandable, for an elite commander automaton. Yuko saw that its abdomen housed its core control systems, including a sophisticated array of sensors, processors, and power sources. The power source on which the command automaton worked was, fortunately, nuclear fission. That was a good thing because it was not psionic energy. These components worked in harmony to regulate and coordinate the golem's movements, balance, and sensory perception. The sensors included cameras, infrared scanners, or other specialized devices to enhance its awareness of the surroundings. On top of that, it even incorporated several additional features, mainly the retractable spinnerets that can deploy strong synthetic silk. Naturally, the synthetic silk was not strong enough to bind powerful experts and Yuko could cut through it with his sword, but he would need to be careful around Commander Automaton. In its 2 pairs of human hands, it was holding 2 swords and 2 hands were transformed into cannons, probably firing some kind of highly destructive energy, capable of easily injuring even Tier 2 Ōtsutsukis. I need to be careful and fast. Yuko thought as he gripped his katana, assuming the stance of Iato and activated his third eye, which he felt was draining his chakra at a steady pace. Heavenly Cut. He drew out his katana in a flash and performed a standard move from Heaven's Blood sword style, aiming at one of the hands of the commander automaton holding the energy cannons. The first thing to do was to deprive the enemy of advantages. He needed to destroy the possibility of Commander Automaton fighting long-ranged. Before Commander Automaton could react, Yuko was already quite a distance behind him as the severed cannon limb of Commander Automaton fell onto the ground. Yet, Commander Automaton wasn't bothered by the loss of one of his cannons, as he quickly turned around and fired a concentrated beam of pure energy at Yuko, forcing the Ōtsutsuki Crown Prince to dodge swiftly. Yuko was barely able to dodge the energy projectiles as the Commander Automatons closed the distance between the two of them and attacked the Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan with its swords and even its legs. Only now, Yaku realized that he underestimated Commander Automaton because it was far faster than he anticipated and all of its attacks were extremely precise and perfectly executed, mainly thanks to perfect calculations done by the automaton. At the same time, Yaku had no problem countering them or dodging them because of his experiences in combat, and at the same time, he was constantly using the future sight of the Senrinjanigan dojutsu during the fight. As he dodged the incoming sword strike from Commander Automaton, he suddenly noticed that something penetrated his stomach slightly, even tearing through his samurai-plated armor. He landed on the ground, as he instantly used the cosmic chakra projection to condense one small truth-seeking ball and put it on his injury. At the same time, the patterns on his third eye started rotating and he unleashed one of the most potent techniques. 7-path techniques, Deva Path, Shinra Tensei. Instantaneously, Commander Automaton was shot several tens of kilometers away like a cannonball through the heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god technique of Senrinjanigan. This gave him precious time to recuperate his wounds. Damn, it was poisoned by chakra-eating poison. Yaku cursed because the chakra-eating poison was problematic to deal with and was specifically targeting the chakra of Ōtsutsuki's. Naturally, he had some means to deal with it, but during the fight, it would be more dangerous for him. Even with the future sight, I could only go toe-to-toe with B-grade Commander Automaton. This one would give trouble to even the majority of Tier 3 beings. He was sure that even if 2 of the werewolves reached Tier 3, then they would have a very hard time dealing with the B-grade Commander Automaton as long as they didn't use some of their hidden cards to deal with the machine. Yaku didn't waste any time, as he took out a small vial filled with thick greenish liquid and gulped it in one go. It was the antidote against the chakra-eating poison, rather a precious thing even in the Ōtsutsuki clan, and a small vial would cost tens of thousands of cosmos crystals. While at the same time, he conjured another truth-seeking ball in his left hand that was flaming with green chakra as hundreds of small projectiles were shot toward the place where the Commander Automaton crashed. Unfortunately, as I am not Saint Realm, my clairvoyance isn't very strong and I could only predict a limited amount of things in such a short time. Not to mention, that fucking machine is borrowing the computing power of others. It didn't take Yaku long to realize what was happening, as Commander Automaton was borrowing the computing powers of all automatons on planet Dirya to counter his own clairvoyance of Senrinjanigan. Musaka instantly destroy as many of those scraps of metal as possible. He sent a telepathic message to his friend because this would deprive Commander Automaton of the sole thing that was hindering Yaku's Senrinjanigan and the future sight. Heaven's Blood Sword Style, Heavenly Cut. He gripped his katana, which was flaming with greenish cosmic projection chakra, and slashed forward, destroying several tens of energy beams that were shot at him by the Commander Automaton. Even despite the fight that was going on, the machine was in relatively good condition. It was very hard for Yaku to damage the damned thing without explicit usage of dust release, which was boosted by the Tao of Dust on embryonic form of profound mystery level. Seeing that, Yaku decided to change the strategy and started keeping the distance from Commander Automaton. At the same time, Musaka transformed into his final state and started destroying the automatons left and right at lightning speed. Obviously, Commander Automaton wanted to prevent that because he was borrowing computing power from all of the machines to render his opponent's clairvoyance relatively useless. It knew that with it, the Ōtsutsuki would have a huge advantage during the fight. This was a common strategy of automatons when dealing with the Ōtsutsuki clansmen. Fundamentally, it worked splendidly, and only some of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen that comprehended related Daos could outmatch the absolutely frightening computing capabilities of some high-tiered automatons that were borrowing computing powers of servers as large as continents. Chapter 28, Crown Prince of Ōtsutsuki vs. Commander Automaton, 3. Soon enough, as more and more automatons were being destroyed by Musaka Calicratos, who entered his final wolf transformation, the computing capabilities of the Comnator automaton were decreasing at a fast pace. And as the computing power of Commander Automaton recreated, the fight graduated to a new level. Yaku was able to hit the Commander Automaton more and more often, even managing to slash off the second limb, which was holding the energy cannon. At the same time, Commander Automaton was attacking more and more ferociously, faster and stronger, because it was aware that the moment his computing power fell below a certain threshold, he wouldn't be able to counter the future sight of his opponent. Just as Commander Automaton was about to attack Yaku after another exchange, the Crown Prince of Ōtsutsuki clan grinned as he outstretched his palm and Commander Automaton stopped where he was before he was thrown at the lightning speed away. His trump card, which was hiding for some time, had shown its worth. Magnetokinesis. And special ability he obtained after awakening his bloodline. He was hiding this ability as a trump card against the automatons. It paid off because the very own second Commander Automaton crashed onto the ground. Yaku conjured a huge cube of dust release and shot a concentrated beam of dust release directly at the Commander Automaton. In a split of a moment, the Commander Automaton lost major parts of its mechanical body as left part of its humanoid body was missing entirely, together with 2 of its spider legs. Still, the Commander Automaton started rebooting itself as it started working on emergency mode. Even Yaku was surprised that the Comnator automaton could still go on, but he knew that these machines, especially the elite units, had several power cores inside their bodies so they could continue going on even under the most severe conditions. Not to mention, Yaku could see that tiny nanomachines were already repairing the Commander automaton at a slow pace. Probably within a few hours, large parts of his body would be repaired. Considering the state the Commander automaton was in, it was a rather fast pace. the nanotechnology of the automatons was incredibly advanced to keep them going even in this state. Considering the situation, the commander automaton went all out, as it redirected all of the automatons in this location to rush here and attack the crown prince of Ōtsutsuki clan with everything they had. At the same time, Mazaka Kratos was doing everything to destroy as many of them as possible, so Yuko won't be overwhelmed by the endless hordes of machines, as there were still thousands of them. Even though most of them were weak, very weak, but they had numbers and could employ some trap formation, in this level of fight, even 1 second of opportunity could decide over life and death. Not giving the commander automaton any more time, Yuko activated his magnetokinesis to the maximum as he controlled several hundred tons of debris from the automaton spaceship and shot it all towards the commander automaton. At the same time, the commander automaton was dodging the flying debris from its ship. Yuko was conjured 10 of cubes of the dust release as his katana hovered around him, prepared to be used as a defense measure in case he was attacked. Not even a moment later, as Commander Automaton dodged an amorous piece of metal, he was hit by a beam of dust release, disintegrating another of his remaining spider legs, as the machine lost balance and fell onto the ground. Instantaneously, the nanomachines that were preparing the commander automatons devoured some of the metal debris from the spaceship and created new limbs for the commander automaton in a split of a moment. Obviously, these limbs were much weaker than the original ones and they were even poorly added because it was made with tremendous haste. Yet, Commander Automaton didn't have any other choice. Unfortunately for him, his calculations proved to be inefficient when countering the future sight of his opponent, as most of the other automatons with strong computing power were already destroyed by Mazaka Kratos. Yuko grinned, seeing that the automaton was regaining his mobility as he clapped his hands and all 10 of dust release cubes exploded and transformed into huge beams of concentrated dust release shooting towards the commander automaton. Now that he comprehended the Tao of dust to embryonic form of profound mystery level, its destructive prowess were absolutely frightening as everything that the commander automaton threw to stop the beams were turned into nothingness. Immediately he was hit by 4 beams, obliterating the upper part of his body. Now only his spider part remained. As the more humanoid part of the body remained, its combat prowess was lowered by approximately 70%. Suddenly, as Yuko was already sure that Commander Automaton was destroyed, he heard beepings as his pupils constricted and enormous explosions happened as the Commander Automaton self-exploded almost within 1 second. Everything in diameter of several kilometers was turned into wastelands and myriads of explosions because Commander Automaton ignited the nuclear fission reactor in his lower spider body, causing the explosion to have tremendous power. Fortunately, this was super high-level planet. If it was an ordinary planet not strengthened by nature energy, then it would have long ago been severely damaged from the self-destruction of Commander Automaton. Damn it, hopefully, that horned idiot is okay. Yuko. Several minutes after the explosions quieted down, Mazaka came to the place where Ōtsutsuki Yuko was fighting against Commander Automaton. As Mazaka was master in controlling aura and life force, he could sense that his friend was still living, but he was injured pretty seriously from the explosion. As the dust settled from the explosions, Mazaka was finally able to localize Yuko, who was barely able to walk. His armor was seriously damaged, and he was bleeding from his eyes and all around his body. There were countless burn marks on his skin. Fortunately for the Crown Prince of Ōtsutsuki clan, in the last second, he was able to activate some of the defensive Fuinjutsu seals that blocked some of the explosion's power, and his armor also did some help. Due to his powerful bloodline, he was also slowly healing, but he could feel that he got it rather badly as he expedited most of his chakra to survive the explosion. Seeing that Mazaka was already here, he saw that the werewolf air was rushing towards him, and as soon as he arrived, he used some of the healing techniques to stabilize his state. "You look like shit, didn't see that." Yuko could sense heavy sarcasm in his voice but chose not to comment on that. It was his own arrogance that he didn't keep using the Senrin Jonigan's future sight to the last moment of the fight, and the Commander Automaton used the window of opportunity to self-destruct. If he were weaker, he would have died. When Yuko could move his right hand properly, he took out low-grade chakra fruit from his dimensional space and ate it in one go. Instantly he felt his chakra reserves being filled by another 30% to 40% and his injuries were disappearing at a visible rate. Chapter 29, Aftermath and Gains. After the preliminary healing and eating of the chakra fruit, Yuko was in a state where he could fly and teleport once again, as most of his injuries, especially the most grievous ones, were already slowly healing. Fortunately, Yuko had a few low-grade chakra fruits. These were given to him by his mother in case he was severely injured, like this time. With single low-grade chakra fruit, Yuko was able to regain enough chakra for his tremendous regeneration to kick in and heal in record time. Even the low-grade chakra fruit was priced at around 1 million cosmic crystals across the Starvale origin world, and the price was even higher according to what Yuko heard when some of the powerful elders sold them to the stronger origin world. Coupled with Mazaka's healing techniques, after 20 minutes, he was out of any danger and his state was stable. Even though his healing techniques were not something very special and Mazaka wasn't proficient with them, it still did a great job. Manipulation of life force often proved to be one of the best methods of self-healing or healing others, even though it was one of the most basic healing methods. Obviously, he would need at least a few days to heal completely, but at least now, his injuries were not worsening. "Come on, we can return back to the God Tree. I will send puppets to pick up these scraps." Right now, Yuko planned to rest and recuperate completely while sending puppets to clear out the straps that had remained from the automatons. He was sure that after the loss of commander automatons, several ships filled tens of thousands of automatons. Not to mention, this planet wasn't that precious to the automatons to the point where they would be sending here more and more automatons. Even though these losses may sound meager to the automatons, they were actually huge, considering what they could gain. Assuming the fact that the Ōtsutsuki were pushing the front and conquering one star cluster after another, they had more pressing problems. Yuko knew that clan already started sending even some holy lords to the depths of the unknown regions. Unnamed subcontinent, planet Dirya, God Tree Sapling. When Yuko returned to the unnamed subcontinent together with Misaka, he was welcomed by a Kirihara bear hugging, which was already worried about him. Evidently, she was watching everything through her Senran Jonagon and saw how he was fighting against Commander Automaton. Kirihara didn't say anything as she started wordlessly tending to his injuries. With her Tensei Sharingan, she saw that his chakra pathways were a mess, injured from overusing his chakra, and if not for the low-grade chakra fruit, he would be facing severe chakra exhaustion. You look terrible, but with this, you should be healed within a few days. Kirihara said as she finished applying medicine to his wounds. While she was having a hard time of expressing it, even Yuko noticed that she was worried about his well-being, which made him smile lightly. Thanks for your help. Yuko thanked her as she huffed before he sat cross-legged down below the God Tree Sapling, which was close to blooming and becoming a full-fledged God Tree. As he looked at the towering form of the God Tree, he calculated that it would need a few more years to grow fully and then this planet would be theirs. It seemed that the germination time of the God Tree was lower than he initially expected, but right now, after the main dangers were dealt with, it didn't matter. After Yuko activated his third eye a few times, he didn't sense any danger for the incoming years, so everything was okay. Then he sat cross-legged below the God Tree as he let nature take its course because his self-healing factor was already working at 110%. Meanwhile, Yuko was healing from the injuries. His other three companions stood on guard in case something happened, just to be sure. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara was occasionally checking on him to see if he was healing properly and not accumulating any hidden injuries. He was also fed with several types of different medicine, some of which were pretty precious even to them, but due to overusing his chakra, he injured his chakra network and chakra coils, which could have disastrous aftermath if not healed properly. As he predicted, within several days, Yuko healed to 100% and he was going through the spoils of war together with Kirihara. They managed to gather a lot of things after the automatons and all of them were worth a lot of cosmic crystals. When he returned several days ago to the God Tree, he ordered the artifact spirit of the warship to dispatch the puppets to clean out the debris after the automatons, collect everything so nothing would remain there. And it paid off because they managed to gather things worth millions of cosmic crystals. This was a staggering number for the ordinary person in the Starvale origin world. Truth to be told, this would be an extraordinary amount even for powerful Saint Realm cultivators. Just the remains of the automaton ship that was not destroyed by his dust release was worth of more than 2 million cosmic crystals. Not talking about tens of thousands of automaton bodies ranging from F grade to C grade, which were worth another 1 million cosmic crystals, mainly due to their sheer number. With other things, they managed to gather things worth of 3-5 million cosmic crystals, which were divided 70:30 between Yuko and Misaka. As Yuko destroyed most of the things and defeated Commander Automaton, he took things of approximately worth of 2,450,000 cosmic crystals. There was also a fact that Misaka wasn't interested in taking a larger part of the loot, despite his attendant's remark about the situation. In the end, this results in rightful concerns of Jiraki about the future of the werewolf tribe. While for now, they would be useless to him at large, later, when he would go to the origin worlds that maintain some trade and relationship with the Ōtsutsuki clan, he would have some money to pay for things. Though he knew that sooner or later, he would need a tremendous amount of cultivation resources in the later stages and the clan was providing only that much, so the rest laid on his own shoulders. Either through the money he gathered or by completing the missions issued by the clan. All that being said, Yuko was pretty much satisfied with the end of the automaton's attempts to take the planet Dirya. Even though he almost died from the self-destruction of Commander Automaton if not for his fast reaction. Chapter 30, God Tree. Another 3 years later, planet Dirya. Another 3 years have passed like a flowing river as the God Tree would be blooming at any given time. It has already reached the highest stage of its growth it could possibly reach and Yuko could sense that it would be blooming at any given time. When it bloomed, it would give birth to a chakra fruit, either it would give birth to several low-grade chakra fruits numbering at least 15, considering the size of a planet and the tiers of corpses they used for the germination. Or it would give birth to 1 or 2 high-grade chakra fruits if they are lucky. Unfortunately for Yuko, during the past 3 years, he didn't move with his comprehension of the Tao of Dust, which was still stuck at the embryonic form of profound mystery level. This was undoubtedly frustrating for him. Nonetheless, he knew there was nothing he could do about it aside from being patient. He knew that he would need a few more decades until he comprehended the Tao of Dust to the profound mystery level from its embryonic form. Apparently, achieving the state of enlightenment like before was much harder than it seemed and previously, it was just a piece of luck. Today as usual, Yuko was sitting and meditating under the God Tree, as he suddenly felt the nature energy started shifting from the ley lines towards the God Tree and then the density of the nature energy in the air was decreasing at a rapid pace. This was a sign of the god tree blooming as it was absorbing all of the nature energy from the planet. After it bloomed, it would condense the chakra fruit and the planet would be devoid of any life for upcoming centuries. After a few centuries, the Ōtsutsuki clan may come here once again to plant the god tree. This was possible only on the high-level planets and super high-level planets because those were much stronger and could withstand the god tree to a certain degree. For ordinary worlds, it would completely destroy their ley lines, rendering them death worlds, only useful for mining ores and metal and other materials. Soon enough, he sensed several bloody red fruits appearing on the top of the god tree, which had fully bloomed. Instantly, Yako went into action as he executed the technique and took control of the god tree. 7 Paths Technique, God Tree Control. His Senrin Jonagan shined brightly as a beam of chakra shot from his third eye towards the god tree, essentially binding himself to the god tree, which was right now under his absolute control. 7 Paths Technique, God Tree Control Technique was a crucial hidden technique that allowed Ōtsutsuki to fully control the god tree like it was an extension of his own will. This technique of the 7 paths was only taught to the main family members. For the branch clansmen, they were taught a simplified skill for the god tree manipulation, which would give them way lesser control over the god tree. There were even a few cases when the branch clansmen were killed due to weak willpower when they attempted to control the god tree. Now, with the god tree, the planet Dirya could be considered fully under our control and we can move on to another one. Yako muttered as he would get 1,000 contribution points for this mission as he brought this planet into the fold of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Ordinary planets were worth around 100 contribution points at max, high-level planets were worth something between 500 contribution points to several thousand, depending on their precise conditions and environment. And super high-level planets were worth above 5,000 contribution points. Though the destruction of Commander Automaton would fetch him another few hundred of contribution points and he would soon have more than 10,000, which should be enough to exchange for some precious treasures. Coupled with his status, he could get his hands on some good things. Now we need to wait until the fruits are ripe a few months before harvesting them, and then the clan can send someone to take over. Probably a few members from the branch clan would come and work on the planet Dirya, as there were tens of thousands of them, but that was for what the foot soldiers existed in the first place. Due to limitations placed on them, all branch clansmen could maximally reach only Tier 3 if they didn't undergo the Ancestral awakening and became ascended members of the main family, where their limitations would increase up to Tier 4 maximally. Yako said as he looked at the god tree, seeing that Kirihara was meditating under the god tree while 2 werewolves went somewhere to train because, for them, it was already boring in this place. Though not for Jiraki, as he was a far more patient person, but his lord, Muzaka was making much more trouble with his impatient nature. The 2 members of the werewolf tribe were training together on one of the continents where they didn't need to care about the collateral damage. In those places they could fight however they wished because fighting in the vicinity of the god tree was unacceptable. There was the possibility of injuring the god tree and as even the slightest injury to the god tree would provide a great setback, Yako sent 2 of them as far as possible from the god tree if they wished to spar. As he closed his eyes, he suddenly noticed that Kirihara was walking towards him with a smirk on her face, probably delighted from successfully planting and germinating god tree on the planet Dirya. It seems that the mission has been a success, Kirihara said as she sat down next to Yako, who nodded in agreement as he observed his fiancée, who gracefully sat down. Yes, we now only need to wait until the fruits are bloomed and we can harvest them before reporting to the administration bureau of the clan and either take the next mission or return back home. Like him, Kirihara was keen on going on a few more missions. As she was already more than 700 years old and preparing to break through to the Saint Realm, she was saving up contribution points. That was because she wanted to exchange for some good things that could aid her in reaching the Saint Realm and also after she reached the Saint Realm, she could enhance her strength several times. Last time I was surfing through the reports from the unknown regions, I noticed that there was an increased presence of divine energy sensed in certain planets. The clan even issued some missions to investigate it. I am thinking of going over to take a look, even if the gods sent someone to cause chaos here, it wouldn't be probably anyone stronger than lesser god. Yako then proposed as he thought over something and his fiancée agreed with him because she wanted some kind of revenge on gods as she suffered a loss at the hands of Jashin last time. Chapter 31, Fruit Blooms and Contribution Comes. After another 2 years spent on the planet Dirya, the time finally came as the god tree gave birth to the chakra fruits as they were finally ripe for taking. It was even shorter than he anticipated, as his 3 eyes were looking at the chakra fruits with anticipation. The god tree planted on the planet Dirya birthed 5 high-grade chakra fruits, which was a lot, but considering the quality of fertilizer and the fact that this was a high-level planet with extremely potent nature energy, it was to be expected. So, are you going to do it or should I? Yako asked his fiancée as they were together, looking at the chakra fruits with the same gleam in their eyes because they knew they could keep one for each of them while only needing to hand over the remaining 3. This was another privilege for the divine lineage clansmen or some special myriad Ōtsutsuki, who could keep the yield of their work. Usually, even the members of the main family needed to hand over the chakra fruits they obtained from harvesting the god's tree. You could go. Kirihara said as Yako then flew away and appeared above the god tree, carefully harvesting the chakra fruits as they were pulsating with great power. Even though they were cultivated without the sacrifice of the Ōtsutsuki branch clansmen, they still contained tremendous power. Yako then harvested all 5 of them, keeping 3 of them inside of his dimensional space, while he passed one of the high-grade chakra fruits to his fiancée and kept one to himself. Right now, it was the best time to eat them and increase their strength before they departed for the next mission. As the god tree took root on the planet, the entire planet was essentially a safe domain for the Ōtsutsuki clan. Even if they were attacked by some powerful Tier 3 entity, Yuko was confident in fending them off with the help of the god tree. God trees were also a reason why nobody was that foolish to actually even think about attacking planet Tengaku, where the Ōtsutsuki clan lived, because the entire planet had hundreds, if not thousands, far more majestic god trees. Some of them were millions of years old and their purpose was not creating chakra fruits, but rather they were specifically created to serve as a defensive measure against the enemies of the Ōtsutsuki clan. We should eat the chakra fruits right now before we take another mission. Right now the chakra fruit is fresh and from the fertilizer, I can say it contains more power than the average high-grade chakra fruit. Yuko stated, to which Kirihara agreed with his statement, as both of them sat down cross-legged below the god tree and started eating the high-grade chakra fruits. When Yuko bit into the chakra fruit, he suddenly felt a tremendous amount of chakra entering his body from the fruit. He instantly circulated the celestial chakra manual to properly distribute the chakra around his entire body not to damage his chakra pathways and chakra coils that were absorbing and transporting that enormous amount of chakra. After several minutes he ate the entire high chakra fruit. Afterward, he started immediately cultivating the sutras of the celestial chakra manual, slowly assimilating the power he gained from eating the chakra fruit. He felt that his chakra reserves were increased steadily within the upcoming hours during his arduous cultivation season, not to mention, as he ate the chakra fruit, his comprehension of Tao of Dust that was on embryonic form of profound mystery level increased slightly from eating the chakra fruit. Interesting, so this is the effect of the old path. Even though my comprehension has increased a bit by eating the chakra fruit, I can feel that it is different from comprehending it myself, like it is missing something. Yuko was instantly able to tell the difference as he then focused on the Tao of Dust on embryonic form of profound mystery level and started understanding what he gained from eating the chakra fruit. For the next several days, Yuko was completely able to master the things he obtained from eating the high-grade chakra fruit, especially the comprehension of the Tao of Dust of embryonic form of profound mystery level. Now he felt that his dust release was once again strengthened by another 5%, which may not seem a lot, but it was actually a tremendous increase. Not to mention with the help of cultivation of the celestial chakra manual, he was able to control his newly increased chakra reserves without any side effects. Yuko felt that if he were to undergo the test of the clan, he would be around 3rd grade Tier 2 Ōtsutsuki clansman. While he was not at the peak of Tier 2, he was already pretty much nearing it, and reaching the peak of Tier 2 meant that he could start slowly preparing to break through to the Saint Realm like Kirihara. While Kirihara reached 3rd grade of Tier 2 rather long ago, her combat prowess was actually much lower compared to Yuko because the Crown Prince was born with something that overpowered like dust affinity and even awakened the rather strong ability of magnetokinesis. That felt good. Yuko muttered as he opened his eyes, only to see that Kirihara was still engrossed in deep meditation. Deciding that he needed to report to the clan, he opened his hollow brain and reported the results of the mission to the Administration Bureau of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Admission of the completed mission has been successful. You have been awarded 1,500 contribution points for completing the mission on planet Dirya. For causing a certain degree of damage to the automatons, mainly destroying the commander automaton, you have been awarded 500 contribution points. Yuko read the messages from the administration hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan, as he smiled slightly before he took another mission and closed the hollow brain. After he returned back to the clan, he would need to hand over the remaining high-grade chakra fruits, for which he would also receive some contribution points. Thought right now, his account was holding more than 10,000 contribution points, which was a lot. Now he would just wait until Kirihara completed her cultivation season, which was taking a lot more time than his. Probably her gains would be bigger considering her already actually higher power base, as she was close to reaching the Saint Realm than he was. For Yuko, it wasn't a problem to reach Saint Realm because he needed only some time to comprehend the Tao of Dust completely to the profound mystery level and congeal a Tao rune form the Tao of Dust in his soul. Another requirement was only perfecting the genetic code through eating the chakra fruits, which wasn't any problem for most of the Ōtsutsuki clansmen of the divine lineage and even for many of the main family. Chapter 32, Searching for the Clues. Somewhere in the Starvale origin world, unknown regions of space. Several days have passed since their merry little groups left the planet Dirya. They soon enough arrived within the star cluster, where the clan has noticed some remnants of the divine power. When they noticed that there were remnants of the divine power, it could essentially mean two things. One answer was that gods were operating in this place, which would be pretty weird because it was very far from the Western Cosmic region where the God Alliance was stationed. One of the significant restrictions of being a god was that they couldn't leave far from their divine kingdom. As they have positioned all of their divine kingdoms in the Western Cosmic region, more precisely, they placed it within the core of the Western Cosmic region. Most of the divine kingdom was placed there, which meant that the gods couldn't leave far from that because they would risk great weakening and easy death. The second answer was more intriguing because it would mean the birth of wild gods on the planets, beings that were born from the mixture of nature and worship. They were not that restricted compared to the typical gods that solely depended on faith. Most importantly, the wild gods were absolutely detached from mortal matters. They didn't care about anything aside from maintaining nature. The relationship between the Ōtsutsuki clan and the wild gods was pretty weird because some of them were very hostile to the Ōtsutsuki clan due to the existence of god trees and chakra fruits, some tended to ignore them and some of them even worked together with them. Despite two possibilities, there was also another one, the third one. Instead of either gods or wild gods, it was actually either champion or apostle of the gods. Normally, if the gods wanted to operate far from their divine kingdoms, they would choose to create champions or apostles. As the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan was traversing through the endless space, Yuko was sitting on the commanding chair of the warship, together with Kirihara, who was sitting next to him, as they were observing the stars and planets. Occasionally they would see some black holes or stars imploding because the unknown regions of space were just recently created through the ever-expansion of the Starvale origin world. It was not stable yet and sometimes the rampant energies that ran through the entirety of the unknown regions of space would cause great destruction to the space. Yuko greatly enjoyed traveling stars together with Kirihara as they observed it together, while two werewolves thought it to be boring, so they went to sleep and would wake up only when they arrived at their target destination. No matter how many times I see it, it is still beautiful sight. He heard his fiancée say as they observed another black hole that appeared next to some planet that was quite distant from them and the planet slowly crumbled into pieces and was devoured by the black hole. Yes, and fortunately, we are far from the damn thing because if we were not in the ship, then death would be the only certainty that could await us. Hearing Yuko, Kirihara scoffed at him because, from the two of them, he was pretty much a negativist person, but that was already something that she got used to. They had known each other for several decades already. And recently, they spent around 6 or 7 years on the planet Dirya together, so their relationship grew closer over the passage of time. Right now, we should focus on more pressing matters, especially the situation with the divine power in that the clan picked up in the star cluster. We need to perform divination to see if it are gods or not. Yuko said in a serious voice because he wanted to have this thing over as soon as possible. Dealing with gods wasn't something that he wanted to prolong and if possible, he wanted to get over with this mission and grab the contribution points that the clan was rewarding for completion. Hearing Yuko, she went to work as her Senran Jonagon shined in bright blue color as the pattern swirled before she frowned deeply because the results were not to her taste. Seeing Kirihara like this, Yuko could easily deduce the answer. So either god, very powerful champion at least comparable to lesser god or wild god. Preferably, Yuko would hope for a wild god, as most of them could be reasoned with, especially if he could play his cards right and notify them about automatons. Wild gods absolutely abhorred the machines. Mainly because whenever automatons came, they destroyed the cycle of nature through their relentless plundering of natural resources and even entire worlds. The wild gods didn't have territory and they were not bound to any world or realm within the Starvale origin world. They traversed through the entire Starvale origin world and often fought against the Oshoamtons and, to a certain degree, against a god alliance of the Western Cosmic region because their actions of enslaving entire civilizations or corrupting the worlds were not to their taste. The Ōtsutsuki clan was enemy, neutral or even ally depending on the faction of the wild gods. Some of the wild gods hated them to the core for planting the god trees and sucking life energy from the planets to condense their chakra fruits. Some of them were neutral to the clan and didn't care about them as long as they maintained certain level of cordial existence. At the same time, some were even their allies and would ask the Ōtsutsuki to plant the trees on some worlds belonging to destructive civilizations that would otherwise destroy their worlds with no return. So what should we do next? Kirihara then looked at Yuko because, in the end, he was the leader of the group and was responsible for giving out the orders. We will need to scout each planet personally and perform divinations on each of the planets within this star cluster. This would take around several years to complete if we move fast, but maybe we would be lucky and find our target within a few years. They would need to go from planet to planet and use their Senran Jonagons to perform divination on each planet personally to see if it is the one where the divine power stems from. That sounds like a total pain in the ass. He could agree with her statement, but unfortunately, their warship was not armed with the most advanced scanning systems and even if it was, it would still be highly probable that the divine entities would hide from the scans. Chapter 33, Plot Thinkins. Planet Tengaku, some time earlier. The inner structure of the Ōtsutsuki clan consisted of 9 halls that dealt with the daily matters of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Each one of the halls was led by a Grand Elder who was in charge of the hall and each Grand Elder was an Empyrean realm cultivator. These halls were: Administration Hall was responsible for assigning missions to the clansmen and domestic affairs of the clan, management of the territory and so it was essentially the civilian government of the clan. Enforcement Hall was responsible for the military matters of the clan, rules of the clan and other things, led by only Holy Lord Realm Ōtsutsuki, Ōtsutsuki Kenshin, but the one who had enough power to fight against Tier 5 entities and kill them under some circumstances. Refining Hall, responsible for the development of technologies, integrating chakra with technology, refining artifacts, and other things. Alchemy Hall was responsible for refining pills, working with the chakra fruits and inventing things that could strengthen the clansmen. Sealing Hall was responsible for researching and developing the Fuinjutsu. Scripture Hall was responsible for gathering, inventing and taking care of cultivation methods of evolutionary cultivation or other cultivation systems that they came across in different origin worlds. Martial Hall was responsible for developing and teaching martial arts and weapon masteries. Enlightenment Hall was responsible for the study of Tao, teaching cultivation, and other similar things, and finally, there was Resource Hall, which was responsible for gathering resources for the CLA. Around the time when the planet Dirya was secured for the interests of the clan, the people at the Refinement Hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan received the data from the ships of the automatons. Naturally, this was sent through the artifact spirit of the warship in hopes that the Ōtsutsuki clan would find something useful in the data banks of the ship that belonged to Commander Automaton. Because the commanders were LTs of the automaton race, it was relatively unusual to see one of their kind there, considering that it was automaton made from a B-grade alloy, capable of withstanding the might of Tier 3 Ōtsutsuki. Somewhere in the capital city on the planet Tengaku, within the department responsible for technology, an elderly man from the Ōtsutsuki's main family was deciphering the information from the automaton data banks. One of the Grand Elders of the Ōtsutsuki's clan, Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Ran, was going through the data that their crown prince obtained by destroying Commander Autoampton and his ship. This obviously caught the attention of the Ōtsutsuki clan's attention because they knew that the commanders were rare and wouldn't be sent to unknown regions of space without a good reason. Even the expansion of their territory was not a good reason, something that their crown prince wasn't aware of. That was because it was considered as one of the more sensitive pieces of information within the clan. Especially the fact that each Commander Autoampton required some things to be constructed that even their holy lords would consider treasures, so it was most unusual to see one of them going to such a place as planet Dirya. Thus Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Ran, who was an elderly member of the Ōtsutsuki clan, an older man with long white hair and a long beard, was going through the data as his pupils constricted because he found something very disturbing within the data logs. This needs to be reported to the Patriarch. The Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Ran instantly disappeared from his workshop and appeared in the central hall where the Patriarch was staying to report the important thing. The moment he appeared there, even Patriarch Ōtsutsuki Amakusa was surprised that one of the Grand Elders was coming to meet him personally before he became serious, as this was not a usual procedure. Something must have happened. What has happened, Ran, for you to come here unannounced? Ōtsutsuki Amakusa asked with a severe voice because the Ōtsutsuki clan loved their formalities and protocols. Seeing one of their highest-ranking members ignore them completely signaled that the situation was equally severe. Several hours ago, I got my hands on databanks from Automaton's spaceship belonging to the B-grade Commander Automaton that the Crown Prince Yaku destroyed in the unknown regions of space on planet Dirya. He made a short pause as Patriarch felt pride that his grandson was strong enough to destroy completely Tier 3 Automaton as second-grade Tier 2 Ōtsutsuki, but at the same time, he immediately grew to vary of the situation. And from the databanks, or at least what remained from them as Crown Prince destroyed most of the ship with dust release, I found that the Commander Automaton was there on a mission to meet with Divine Emissary of the Faith God Alliances with orders of securing their alliance on something. As he said that, the atmosphere grew heavy, way heavier and way more tense. Is it the entire Faith God Alliance or just a faction within them? Patriarch Ōtsutsuki Amakusa asked because Faith God Alliance was, as the name implied, just an alliance between various pantheon that grouped together to fight against Evernight High Council and Ōtsutsuki clan. That is the most interesting thing in this. It seems that the Evil God Pantheon is acting behind the backs of the entire alliance. Evil God Pantheon was consisting of the evil gods, and they were not very well accepted within the Faith God Alliance, but aside from the Heaven Pantheon, they were the strongest one in the Western Cosmic region. Interesting, most intriguing, gods are meddling together with the machines, but from a certain point of view, their alliance makes sense. Patriarch Ōtsutsuki Amakusa was an experienced politician and knew very well that since joining the Faith God Alliance, the evil gods were rather restricted in their actions, as they couldn't carry out mass slaughter across the entire Western Cosmic region but only at their own part of it. This certainly earned the ire of many of the evil gods. Many of them were dissatisfied with how things were, but unfortunately, there was no other way because only together with other pantheons were they able to stand strong against the Evernight High Council and Ōtsutsuki clan. But as it seems, they couldn't hold it any longer. Where is Yaku right now? Patriarch Ōtsutsuki Amakusa asked about his grandson because he should be right now traversing the unknown regions of space. He is searching for the signs of the divine power that we sensed within the unknown regions of space. It should probably be the divine power of the divine emissary of the evil gods. Hearing the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Ran say that Patriarch has decided on the next course of action. Send this information to my grandson and inform him to be extra careful and capture that divine emissary alive. It seems that we finally have the opportunity to divide and conquer. Patriarch said with a murderous grin as he looked at the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Ran. Evil God Pantheon was second strongest because it had two overgods which were entities comparable to the paragons of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Not to mention, the Evil God Pantheon was not well liked among the other pantheons and was especially hated by Heaven Pantheon, which was the strongest pantheon with 3 overgods. The other 3 pantheons, the Titan Pantheon, Phoria's Pantheon, and Astral Pantheon, had only 1 overgod each. Chapter 34, Hunt for Divine Emissary, 1. Somewhere in the Starvale origin world, unknown regions of space. As Yaku was having an afternoon tea, or rather just tea, because as they were in space, it was hard to tell what time it was, he was suddenly disrupted as he got a message with the highest grade priority on his holobrain. Divine Emissary from the Evil God Pantheon dealing with the automatons, this is best, just this was missing here. Yaku cursed in his mind because this was practically the last thing he wanted here, just the damned machines were enough for him, but no. There must always be some complications. And this time, the complications were those damned leeches. Change of plans, we finally know the identity of our big bad unknown. Yuko said to his fiancée, who was sitting across him drinking tea that she personally made for him, as she was pretty proficient in the tea ceremonies and it was her hobby, one could say. It seems that evil god Pantheon has sent here divine emissary to gain some kind of alliance or deal with the machines. The moment he said that, Kirihara immediately grew tense because she was aware of the indications of such an act. One wrong move and the entire evil god Pantheon may be besieged by the entire Faith God Alliance. Even right now, their relationships were shit at best, especially with the Heaven Pantheon and Titan Pantheon hating the evil gods with passion. Due to this situation, his grandfather ordered him to capture the divine emissary alive and deliver him to the clan. Then from there on, Ōtsutsuki clan would deliver the divine emissary of the evil god Pantheon to the Heaven Pantheon and just let things flow naturally. At best, they would get civil war within the Faith God Alliance and at worst, it would end with the death of a few scapegoats, probably some elder god and a few paramount gods. Either way, it was a win-win situation for the Ōtsutsuki clan and Evernight High Council, as with one move, they would weaken their enemy. While the Ōtsutsuki clan was powerful and rightfully arrogant of their power and potential, they were not stupid. They were aware that a full-out war against the gods would cause them tremendous casualties even if they were sure of their victory. So, their strategy was to weaken the gods as much as possible before the war happened. Capturing a divine emissary would be no easy task, considering that this was ordered by the leadership of the Pantheon, then their divine emissary should have peaked Tier 2 strength and for some time should be able to execute Strength of Saint Realm Ōtsutsuki. In the end, the divine emissaries were still just mortal humans that got elevated to a special status through the divine powers of the gods. Their fragile human bodies couldn't handle to the overwhelming power of the gods without breaking down after some time. Nevertheless, this didn't make them any less dangerous because depending on which god elevated them, they would obtain some unique abilities of the said god. Neither Kirihara nor Yuko doubted that the divine emissary would be very powerful. Did you get the approximate location? Yuko nodded because, apparently, his grandfather used clairvoyance to see the approximate location of the divine emissary. Nevertheless, unfortunately, it was shielded by the overgods of the evil god Pantheon. Thus they were able to get only the location of a few star systems where the emissary was hiding or waiting for the machines. Not entirely, but the location was lowered to 5-star systems, so it is a good thing. We need to inform the wolves about this development. Yuko said as Kirihara looked a bit sad that their time together was cut short as they had responsibilities to fulfill, but they would have other opportunities. After informing the werewolves about the situation, everyone grew wary because dealing with the evil gods never ended well for anyone. While the evil gods were not the strongest kind of gods, mainly because their divine natures leaned more towards the concepts of evil and curses and other similar things. While their combat prowess wasn't that high compared to, for example, pure combat-type gods or god kings, it was their nature of evil that made them very troublesome opponents. The capture part will be the hardest on the list, not to mention, if the bastard has some divine artifact, it will make the situation even more problematic. The only person among their group who had something akin to a divine artifact was Kirihara with her staff. Even Yuko's sword wasn't any special weapon, just a rather above-average katana that the best refiners of the Ōtsutsuki clan forged. And for that, we need to ambush and capture the divine emissary as soon as possible, and with my knowledge of Fuinjutsu, I should be able to seal the divine emissary for long enough not to allow him to use the divine artifact if he has one. Yuko planned to use the Fuinjutsu to seal the divine artifact of the divine emissary if necessary. He was proficient in the Fuinjutsu enough and he had specifically learned some powerful seals that could be used against gods. While his Fuinjutsu wasn't that strong to seal the entire being of divine emissary as a whole, he had a few seals in his arsenal that should be able to seal the divine artifacts. Yuko methodically prepared himself against the gods because they were the direct threat of the Ōtsutsuki clan within the Starvale origin world. Contrary to the Sage clan, that was ruling parts of the northern cosmic region, and the only contact they had with the Ōtsutsuki clan was in the central cosmic region, where everyone was fighting against each other. Gods were different. Central cosmic region was essentially abandoned and destroyed, devoid of any life. Only occasionally, some life would appear in that damn place due to constant wars and battles between top powerhouses in the central cosmic region. That could work, then only the possessions or transformation are in-game. Kirihara said because of their group, she had already dealt with gods several times. She even killed several lesser gods and countless demigods when she was completing missions on the borders of the Western Cosmic Region and Southern Cosmic Region, so her expertise on these matters was most valuable. Sealing them won't work, really. I am not that powerful. To seal such a thing, to prevent God from possessing its target would require especially high mastery over the Fuinjutsu. He would need to comprehend Tao of Seals to at least true meaning level, which was level after the profound mystery level. Then fast attack and delivering crippling blow as fast as possible. That seemed like the only doable solution to their problem. But we need to control our power. The mission is to capture the divine emissary alive. Yuko said to 3 of his companions as Misaka looked at him with a frown before the werewolf heir voiced his thoughts. Why can't we just kill the bastard and be done with it? As he said that, both members of the Ōtsutsuki clan and even his attendant Jiraki looked at him as if he was an idiot. Because he far valuable alive, essentially living evidence that the evil gods are colluding on something with the machines, and without him being alive, the Heaven Pantheon won't ever do something. Chapter 35, Hunt for Divine Emissary, 2. Strictly speaking, Heaven Pantheon was the enemy of the Ōtsutsuki clan and they wouldn't believe the shit that they said. Though Yaku could see some of the more short-tempered members of the Pantheon believe them even without evidence. Especially some of the archangels created by the Heavenly Father would probably listen to them, as the Ōtsutsuki clan was way less evil than the evil god Pantheon, and some of them, like Uriel, would do everything they could to create a war between Heaven Pantheon and evil god Pantheon. Some of them just needed a reason for the all-out war. But unfortunately, not every time we get what we want, and the Heavenly Father was a wise and intelligent God who won't act against the evil god Pantheon without concrete bulletproof evidence. And naturally, what was the best kind of evidence? The divine emissary himself. What he wants to say is that the Heavenly Father won't act without bulletproof evidence, my lord. He is a very old god and very experienced who is very well aware of the aftermath of an internal war between the pantheons of the Faith God Alliance. Jiraki explained to Mazaka in hopes that the werewolf heir would understand it, but neither of them put their hopes in that. Mazaka wasn't some profound schemer and he just liked to smash things. He was the type who attacked first and then thought. Most unfortunate for the future of the werewolf tribe, but fortunately, he was also the person who hated dealing with politics and other troublesome matters and had a tendency to leave it to his advisors. So that counted as plus. Now, this topic aside, we need to act fast because there is the possibility of the information about the death of Commander Automaton getting into the ears of other gods or divine emissary, and we can't miss this opportunity. After discussing their strategy for some time, Yaku ordered the ship to change the course the star systems, whose location he got from his grandfather as the hunt had started. Fighting the divine emissary of Tier 6 god was something that he at the same time wanted to avoid, but yet, a certain part was boiling in anticipation for the fight. Yaku, as proud member of the Ōtsutsuki clan, hated the concept of godhood with passion, as he hated all of the faith gods. Contrary to cultivators, who termed some of their cultivation stages as god, they weren't gods in a true sense because the only gods that existed were born from faith, mythos, and naturally, there was a very rare breed of gods that were born naturally, so-called innate gods. Still, cultivators named some of their stages after gods, mainly because some cultivation stages had very similar abilities to the gods, and at the same time, some cultivation stages were entirely changing the very own fundamental existence of the said cultivator. Yet the faith gods, as Ōtsutsuki's called them, were disgusting creatures that leached of faith, and if their religions were destroyed and their followers died, then there were only two fates that awaited them. For powerful gods, they would be just stuck at the same stage because their power was so great that they weren't already dependent on faith and could go on even without it. But that wasn't so for the rest of the gods, who would slowly lose all of their power, and in the end, they would die a very slow, agonizing and excruciating death. You should calm down. Your emotions are a mess and the hatred you are releasing right now starts clouding your judgment. Yaku suddenly woke up from his thoughts as he heard the voice of his friend. Because the werewolves were very close to nature, they were adept at sensing someone's emotions and intent, and both Mazaka and Jiraki could sense Yaku's hatred for the gods. Or rather, instead of hatred or disgust for their very own beings. For beings that were slaves to their own power and without faith, they were lesser than worms. For a being that had their fundamental existence overwritten into amalgamations of their faith and mythos. As they were beings that absorbed faith, they were soon remade into the image that their followers and worshippers had of them. Yet, the faith gods, even according to his grandfather, who has ventured into different origin worlds, were a rare breed as they were something they had, something akin to true immortality, because as long as their faith was alive, it was almost impossible to kill them. Not only he but also the rest of the Ōtsutsuki clan despised the gods, especially since they switched to evolutionary cultivation and started comprehending the profoundness of Tao. If not for that, they were slowly but surely heading toward the path of godhood that would slowly be their end. Something that Yaku knew only from his grandfather, but the faith gods or beings that tried to imitate godhood were typically hunted down no matter where they hid. Either because some viewed their entire beings as valuable cultivation resources or from hatred. I apologize for letting my emotions out, now we need to focus on the task, and soon enough, we will arrive at the first star system. Mazaka and Jiraki, you two will go out and engage the divine emissary in combat. Their kind is arrogant even more than Ōtsutsuki's, so you know what to do. Yaku said as both wolves grinned, hearing that as they knew exactly what to do. There was nothing greater than God's pride. Second of the star systems that were on the list. They scouted the first star system rather fast because it was relatively empty, there were only a few stars and a small number of planets. The rest of them were celestial bodies, were asteroids of various sizes. As they arrived at the second star system from the list that his grandfather gave him, Yaku suddenly got a bad feeling when they entered. This sort of precognition was the innate activation of the clairvoyance of his Senrin Jonagon. I think we have found the spot. He said to the remaining three as two werewolves looked at the members of the Ōtsutsuki clan suspiciously, but even Kirihara looked equally serious to her Fantasy as her third eye shined for several seconds as the patterns inside it swirled furiously. Yes, we have 7 habitable planets in this star system, but I can feel weak divine power emitting from that one. Kirihara said as she pointed at one of the 7 planets in this star system, to which Yaku activated the scans of the warship and even used his own Senrin Jonagon to be absolutely sure that they had found their prey. Chapter 36, Hunt for Divine Emissary, 3. Among the types of planets, the mining planets were those with rich mineral resources. These planets are typically rich in various ores, precious metals, and gemstones. Strictly speaking, most of such planets were devoid of most lifeforms found on many planets, and there were no types of flora and fauna either. Geologically, a mining planet may vary in composition, but it generally possesses a diverse range of mineral deposits. It could be an entirely rocky planet or have a combination of rocky and metallic cores. These planets might have undergone geological processes like volcanic activity, tectonic movements, and meteorite impacts, which have contributed to the formation and concentration of valuable minerals. Due to the harsh nature of mining operations, the environment of a mining planet can be desolate and inhospitable. The atmosphere may contain high levels of dust, toxic gases, or other hazardous substances. Barren expanses, rocky terrain, and huge mounds of discarded rock and waste material frequently marred the landscape. The planet before them was typically an example of barren rock without any forests or oceans, just floating pieces of rock in the empty vastness of space. This is probably the ideal mining world. The scans are showing tremendous lodges of various types of ores, and there are even naturally formed chakra stone veins, most unusual. Yaku said as he received the information from the scans of the warship. This unnamed planet wasn't mapped within the star charts of the Ōtsutsuki clan and was even outside of the influence of the clan in the unknown regions of space. That would be for a later date. Now, we need to lock down the space. Artifact Spirit, lock down the space around the planet as stealthy as possible. We don't want the prey to panic. His Feinsei Kirihara said to the Artifact Spirit of the warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan as it carried out the order and locked down the pace. The warship itself was a powerful artifact capable of many things. Even locking down some area of space wasn't a problem for it. The warship naturally had the ability to lock down space, to prevent teleportation and dimensional travel. Unfortunately, this was relatively new technology that the Ōtsutsuki developed, so it had a lot to work with. It could prevent only a certain level of space locking, as it wasn't very advanced, though, for the purposes of the current situation, it should be enough. Preventing one divine emissary from teleporting should be an easy task. Of course, that was considering the fact that the divine emissary won't have some kind of space-related artifact with him, which would teleport him out no matter how strong the space lock was. The divine emissary is right now resting within the depths of one of the cave systems of the planet. We need to lure him out from the caves before we can even move a bit and think about capturing the divine emissary. Yaku said as he opened the projection of the extensive cave system to them. The entire planet was intertwined with countless cave systems, pathways, and other things, making the entire planet a very extensive and complex labyrinth. Muzaka and Jiraki, you two will go down and make a ruckus, forcing the divine emissary to go up. After he exits the caves, we can start the plan. Now, with everything being said, good luck. As the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan finished his instruction, both werewolves went to the small shuttles within the warship, stealthily bringing them to the surface. They were employing the highest level of stealth in case the divine emissary was observing the area, as Yaku was very cautious when dealing with gods. Still, at the same time, he was also aware that compared to the other pantheons within the Faith God Alliance, the Evil God pantheon was the most restricted one. While other pantheons had gods with various purposes and versatile usage, which stemmed from their divinities, the evil gods were almost all combat-oriented or slaughter-oriented, which was very detrimental for them. They lacked people that were skilled in aspects of healing, development, supporting. Yaku even knew that they had only 2 gods of wisdom, which was pretty much embarrassing, and due to that, their danger level wasn't that high when it came to things like spying or gathering information. Though they were making up for this weakness with the number of gods proficient in combat. Fortunately, there is nobody better than making chaos and ruckus than wolves. Yaku said as Kirihara sat next to him and they were watching the life projection of what was happening on the planet as the shuttle with 2 werewolves landed. And what were Jiraki and Mizaka doing to lure out the divine emissary? They started fighting as they unleashed their most powerful forms and started clashing against each other. Just the aftershocks of their battle were enough to penetrate deep within the crust and could be felt hundreds of kilometers away. This continued for several more minutes as they deliberatively fought in such a way as to cause the greatest destruction to their environment as possible, as it paid off approximately after another 20 minutes. He is moving. Yaku heard Kirihara say as the target was moving from its original position, and within 3 minutes, the divine emissary exited the cave system where he was hiding. Soon enough, the live feed in their ship showed the imposing figure of the divine emissary of the evil god pantheon. Both Kirihara and Yaku could deduce that it was some type of mutated and corrupted human. At the same time, the mutation part stems probably from some kind of Radian, most probably post-apocalyptic society, not something rare. Young civilizations that developed too fast in the technological department tended to destroy themselves pretty often. While the corruption stemmed from the influence of the evil gods. The divine emissary was tall, around 3 tall, bulking with muscles with dark skin and a relatively humanoid appearance, still resembling his original race. The corruption of the evil gods was twisting his appearance, giving the divine emissary disfigured appearance on his face or an additional part of limbs. It looks disgusting. Death would be salvation for something like that. Kirihara almost wanted to throw up every time when she saw someone that was deeply steeped in the corruption of the evil gods. The evil gods had a tendency to corrupt their followers, twisting them to their own image for meager bits of their power. Do we wait until they start fighting or now? Yaku just nodded absent-mindedly because he was waiting for them to fight to make him move. the moment of distraction was the most paramount thing in this capture. Chapter 37, Capturing the Target. Naturally, we wait. A proper fisherman always knows when to pull out the bait together with the fish. Right now, the situation wasn't certain because as long as they were not fighting, everything could be reversed. Regardless, once the divine emissary of the evil god pantheon started fighting against the werewolves, then he would become vulnerable. Meanwhile, on the unnamed mining planet, Misaka and Jiraki stopped their fight as they looked at the divine emissary of the evil god pantheon warily because they could sense its power from miles away. Obviously, as the divine emissary was created by Tier 6 god, one of their overgods, its power was nothing to scoff at, even though the very same power was slowly destroying his own existence. In split of a second, Misaka transformed into a much larger, more muscular, and overall a more wolf-like form. In this form, his claws elongate and become more blade-like, his entire body and eyes radiate a silvery glow, and his eyebrows turn extra long with a horn-like curve. When transformed, his physical abilities and senses are greatly enhanced. This was only his initial transformation, as werewolves had more transformations depending on their lineage, and those with royal lineage who could trace their direct ancestry to the mythical beast of Ragnarok, Fenrir, could achieve even more fearsome transformations. The level 1 partial transformation was the one that Misaka was using right now. Then more talented werewolves who attuned themselves to nature and their inner wolf and had some noble blood in them could achieve level 2 werewolf transformation, where they looked like humanoid wolves. Only the royal lineage of the werewolves could achieve level 3 sacred transformation, which only a few of their kind were able to achieve. Yet, the final transformation was giving them such fearsome power to compete even against the strongest Ōtsutsuki cultivators. Faster than the divine emissary of the evil god pantheon could attack, Misaka was faster and blasted an enormous beam of aura, the spiritual energy that each of the werewolves was able to manipulate directly to his face. Divine emissary of the evil god pantheon was shot several kilometers away, crashing into the mountains, as only a huge mushroom of dust remained from him. Not wasting any time, Misaka rushed at the divine emissary, attacking the humanoid with his claws. Claws of the werewolves are razor-sharp claws that are able to create airborne kinetic shock waves powerful enough to destroy the land for miles. Not to mention, skilled werewolves could imbue their claws with their aura, giving them the power to cleave a large mountain in half and blow away any objects in their path. And the werewolves with royal lineage had even extremely potent poison in their claws, a very potent position that was able to kill weaker beings or those without proper poison resistance extremely fast. Unfortunately, the divine emissary was from the evil god pantheon, so the poisons won't be working on him at all. The divine power of one of the evil god overgods would protect its emissary from all kinds of poisons. Still, Misaka wasn't giving the divine emissary any time to breathe, as he kept punching and kicking at the humanoid abomination, completely distracting the attention of the divine emissary, so he was focused on nothing else aside from the ongoing battle. All of this was observed by Yuko, who judged that this was the time, as he started preparing his Fuinjutsu to seal the divine artifacts of the divine emissary. One thing wondrous about the seals and Fuinjutsu as a whole was that one could develop seals almost for anything. And the Ōtsutsuki clan had countless seals for the gods and anything even remotely related to the concept of divinity and godhood. Yuko used his blood as the medium for the Fuinjutsu seals, and on top of that, he tied the seal to the warship to make extra sure that the seal won't be destroyed or breached in a short time. The moment I seal the divine properties on his body, attack him with the strongest illusion you can. Yuko said to his fiancée as she nodded and disappeared from the ship. When he saw that the divine emissary of the evil god pantheon was counterattacking after dodging one of Misaka's punches, Yuko immediately went to work and released the Fuinjutsu seal. Suddenly, on the chest of the divine emissary of the evil god pantheon, a kanji symbol appeared, symbolizing anti-divine, as the divine emissary coughed a mouthful of blood before he was kicked into the stomach by the werewolf air. In a split of a second, another Ōtsutsuki appeared next to him as she swung her staff at divine emissary and used the strongest illusion she could muster to keep the divine emissary in a trance. Meanwhile, this has happened, Misaka attacked the weak spots behind his neck, knocking the divine emissary conscious while he was still in the illusion. All of this happened just within a few seconds, as several more kanji symbols started appearing all around his body. All of them stood for the prison, seal, or anti-divine, anti-energy, and so on. Even Yuko was tired from casting more than 20 Fuinjutsu in that short time, but he soon started recovering. He connected all of the seals to the core of the warship. With this done, it would be nigh impossible for anyone to break the seals. It would either require tremendous power to break through them or someone well-versed in the arts of Fuinjutsu and seal breaking. After the divine emissary was incapacitated, Misaka lifted the divine emissary and brought him back to the warship. Splendid work to everyone, bring that one to the container room, we cannot take any chances with the gods. This ship had a special containment room, which was essentially super high-level prison capable of imprisoning entities up to tier 4 and even some weaker tier 5. To be sure, nothing went wrong with the transportation of the captured target to planet Tengaku. This was because, while Yuko sealed the divine emissary, the thing was, if the overgod who gave him his power wanted, he could easily break the seals. If the divine emissary contacted him, but fortunately, the warship was blocking the connection. Chapter 38, Divine Plot begins. Warship of the Ōtsutsuki clan, in Yuko's personal chambers. Personal chambers of the crown prince of the Ōtsutsuki clan were not as lavish as one would expect from someone of his stature, but they still provided a sense of luxury. It was simple, devoid of any decorations that other people of similar status enjoyed, but contained only the best products that the Ōtsutsuki clan could provide. Yuko was right now drinking Longjing tea that Kirihara provided and brewed as they enjoyed some time of peace. They managed to successfully secure a relatively important planet for the further expansion of the Ōtsutsuki clan and even capture the divine emissary of the evil god pantheon. For this, they surely managed to secure a lot of contribution points to the clan. Where are those two idiots? She asked, annoyed because, after the fight, the two werewolves continued sparring aboard of their ship. In the training room sparring. He sighed as he answered. At least they are not bothering us with their mess. Fortunately, the training room was soundproof and armed with several kinds of seals that prevented the battle from being heard through the entire ship. I have to say that this trip was very fruitful, and we got even to see the space in its glory. It was rare that Yuko got the opportunity to leave planet Tengaku, as his mother wasn't very keen on letting him leave planet Tengaku. Only after he reached peak combat prowess of Tier 2 and after some persuasion could he leave the planet to complete some missions. You are progressing much faster. How long do you think you would need to reach Saint Realm? Kirihara asked him as they were drinking tea in silence. She wasn't a socially most apt person, and most of their meetings were, one could say, weird. Even after all these years, you are very awkward if you want to say something but can't bring yourself to it. While Yuko didn't let it out often, he was pretty observant about people around him. It was not an ability that he was born with, but rather, he had learned how to read people, as it wasn't that hard thing to do. The only one thing that person needed was to be observant enough and capable of noticing even the smallest details, changes in behavior or expressions and so on. He was very good at it, and due to that, he was easily able to tell if someone was lying to him or if someone was hiding something. Hearing that, she frowned at his bluntness, but Yuko was always good at shocking people and he didn't like the flowery speech and dancing around topics. Not talking about the side effects of his speech, which would always throw someone out of his train of thought. Yuko barely remembered things about his past life, even with the perfect memory he had. During the passing decades, his mind was instinctually pushing out most of his memories as human because he lost an attachment to them a long time ago. Even in his first life, Yuko didn't care about the morals of humanity and strictly believed in the survival of the fittest. No matter how advanced the human civilization pretended to be and no matter how sympathetic and moral they played like actors, the survival of the fittest still penetrated through society. Just like everything, it evolved into something new and something else. In the age where everyone was spouting bullshit about equality and other nonsensical things that everyone knew deeply that was just a load of dragon dung, there still existed people superior and people inferior. People who were rich, talented, physically beautiful, or powerful who would be naturally superior to those who were poor, without any particular talent or skill, those who were considered ugly according to standards of beauty, and so on. Such was cruel human nature. At least in the past, everyone was straightforward about it, but now they were hiding it behind the veil of things like equality and other fairy tales. Homo homini lupus est, such was the fundamental truth of human society, and the sole reason why humans adjusted to morals was to prevent the extinction of their very own species. Even though Yuko lived as one of the inferior people, who were often obvious to the truth, he still believed in the ideas of social Darwinism and survival of the fittest. Due to that, he didn't have a problem adjusting to the mentality of the Ōtsutsuki clan even after he was reborn. Yes, I wanted, but I don't know how to approach the topic. Kirihara said after a short time of consideration, but Yuko gave her time to think over what she wanted. Meanwhile, Kirihara looked at Yuko as she started thinking about the words her mother she said to her. While she appreciated that they were not rushing their relationship, at the same time, she felt that her fiancé wasn't very interested in pursuing their relationship. Often she got the feeling that Yuko was only doing his duty to the clan, and their entire relationship was built just on that. Naturally, she was also aware that she wasn't an ideal partner because she was too either ignoring it entirely or just forcing him to accompany her on some dates. Yuko could see that she was deciding between something and that she was very nervous about it. For the benefit of the doubt, he decided to just focus on drinking his Longjing tea in peace as he enjoyed the unique flavor and the effects of the tea on his soul. It was a precious type of tea, which was good for the enlightenment and comprehension of Tao. Naturally, it was something that only a privileged among the entire clan could drink. The thing was only growing on one special super high-level planet that had a special kind of nature energy where the Longjing grew. There it was harvested and directly brought to the vaults of the clan. Normally it was drank only by high-ranking members of the Ōtsutsuki clan. As he was drinking his Longjing tea, he didn't notice that Kirihara stood from her place and kissed Yuko on his lips as soon as he put down his teacup. She was passionate in her kiss after she overcame her initial shyness because she found out that she couldn't really convey what she wanted with words, so she did it with her actions. After his initial shock, Yuko returned her kiss, which made Kirihara happier a bit, as she continued the battle for dominance that was taking place between them. Chapter 39, Schemes begin to unfold. Several minutes took for them to separate as neither of them said a word because Yuko just chose to be silent on this and let Kirihara say. But seeing that his fiancé wasn't saying anything, which was just adding up to the weird tension that was between them. So, it was some kind of biological reaction to my show of power or something else. Similar to dragons, the Ōtsutsuki were attracted to power and females sought powerful males, while males sought powerful females. For them, personal power was one of the deciding factors when it came to pursuing a romantic relationship. So Yuko was thinking if her unstable emotions were stemming from the fact that his power was lately growing leaps and bounds. Even right now, he was several times stronger than Kirihara. What do you think of this? Is it duty? Or is it physical attraction, or do you think of us of something else? After a prolonged silence, it was Kirihara who asked the single question as he fell into deep thought. Among the clan, cases of truly love relationships between the clansmen, especially among the divine lineage and some very powerful and noble Mirai Ōtsutsuki, were rare cases. Those like his parents could be actually counted on one hand. His grandfather married out of duty because it was expected from him, and he and his grandmother grew romantically involved only after thousands of years of marriage. Like most of the clansmen, Yuko didn't really dwell on his feelings too much, and because they had time, he was always taking space. There is enough time, and unfortunately for him, his experiences from his past life equaled to zero. Though aside from the time he spent with high-class prostitutes to lose his virginity and to occasionally have sex, that was all. He spent his life, the new life he was granted by training, because he firmly believed that only the strongest had the right to live. Thus, he was using any advantage he was given to increase his power. And it paid off. Frankly speaking, no, it is not duty, and while physical attraction is certainly a factor, it is not the reason. During the time we have spent together, I have noticed that I started harboring feelings for you, though, at the expense of my own cowardice, I was waiting for you to make the first move. If I made one and got rejected, it would make it extremely awkward between us. In the end, Yuko spoke his honest feelings as they were, and Kirihara could understand him very well. Their future marriage and the creation of a child between them was something set in stone and something that neither of them could avoid or influence. Something like this, what was decided by the Patriarch and Elder Council, was something that neither of them could refute. While Yuko was saying everything in his usual cold analytical voice, Kirihara could feel his emotions because he didn't bother to hide them, like hiding his body language. To your question, yes, partially like any other Ōtsutsuki clansman, I am attracted to power. That is an undeniable fact, but at the same time, I am attracted to you as a person. Yuko could work with this, and at the same time, he appreciated her honesty about the matters. Obviously, if she told him that she was solely attracted to him as a person, he wouldn't really believe her. I think we could work with this, Yuko said as they spent the rest of their journey to planet Tengaku talking about their relationship and what to do in the future. Planet Tengaku, some time later. After they arrived at the planet Tengaku, the first thing Yuko did after landing down was that he passed the captured divine emissary of the evil god pantheon to the people from the enforcement hall who were already waiting there for him. There were several Saint Realm Ōtsutsuki and one Holy Lord Realm Elder who took the divine emissary into their custody from the sealed room. After the divine emissary of the evil god pantheon was taken into custody, his unconscious form was transported to one of the ancestors who could read his mind. That was because they found out that his memories and soul were protected by the might of the Tier 6 Overgod. Somewhere on the planet Tengaku, an elderly man of the divine lineage Ōtsutsuki was looking at the unconscious form of the divine emissary of the evil god pantheon as his eyes shined brightly. He stroked his long beard with a grave expression as he looked at the abomination before him. So that was their plan. Now that they have obtained the information from the divine emissary, they have a complete image of the situation between the two factions. From the previous core of the Commander Automaton, they managed to obtain information that somewhere in the unknown regions of space that was created recently was a dimensional pathway to an entirely new origin world. The automatons wanted to exchange that world with the evil god pantheon for their support against the Ōtsutsuki clan. Other pantheons hated machines because the automatons were most commonly annihilated everything from the flesh. Only the evil god pantheon would deal with the automatons of the architect system. If the rest of them knows that, it would certainly create a civil war. Interesting, but the matter with new origin world cannot be ignored either. From the information, they were aware that the automatons had already started sending scouts on the other side, but the strongest that was allowed to cross over the dimensional pathway was only Tier 2 right now. It seems that I will need to make the trip personally. Obtaining the dimensional pathway is the utmost priority for the clan. He was one of the 3 paragons of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Right now, one of the paragons was observing the planet known as Elemental Nations, while the other 2 remained within the planet Tengaku. Closing his eyes, he sent a message to the Patriarch and all Grand Elders to call a meeting of the Elder Council to decide on the plan. While from the information, they were aware that the new origin world wasn't very strong, but at the same time, it was still a huge origin world, approximately as big as the Starvale origin world. The resources they could obtain from it are tremendous. Chapter 40, Elder Council of the Ōtsutsuki Clan. Headquarters Ōtsutsuki Clan, Planet Tengaku, Celestial Hall. The Celestial Hall of the Ōtsutsuki Clan is a majestic and ethereal place where the most powerful of the clan meet to discuss the most important matters. It was a place where the immortals of the clan, powerhouses, and other important members discussed the most important affairs of the CLA and its development. The Celestial Hall is located in the highest reaches of the vast and mystical Heavenly Creed Mountain, hidden from mortal eyes and accessible only to those who have achieved a certain level of cultivation of the Holy Lord. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, with clouds swirling in vibrant colors and sparkling streams of celestial chakra flowing through the air, but way more intense compared to the other parts of the planet Tengaku. There were tens of god trees planted all around the heavenly Creed Mountain, giving the entire place an unnatural feel of tranquilness and ethereal wonder. Aside from the god trees, there were countless powerful chakra beasts and mythical creatures that were living in the heavenly Creed Mountain, calling the place their home. Inside, the celestial hall reveals itself as an expansive and resplendent palace adorned with intricate carvings and delicate golden accents. The halls are lined with shimmering jade pillars that seem to emit a soft glow, casting a surreal light across the surroundings. Enchanted lotus ponds, teeming with vibrant flowers, fill the air with a sweet fragrance. The central hall, known as the Hall of Heavenly Unity, is where the most esteemed immortals convene. In the middle of the hall, there were several thrones, with one of them being the biggest and highest compared to the other. That was the throne of the primogenitor of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Lord Shurbai, while directly below them, a few stairs lower, there were 3 thrones belonging to the 3 ancestors of the Ōtsutsuki clan. The 3 paragon realm experts of the clan. And below them, in a circle pattern, were 10 thrones, each belonging to one of the hall masters and grand elders of the Ōtsutsuki clan and one belonging to the patriarch of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Because Lord Shurbai has been absent from the clan for a very long time already, his place usually remained empty at the meetings of the Elder Council, while ancestors rarely participated in the meetings and rather focused on their cultivation. Today was an exception to this rule because not only all grand elders were in attendance, including the patriarch, but also 2 of 3 ancestors were sitting on their thrones with their eyes closed and observing the situation. The 2 ancestors attending were Ōtsutsuki Zenyang and Ōtsutsuki Shiroyasha, who had the appearance of a beautiful young woman with long white hair. She was also the youngest of the ancestors and a young member of the clan to reach the Paragon realm. She became Paragon realm cultivator only a few tens of millennia ago. As Ōtsutsuki Zenyang was preparing to speak because he called for this meeting of the Elder Council, suddenly, the eternal throne of the Lord Shurbai started shining brightly, attracting the attention of everyone present. Everyone knew what was happening. Lord Shurbai has returned to the clan. As Lord Shurbai appeared on his eternal throne, everyone in the meeting room kneeling, greeting the supreme ruler of the Ōtsutsuki clan, their primogenitor and leader and also a soul autarch realm Ōtsutsuki, overlord class chaotic origin lifeform, the tier 7 transcendental being of their Starvale origin world. Lord Shurbai didn't say anything as he waved his hand and motioned for the meeting to continue because as he came back, he saw everything that happened within the clan. With his cultivation and abilities, there was nothing that could escape his sight. Now, from the searching through the soul of the divine emissary of the evil god pantheon and databanks of Commander Automaton, both procured by Crown Prince Ōtsutsuki, we have found the dimensional pathway connecting us to another origin world. In case of this, I have some good news and bad news. Everyone in the room was aware of the Ōtsutsuki's feats this time because he had made tremendous contributions to the clan, despite not being fully aware of the consequences. So what are they? Asked one of the hall masters, more precisely the hall master, Ōtsutsuki Kenshin, who had reached the Empyrean realm only a few months ago during the fight against one of the elder gods of the Faith God Alliance who almost killed him. The bad news is that the machines have already sent a large number of their scraps into the new origin world to create a base there. The good news is that the strongest entity in the entire origin world is around first grade Empyrean Ream, so any one of us could squash it to death. Hearing this, everyone was delighted and stressed at the same time. Everyone was delighted that they found origin world that was strong enough to give birth to a tier 5 entity. Such a thing was relatively good because it made them a rather easy target for conquest, and considering the state of the origin world, they would obtain tremendous resources as the world was somehow strong. But on the worst side of things, the machines already took a foothold in the world and would cause trouble for them, so they needed to act as soon as possible and take the dimensional pathway away from them. And to make the situation worse, the dimensional pathway is allowing only people of tier 1 and tier 2 to cross over. This instantly made everyone sour hearing that. I can use my power to adjust the dimensional pathway, but it will take some time. After several seconds of silence, Lord Shurbai spoke for the first time in a deep voice, as everyone gave him a bow before they returned to the meeting. We need to send someone to make the foothold and prepare for the all-out invasion and destabilize the entire origin world by the time we start a war. Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Musen voiced his opinion as others agreed with him. Small squad of about 100 clansmen should suffice. Right now the strongest tier 2 clansmen and only step away from reaching the Saint Realm are Crown Prince Yuko, Ōtsutsuki Doma, Ōtsutsuki Jin, and Ōtsutsuki Bai Long. Ōtsutsuki Musen then proposed several people who should be leading their vanguard forces. All of them have combat prowess for standard tier 3, while the Crown Prince could match Saint Realms in pure destructive prowess. Ōtsutsuki Doma was actually his grandson who inherited most of his abilities and was extremely powerful murdered Ōtsutsuki. Ōtsutsuki Bai Long was divine lineage clansman, who was a descendant of one of the ancestors, Ōtsutsuki Yamamoto, and his talent in Path of Sword was frightening. And Ōtsutsuki Jin was someone who was born with a special physique and varying affinity for the lightning element and grasp of divine tribulation lightning. Chapter 41, Lord Shurbai. All 4 of them were collectively called Hinveli 4 because they were members of the younger generation with the highest potential. All 4 of them were basically guaranteed to become Empyrean realm cultivators. And if they had some luck, then even becoming Paragon realm was not out of the equation. The only reason why the Ōtsutsuki clan had so little of Empyreans and Paragons was that their existence was relatively short. Compared to clans, nations, or sects that have existed for billions of years, their existence of a few million years needed nothing to be proud of. Yet even despite such a short time of their existence, they were able to cultivate extremely powerful cultivators and raise their clan to unprecedented heights. That seems to be doable. With Crown Prince commanding the expedition and the other three present, we can ensure that they will succeed in their mission," said one of the Grand Elders, because the fame of the Heavenly Four was too huge among the Ōtsutsuki clan. "We also need to prepare a lot of resources for them to create a stronghold when the invasion begins. This is also Origin World with a relatively young cultivation system, but from what we found from the databanks of the automatons, their cultivation system is not focusing on the comprehension of Tao, but more on the energy-gathering aspect." Hearing this, everyone sighed in relief, because energy-gathering cultivation systems were way weaker than those which focused on the comprehension of Tao. Most of the energy-gathering cultivation systems just functioned on accumulating enough energy and breaking through to the next stage. This allowed their practitioners to have an easy time cultivating as long as they had enough resources, and the majority of these cultivation systems were weak in terms of combat prowess. On the other hand, this also means that we can't learn much from their cultivation system, as it is energy-gathering cultivation system, and those are virtually useless to us if they don't have a method of mutating their energies into higher dimensional ones," remarked one of the hall masters. "Whatever, the resources that the new Origin World is presenting to the clan are immeasurable. If we adhere to the previous strategy, we could probably harvest a few hundred chakra fruits per century," stated the hall master of the resources hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan. "Then we should prepare for the invasion. I will depart and secure the dimensional pathway for the clan and lay the formations together with the entire squad with Empyrean realm cultivators." Everyone agreed with what the ancestor Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying said, as everyone then went to carry out the orders, as the only people who remained within the room were two ancestors and Lord Shirbai. In several thousands of years, Primal Chaos Void Origin World and Xia Origin World will start fusing with the Starvale Origin World. The voice of Lord Shirbai was not loud or low, but everyone shuddered to hear that, because this would have unprecedented consequences. "What do you order, my lord?" This time it was Ōtsutsuki Shiroyasha who asked, as she spent the entire meeting silent. "Open the treasuries for the peak Empyreans and let them use any resources they wish to achieve breakthroughs to the Paragon realm. Those who reached such state could directly ask me for guidance," Lord Shirbai ordered, not only because he had in mind the upcoming fusion of three origin worlds. Such things were exceedingly rare in the chaotic source dimension. They happened, but they were very, very rare, and he was aware that there was a high possibility that during the fusion, it would become a target for the rogue progenitors who reached the peak of their realm and were only a step from becoming Overlord-class progenitors. Ōtsutsuki Shirbai was sure that it would attract even the attention of some of the 5 Overlord-class progenitors. Within the Eternal Land, innate chaotic origin lifeform faction had 5 members, who were chaotic origin innate lifeforms who reached the Overlord class, namely the first grade tier 7. Aside from them, there were around 200 innate chaotic origin lifeforms who were at the progenitor level, which was the same realm as 3 ancestors of the Ōtsutsuki clan, who were all 3rd grade paragons, peak tier 6. Aside from them, the Ōtsutsuki clan had 4 other tier 6 of either 1st grade or 2nd grade, comparable to high-grade origin chaotic lifeforms and world-grade chaotic origin lifeforms, respectively. It seems that for this, I will need to ask someone from the congregation to help. Compared to the other members of the congregation or profound Tao faction that were allies within the Eternal Land, Ōtsutsuki clan had too small a number of chaotic origin lifeforms, essentially the tier 6 paragons. Even the youngest overlord of the profound Tao faction, Lu Feng, managed to cultivate 2 chaotic origin lifeforms that stemmed from his Luo family. Even though they were only high-grade ones, it was still a good result. This poor situation was the result of Shirbai not intervening in the clan's development since they conquered the Xia origin world. Also, send down the information within the clan that I have returned and that I will be actively participating in the development of the clan. Hearing this sent shivers through their spines, but at the same time, the 2 ancestors of the Ōtsutsuki clan were absolutely delighted when they heard this news. Unfortunately, up to now, Lord Shirbai only rarely intervened in the matters of the clan. He typically left all internal matters to them and focused solely on his cultivation and searching for the path forward. Both Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying and Ōtsutsuki Shiroyasha visited hundreds of origin worlds and were aware of the heights if someone of Overlord class personally took the grooming of their faction seriously. For example, Overlord Yuan was grooming the entire origin world seriously for countless epochs and trillions of years, and his origin world has given birth to tens of thousands of cosmos gods, tier 4 Holy Lord realm Ōtsutsuki, and even a few low-rank chaotic origin lifeforms, tier 5 Empyrean Ōtsutsuki. Or Dragon Primordial, who was grooming the Dragon Nest origin world since immemorial, and it already had more than 20 tier 6 dragons, from which 5 were at 3rd grade and were basically progenitor-ranked chaotic origin lifeforms. Compared to the Overlord Yuan, Lord Shirbai indeed seemed pretty irresponsible. "It shall be done, my lord," responded Ōtsutsuki Shiroyasha with a bow. "And also, bring me the 4 genius of the younger generation that you plan to send to the Primal Chaos Void origin world for a word." Hearing this, the 2 ancestors almost stopped in their tracks as they could not hide their surprise and shock. Lord Shirbai would rarely meet with anyone, and he called 4 members of the younger generation probably to receive his guidance. This was a very rare opportunity. Usually, only those who reached Empyrean realm had the right to ask for guidance from Lord Shirbai. Chapter 42, Meeting the Primogenitor. After Yuko returned back from the mission, he parted with Kirihara and returned back home for some rest and to digest his gains from the mission. Muzaka and Jiraki decided to stay a bit on the planet Tengaku for some time before they would return to Evernight Planet through a teleportation array. In fact, Yuko wasn't that far from reaching the Saint Realm, but while obtaining the perfection of genetic code through eating chakra fruits was rather easy for him, the second part was harder. Overcoming the hurdle, which was called the embryotic form of profound mystery level of Tao comprehension, and reaching the profound mystery level and condensation of Tao rune was the harder thing. But as many of the other Ōtsutsuki clansmen, Yuko had time for everything and he wasn't in a hurry. At least he had a few centuries until the grand plan of the elemental nations was ready and he would need to harvest that planet. Both of his Katopusses were sleeping soundly. Apparently, the sole thing that they were doing during his absence was eating and sleeping. He frowned at that because they were still stuck at the lower ends of Tier 1. And that was even after he ordered some psionic crystals and soul crystals be prepared for them to absorb, but they were still pretty weak. He had a headache at this because he wanted his familiars to reach Tier 2 as soon as possible. Only then could he take them to the battlefield. As he was prepared to enter the cultivation chamber to begin his cultivation season, suddenly, he felt that somebody was entering the premises of the mansion. As he looked around, he noticed that it was one of the elders of the clan. "Greetings, elder." Yuko politely greeted the elder that was at the Holy Lord realm. In the Ōtsutsuki clan, even though the bloodline hierarchy existed, strength was also respected by everyone because only the powerful had the right to do what they wished. "Greetings, the sacred heir, Crown Prince Ōtsutsuki Yuko. You have been called for the meeting by the ancestors, Ōtsutsuki Zenyang and Ōtsutsuki Shiroyasha." The elder of the Ōtsutsuki stated as Yuko stopped in his tracks because this was the first time in his life he was personally called by ancestors. His mind quickly raced and searched for a reason why he was called, but he found only an explanation about the captured divine emissary of the evil god pantheon. "Then we can go right away," Yuko said hurriedly, best not to let them wait. Naturally, he met with each ancestor of the Ōtsutsuki clan a few times in his life and was aware that especially Ōtsutsuki Shiroyasha hated waiting for people, and she was pretty, how to say it, delinquent. Casually beating up people who displeased her was something that had already become a common thing. The elder of the Ōtsutsuki clan who came to fetch him teleported both of them to the celestial hall directly as they appeared in the waiting lobby. Soon after, the elder teleported out, leaving their Yuko alone. Shortly after Yuko was teleported to the waiting lobby, another person arrived. He noticed that it was Ōtsutsuki Doma, who was a direct descendant of the Grand Elder Ōtsutsuki Muzan. He looked like most divine lineage Ōtsutsukis, just that he had more complexion and possessed unusually long, pointed nails that appeared to be stained with a pale blue color. He possesses long platinum blonde hair that he wore parted to his right, the shorter parts around his face seeming to flare out to either side around his head, curving backward with one lock slanting down to the right of his face to fall between his eyes. He was also born with mutated eyes, inheriting the Grand Elder's eyes. They appeared to be made up of an array of rainbow pastel tones that faded into one another as they circled his irises. "Oh yeah. Yuko. Hi there, my cousin." Ōtsutsuki Doma was one of the younger generations within the clan. There were not many of them who originated from the divine lineage or were from extremely powerful races on the par with Ōtsutsuki divine lineage. Those who were usually mingled together like Yuko and Doma. "Doma, even you were called?" Yuko asked his more jovial cousin, though he was very well aware that this was only an outer face that Doma was putting up. He was a pretty calculating and scheming bastard when dealing with outsiders. "Not just me. I saw that Bai Long and Jin were also called for the meeting. If I should guess, then they are probably going to assign us some mission that we need to complete together." As he finished the sentence, he noticed another two people who were teleported here. They were, as Doma said, Ōtsutsuki Bai Long and Ōtsutsuki Jin. This was a pretty weird setup, but at the same time, Doma's words had some logic behind them. Ōtsutsuki Jin was a thin, tall, and youthful man with very sharp features, giving him a skeletal appearance, and bears unusual silver hair. He keeps his eyes constantly narrowed to slits, rarely ever opening his eyes enough to reveal them. Ōtsutsuki Jin was someone who had absolutely terrifying levels of lighting affinity, to ridiculous levels, and was born with innate divine tribulation lighting. While he was only 3rd grade Tier 2, Yuko could see the lighting cracking around him from time to time. Ōtsutsuki Bai Long was someone with ordinary features, but he had some sort of ethereal appearance, with very long hair and sharp features, as he was clinging to his sword. Ōtsutsuki Bai Long was the son of Ōtsutsuki Bai Zhen, who was, in fact, a human sword cultivator with such high talent that it ensured praise even of Lord Shirbai. If not for his position within the clan, he wouldn't have known that his father, Ōtsutsuki Bai Zhen, was one of the few who earned the privilege of transitioning into Ōtsutsuki. "It seems that you are right, Doma," Yuko said as Jin squinted his eye at the two of them after exchanging greetings, and Ōtsutsuki Bai Long only focused on his sword. Chapter 43, The Task. "Please come, ancestors are waiting for you in the Hall of Heavenly Unity." Suddenly all four of them heard one of the elders coming their way. When they heard that the ancestors were waiting for them in the Hall of Heavenly Unity, it felt a bit weird because that hall was only for important formal meetings. They soon arrived at the Hall of Heavenly Unity as they knelt down when they noticed two ancestors, but Yuko noticed someone else behind the ancestors as he was overwhelmed by shock. Descendant Ōtsutsuki Yuko greets the primogenitor. Yuko immediately greeted Lord Shirbai, who was sitting on the throne behind them, as the other three clansmen followed suit and greeted Lord Shirbai, primogenitor of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Descendant Ōtsutsuki Bai Long greets the primogenitor. Descendant Ōtsutsuki Jin greets the primogenitor. Descendant Ōtsutsuki Doma greets the primogenitor. All three of them knelt as they didn't dare to say a word, waiting for one of the ancestors or perhaps the Lord Shirbai himself to explain the situation. Your four have been called here because there is a rather peculiar situation. Ōtsutsuki Zenyang motioned them to stand up as he started explaining the situation. Some time ago, we have managed to obtain some crucial information from the databanks of the elite commander Autoanton that Crown Prince Ōtsutsuki destroyed. From there, we learned that the automatons have found a dimensional pathway to a new origin world called Primal Chaos Void Origin World. Ōtsutsuki Zenyang explained as the remaining three listened attentively because the appearance of a dimensional pathway that was connecting two origin worlds was an extremely rare thing. Normally, only those who reached the Holy Lord realm could rarely travel between the origin world if they were somehow lucky or talented to grasp superior teleportation techniques. Naturally formed dimensional pathway that was connecting two origin world was something very, very precious. Now, you four were chosen for a simple reason. All four of you are third-grade Tier 2 Ōtsutsukis with combat prowess comparable to the average Tier 3 beings, while each of you, under some circumstances, could exert power comparable to initial Saint Realm with the exception of Crown Prince with combat prowess of first-grade Saint Realm. Explained Ōtsutsuki Zenyang why they were chosen for the task as they all listened attentively. Now, the important thing is that the dimensional pathway is allowing only people up to Tier 2 to pass it and enter the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. Your four will form an expeditionary force, led by Crown Prince Ōtsutsuki, with the remaining three as commanders and take around 100 clansmen and some puppets and execute the standard invasion strategy until the dimensional pathway allows Empyreans to enter. All four of them squinted their eyes as they heard that because this was a very important mission. It was clear that Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World would be a target for full-scale invasion in the future and they were chosen as vanguard to create a foothold. The standard strategy of the Ōtsutsuki clan was to send some clansmen to create a foothold there, gather resources, analyze the power system of the said origin world while sending everything back home. The secondary mission contained creating chaos and weakening the local factions of the origin world, such as creating wars between them and sowing seeds of discord between them. So in the future, when the clan invades in full force, it would be just killing resistance and they won't encounter any big problems during their takeover. Any question regarding the mission? Ancestor Ōtsutsuki Zenyang asked as Yuko raised his hand. How many puppets and what other equipment will we get? This was an important question because having just 100 clansmen wasn't a lot, but they also understood that it implied that the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World wasn't very strong from all information they could deduce. A few thousand Chakra puppets on Tier 1 and a few hundred at Tier 2, together with 4 warships, 1 for each of you. Additionally, you will also get enough resources to create holy grade sealing array around the entire world where you will create the fortress. This was already considered a lot. Naturally, the greatest benefit for them was that they would be in charge of all resources that they obtained during their stay in the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. When will we depart? Yuko asked for the group, taking the role of leader that was assigned to him by ancestors and primogenitor Lord Shirbai. You will have a few months to prepare all of your things for the task, then you will depart and lead the expeditionary force to the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. Ancestor Ōtsutsuki Zenyang answered them as a few months would be enough. From what we have obtained, Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World is the cultivation-based world and surprisingly, their later cultivation stages are imitating the gods, so we will prepare enough things to deal with divine element. Ōtsutsuki Shiroyasha said as all of them frowned, it was deep in their DNA to hate the gods, to hate the divine and hate the faith. So this time, they would need to depend on Ōtsutsuki Doma. He had a unique mutation of his eyes that allowed him to destroy the divine element in any kind of energy. It was a rare mutation that was passed through their entire line, starting with the Ōtsutsuki Musen, who was born with this mutation as the first person. Among the Faith God Alliance, Ōtsutsuki Musen had nicknames God Slayer and God Devourer, because was a nightmare of the Faith Gods. He often went to the battlefield with the Faith God Alliance to slaughter gods right and left. It shall be done. Yuko said as they then left the Hall of the Heavenly Unity and then teleported from the Celestial Hall and Heavenly Creed Mountain entirely back to the headquarters of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Heavenly Creed Mountain was home to the ancestors of the Ōtsutsuki clan, or for the Empyrean Realm clansmen, who were living in the seclusion in this place. The probability of them succeeding in their mission is 99–98% if everything goes according to the plan. Lord Shirbai said for the first time after the 4 members of the younger generation of the Ōtsutsuki clan left. And the remaining 0.02%? Asked Ancestor Ōtsutsuki Zenyang. That would be the problem, but the chances of that happening are extremely rare. Lord Shirbai stated neutrally as he closed his eyes and 2 ancestors left the Hall of the Heavenly Unity. Chapter 44, Preparations, 1. When Yuko left Heavenly Creed Mountain, he went directly back home to organize all of his things and matters. He didn't really expect that he would be entrusted with such an important task by the clan, but he was ready to accomplish his duty. While there were several advantages with whose they were going to the new origin world, Yuko was still feeling uneasy. Acting as the vanguard in the new origin world was very dangerous, but at the same time, it was an unprecedented opportunity to make countless merits and contributions to the clan. Not to mention, he would be the first person to get his hands on the resources from the new origin world. Apparently, the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world was a typical cultivation-based origin world and was relatively strong. When the dimensional pathway was stabilized and allowed stronger powerhouses to enter the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world, then the already destabilized Primal Chaos Dimension origin world would fall in a matter of a few months in front of the collective might of the Ōtsutsuki clan. They would also need to fight against the automatons that were already gaining a foothold in the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. Whatever. I need to prepare thoroughly for this, even though reigning in Doma would be problematic and by long would also prove a problem if he encounters someone talented in the way of sword. Ōtsutsuki Doma was pretty much a problematic individual. While he was a normally carefree person, he had some kind of switch in his head, and if it was activated, then he would be turned into a completely different personality. Unfortunately, his completely different persona very extremely hard to control because he would turn into a bloodthirsty slaughter maniac bent on killing everything that lived. It was probably the side effect of his mutated bloodline. At the same time, it was a small price for his anti-divine dojutsu, which was the antithesis of anything even remotely divine and related to the concept of godhood. He soon enough returned back home as he went to cultivate. Yuko felt that he could progress with the Tao comprehension because as he went to the heavenly Creed mountain, he saw there a divine punishment lighting striking down at someone who was breaking through or tempering his physique. Probably not only him, but also Ōtsutsuki Jin also got some sort of enlightenment from it, and right now, Yuko was in a state where he could reach the embryonic form of profound mystery level of Tao of lighting. While the Tao of lighting wasn't as destructive as the Tao of dust, it was far more versatile and could be used in many other different areas compared to the Tao of dust, which could be used only as a direct offensive measure. When he entered the residence, both Katopusses were already high on alert as they rushed to their master in curiosity and partially in demand for food. Yuko looked at his familiars, and while he found them cute, he also found them pretty weak. He was already contemplating on the way how to let both of them reach tier 2 as fast as possible. From then on, it would be a relatively easy task for him to help his familiars to evolve into Cathalas. They would need only a tremendous amount of souls. However, fortunately, they were going to the new origin world, and like most of the cultivation worlds, the Primal Chaos Dimension Void origin world was thriving with population. While Starvale origin world also had the concept of cultivation, the entire origin world was divided into a few major factions where each faction controlled cosmic sector and waged war against each other. Naturally, some native civilizations existed. There existed even spacefaring empires even in the territory that was under the rule of the Ōtsutsuki clan. But all of them were solely technologically based and their people were weak. Maximally reaching only peak of tier 1 through some extreme genetical enhancements. Ōtsutsuki clan left some of these civilizations alone, mainly because they were useful as servants, sacrifices, cannon fodders, or served myriad purposes for the clan. Naturally, the Western Cosmic region where the Faith God Alliance ruled had the highest number of civilizations, but all of them were extremely primitive and without any technology. This was understandable as their sole purpose was to serve as living faith generators for the gods and to be worshipped by the mortals. On the contrary, the Eastern Cosmic region had 0 civilizations because the automatos of Architect system annihilated everything that was of organic nature. As Yuko was contemplating about many things right now, he arrived at the cultivation room and activated the few Injutsu seals around the room and sat down cross-legged and started the cultivation season. Attaining another embryonic form of profound mystery level was good because it would greatly increase his combat prowess, especially when it came to the Tao of Lightning, which would greatly increase his auxiliary abilities. Tao of Lighting was different from the Tao of Dust. It wasn't that abstract and it was something more easy to connect. While Yuko's affinity for lightning wasn't as ridiculous as that of Ōtsutsuki Jin, but it was a very dominant affinity in his very own being. In his vision, as he was sitting down there cross-legged and meditating in this cultivation chamber, various visions of lightning and thunder appeared. Especially the divine punishment lightning that he saw at the heavenly Creed mountain. Yuko didn't notice that the lightning started cracking around him, as he felt that a similar seed was forming in his soul, like that of the Tao of Dust. Compared to the embryonic form of the profound mystery level of Tao of Dust that was translucent in color, this was different. Embryonic form of profound mystery level of Tao of Dust was yellowish in color and cracking with power, eager to fly and eager to destroy, to strike the enemies down and punish them for their transgressions. With this, I would have an easier time when escaping from powerful cultivators or dodging attacks, aside from having once again increased my destructive prowess. Fortunately, compared to the Tao of Dust, lightning seems to be much more manageable to use. Yuko muttered as he opened his eyes slowly. Chapter 45, Clash of Tier 6 Entities. Somewhere in the unknown regions of space, between Southern Cosmic Region and Eastern Cosmic Region. Everything was quiet in the front, around the dimensional pathway leading to another origin world. Countless automaton fortresses were floating in the emptiness of the space as they prepared for their inevitable full-scale invasion of the Primal Chaos Void origin world. Suddenly a crack in the space appeared as tremendous tsunamis of flames rushed out of the space crack, directed at the automatons. No matter the grade of the automatons, if they were the lowly ones comparable to Tier 2 or even the most powerful machines at peak Tier 4, they were all melted to nothingness. Even the strongest automaton in the entire area, which was EX-grade automaton, comparable to Tier 5 and one of the strongest ever constructed, was half melted and his systems were malfunctioning and soon they would die. One survived. Interesting. From the space crack, an Ōtsutsuki man appeared, as he held a crimson-red sword in his right hand, as his long crimson-red hair fluttered in the coldness of the space while his flames were destroying any traces of the automatons. One of them should be here soon enough, damned pests. He was one of the paragons of the Ōtsutsuki clan, Ōtsutsuki Shinyen, the Holy Flame Emperor. While he was at the second stage of the Paragon realm and was Sovereign Stage Paragon, he was still extremely powerful even among the other paragons and had his share of kills of chaotic origin lifeforms. His most notable achievement was burning down an entirely smaller origin world, where one chaotic origin lifeform expert was hiding and refused to leave. Thus he burned down the entire origin world until nothing remained. Suddenly Ōtsutsuki Shinyen squinted his eyes as he saw the shadow of a giant figure appear in the emptiness of space and shoot several blasts of energy toward him. Ōtsutsuki Shinyen quickly dodged and blocked some of the energy blasts as he noticed their destructiveness. Antimatter energy. His mind raced quickly, searched for any Tier 6 being who could control the antimatter in their eternal chaotic source dimension, but the results were none, not to mention, this control of antimatter was very peculiar. Could it be a foreigner? The chances are low, but if he created an avatar and let it rise in power here, it should be possible. Ōtsutsuki clan was aware that the automatons were backed by at least 3 Tier 6 beings and all of them were extremely reclusive. If they were indeed foreigners to their chaotic source dimension, then their inclusiveness would be logical. Ōtsutsuki Shinyen observed the newcomer, who appeared like some heavily armored giant with sharp features. "Leave here, foreigner, or you will be melted down into a blob." Ōtsutsuki Shinyen shouted as the heavenly flames burst out and danced around the entire area, illuminating the darkness of the space. No hope. No mercy. The universe you knew is nothing but a memory and I have no intention of leaving anyone alive to honor it. I am a destroyer of thousands of universes, a bane of all positive matter. I am Anti-Monitor. The armored giant shouted as in a split of, a second huge wave of antimatter clashed against Ōtsutsuki Shinyen's heavenly flames in a fierce battle. Damn it, another madman hellbent on destroying everything around him, but this is really powerful, probably he comes from one of the top chaotic source dimensions. Ōtsutsuki Shinyen was aware that their chaotic source dimension was, unfortunately, on the weaker end of the scope, while the truly powerful ones had far more powerful entities than Overlord-class beings. And that was also the reason why their chaotic source dimension was a target for the stronger ones or there were some very powerful foreigners scheming against it. Basically the same scenario of what they were doing against the weaker origin world. And because the sole faction of their chaotic source dimension was unfactionate, the results were as they were. The cats would probably know. He thought as he dodged another wave of the antimatter energy that was spreading all around and destroying his heavenly flames. Cathalhus and Catopusses controlled their own chaotic source dimension and it was one of the rare ones that was connected to countless others. So their information network was not to be underestimated. Shinyen determined that the Anti-Monitor's purpose was to turn entire origin worlds, universes, into realms filled with antimatter. That was the reason why even a clone of such a being was able to match him in power rather easily. His true body should be at the peak of the third grade Tier 6 or perhaps even some sort of quasi-Tier 7 if it has more and more universes filled with the antimatter in its home chaotic source dimension. Though for Ōtsutsuki Shinyen, this wasn't the only heavenly flame he had in his disposition, as he had multiple variants of them and the one he was using was actually the weakest one. Seeing that his heavenly flames were losing in the pure strength contests against the antimatter energy of the being Anti-Monitor, he grimaced before his flame started changing color from the previous crimson to ominous black color of emptiness. In a split of second, the tables turned, the antimatter energy was being assimilated and devoured by the black heavenly flame of devouring, the Nihilite devouring flame. Ranked second from the 23 heavenly flames. There was no image to look for nor a form to grasp. From a certain point of view, the Nihilite devouring flame could be considered a mysterious existence. The Nihilite devouring flame was said to be able to devour anything. Only a small number of things in the world could resist its devouring ability. And the antimatter energy proved to be another thing to be devoured by the Nihilite devouring flame in the end. With the Nihilite devouring flame devouring the waves of the antimatter energy, the bouts were equal, as Ōtsutsuki Shinyen started his counterattack against Anti-Monitor. During the short exchanges with the Anti-Monitor, Ōtsutsuki Shinyen noticed that the being had extensive abilities in regard to energy absorption of any kind, which made him a very dangerous opponent. That meant that there were only two ways how to kill such a being considering his other abilities. It was clear that either one needed to fight him head-on and slay him in an old physical way, but that would probably be on temporal death and he would be revived later on. The more secure way would be to use the opposite concept of matter, but that seemed to be impossible in his opinion. Probably the reason why Anti-Monitor even sent some clones to different chaotic source dimensions was that he wanted to gather more power to overcome his counterpart. Chapter 46, Shinyen vs. Anti-Monitor. As someone who reached Hegemon grade of the Paragon realm and was Genu chaotic origin lifeform, Ōtsutsuki Shinyen was very powerful on his own. While he was weaker than 3 ancestors of the Ōtsutsuki clan by a large margin, he was still a powerhouse on his own. Though, he had to admit that his opponent was extremely powerful, even though it was only an avatar form. But that was to be expected because nobody who was below at least peak Tier 6 or quasi-Tier 7 would not have ventured into different chaotic source dimension. Venturing through the void was an extremely dangerous thing, and at the same time, if someone were unlucky, he would arrive at the chaotic source dimension that someone already owned. Like the origin world, where those who became chaotic origin lifeforms could fuse themselves with the origin world, the same thing could be done with the chaotic source dimension. After completing a few other requirements, and one could ascend beyond the Overlord class in the Autarch realm and become Lord of Chaos. Unfortunately, their own chaotic source dimension was without the Lord of Chaos, so they could be easily invaded by foreigners. Despite the huge stature of the Anti-Monitor, Xue Ying's opponent was pretty much agile and was able to dodge even the very fast flames of the Nihilite devouring flame that Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying was spamming one after another. His energy absorption is really frightening, to be able to create domains so subtle that I would ignore it at the first look. Only after some time did Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying notice that around the entire area where they were fighting, there was some kind of energy absorption domain that the Anti-Monitor created, and it was slowly absorbing his chakra. And as crafty Anti-Monitor was, he did it in a way where the absorption rate was minuscule, and after prolonged use, even Xue Ying would feel its effects. Fortunately, he noticed it shortly after their fight started. In the clan, Ōtsutsuki Syorin was someone who comprehended Tao of Devouring to the extreme and even became a hybrid between Ōtsutsuki and World-Devouring Behemoth, a rare type of Void Leviathan. So, Xue Ying knew very well how to deal with the absorbers and how to uncover their abilities before it was too late. Teleporting behind the Anti-Monitor, he slashed at the enormous figure of his opponent as his sword flashed with the Nihilite devouring flame that was ready to burn everything to ashes. The very second Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying slashed at the neck of the Anti-Monitor, his opponent raised his enormous mechanical hands and blocked the sword strike, as both of them were thrown several thousands of kilometers away by the force of their clash. Though after Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying stopped holding back and started releasing all of his power and using all of his chakra, he instantly destroyed the energy absorption domain that Anti-Monitor used and started pushing his opponent back. The more Nihilite devouring flames were released, the more they ate and pushed Anti-Monitor back, generally forcing the metal-looking giant to retreat further. Nihilite devouring flame were fighting ferociously against the antimatter energy of Anti-Monitor, as they already destroyed several tens of galaxies around them. Fortunately, the laws of the world in the eternal chaotic source dimension and then subsequently that of the Starvale origin world were very strong and powerful. If not, they would have long ago obliterated the entire Starvale origin world from existence. Even Empyreans were essentially multiversal entities that could wipe out multiple universes without any problem. However, that only was for the realms where the suppression was low and the laws of the world were weak. Due to that, even though Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying had combat prowess capable of destroying the entire origin world with ease, it wasn't that easy to damage things in worlds like theirs where the laws of the world were very strong. Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying mobilized all of his chaotic chakra and struck his chaotic origin sword enveloped with Nihilite devouring flame into the mechanical stomach of the Anti-Monitor, as the Nihilite devouring flame started spreading inside of the Anti-Monitor. Naturally, Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying was aware that this wasn't enough to kill the Anti-Monitor, because the very own second Xue Ying managed to injure Anti-Monitor severely, he already started regenerating by using the antimatter energy. Anti-Monitor quickly analyzed the situation and in the end, he decided to abandon his plan to invade another origin world and turn it into a new antimatter universe. While it was a great loss, it was still better than losing this avatar. His true body, the anti-god, invested a lot of resources to send an avatar into another chaotic source dimension, and he couldn't afford to lose it. Thus in a huge explosion of antimatter energy that followed quickly afterward, the Anti-Monitor disappeared back to the eastern cosmic region. What a decisive fellow. Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying commented as he saw Anti-Monitor escaping. At the same time, it was logical for him to escape because they were equally matched with Xue Ying and it was clear that the Ōtsutsuki clan was hellbent on obtaining this dimensional pathway in the origin world it was connected to. If they fought for a prolonged time, the outcome wouldn't change, but the Ōtsutsuki clan would probably send more of their paragons or probably one of their 3 ancestor paragons and then his avatar would be destroyed swiftly. Not to mention, while the Tier 6 beings behind the Auto-Antons were supporting the machines, each one of them had different goals and their alliance was born out of necessity, especially to resist the hegemons of Ōtsutsuki clan and Evernight High Council that had Tier 7 beings. Whatever, for now, the most important thing is to secure the area. Fortunately, the dimensional pathway wasn't much damaged by our fight. Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying then started by laying down some seals all around the entire star system where the dimensional pathway was located. It was of utmost importance to secure it until the proper team from the Sealing Hall arrived and finished the job, together with the Enforcement Hall and Refinement Hall, who would construct proper fortifications around the dimensional pathway. After Ōtsutsuki Xue Ying was finished with laying down some basic seals, in his opinion, a small cat appeared on his shoulder, which was his familiar and one of Tier 5 Cathalis. So, did you remember his aura? Xue Ying asked his familiar as the small cat nodded its head. Yes, Naya. I am sure that this is someone from the Divine Continuum Chaotic Source Dimension, one of the top chaotic source dimensions out there. I wouldn't mess with them. That place had probably more than hundreds of overlords and several lords of chaos. As he heard the answer from the Cathalu, he frowned deeply because the Anti-Monitor was apparently from a very powerful chaotic source dimension. Chapter 47, Preparations, 2. Yuka spent most of his days on the upcoming mission by training and comprehending Tao, even though he was aware that right now, the only thing needed was time for the embryo to evolve fully. Only then would he obtain the complete comprehension of some Tao on the profound mystery level, congeal the Tao rune and create a gene dawn. Jindan, also called chakra core more commonly, was something everyone who reached the saint realm naturally formed in their bodies. With the chakra core, one would get a tremendous increase in the quality and quantity of chakra depending on the grade of the Jindan. His familiars also weren't idle, as Yuko forced them to train together with him, especially in combat techniques. Not only Yuko but also other ones of the Ōtsutsuki clan that were going to the primal chaos dimension origin world were training and finishing all of their preparations. The entirety of the Ōtsutsuki clan was finishing the preparations for the vanguard mission to the primal chaos dimension origin world from the Starvale origin world. Ōtsutsuki Kirihara was also going together with them. Entirely there would be around 200 Ōtsutsukis from the main family participating and around 1,000 branch clansmen that would be acting as expendable cannon fodder. Most of the Ōtsutsuki from the branch clan were only around tier 1, but that was enough for their purpose as they would be targeting only the weakest areas of the primal chaos dimension origin world. Not to mention, from the main family, the clan has chosen more than half the people who were near the breakthrough to the saint realm. With this strategy, within a few years, maximally a few decades, the Ōtsutsuki clan would have a stable foothold with tens of saint realm cultivators in the primal chaos dimension origin world. When Yuko exited his cultivation chamber, he went to the common room of their mansion, as his mother was preparing tea in a rare tea ceremony because today was the day of the departure. The clan has long taken control of the dimensional pathway leading to the primal chaos dimension origin world after a fierce battle against one of the tier 6 entities that were supporting the automatons of the architect system. How are you feeling? When he entered the common room, his mother questioned him as he sat down. She was already on the peak of the saint realm, at the saint immortal stage, 3rd grade tier 3, and was only one step away from reaching the holy lord realm. Nervous. Yuko answered truthfully because he was indeed nervous, not as much from the fact that he was going to an entirely different origin world, but rather from the fact that he was going to lead the expedition. The responsibility he was facing was tremendous because everything was on his shoulders. If he fucked up, it would have some really uncanny repercussions in the future. The clan was putting too much effort into this. Just do everything as you were taught and trust your instincts and advisors. His mother attempted to console him. Just wait until the dimensional pathway is stabilized and allows for a few holy lords to enter the origin world. I will be participating in the first wave of invasion after I break through to the Holy Lord realm. His mother said with a smile as he squinted his eyes. He wasn't aware that she would be already breaking through. Strictly speaking, each Holy Lord was the foundation of the Ōtsutsuki clan. This cultivation stage, also called Cosmos God in many other different origin world in their chaotic source dimension, was basically the final cultivation realm that could be reached by almost anyone. In the Ōtsutsuki clan, those who were under the Holy Lord realm were basically part of the lower ends of the clan, and only by reaching the Holy Lord realm could one be considered a true expert within the clan. This is nothing. Truth to be told, your father has already reached Empyrean realm several days ago. Then his mind stopped for a moment. Till now, the entire Ōtsutsuki clan had 39 Empyreans, the so-called low-ranking chaotic origin lifeforms, which, compared to some bigger factions, wasn't that lot, but considering their situation, it was a good number. And now, there was another one, the 40th one in the line of Empyreans. Ōtsutsuki Kenshin. And your father managed to hunt down Elder God and sacrifice the entire super high-level planet for low chaotic grade chakra fruit with the Elder God and his entire divine kingdom as fuel. She said with a giggle, and it became clear why his mother was advancing right now. When Ōtsutsukis were preparing to advance to the Holy Lord realm, they would need to shatter their Jindan, and depending on the quality of the Jindan, it would create either demiplane or true world of various sizes. For the higher grades of Jindans, one would need to use supplementary methods, meaning one would need to eat corresponding chakra fruit to aid him in the creation of true world. It seems that father got indeed lucky. Killing an Elder God shortly after breaking through was no small feat, and even managing to carry out the sacrifice of Elder God together with his entire divine kingdom to the God tree along with super high-level planet. It meant that it gave birth to lower chaotic grade chakra fruit. Just thinking about it made Yuko salivate. Do you have any advice aside from following my teachings? Yuko asked, attempting to change the topics because he knew that his mother's giggles held a double meaning. Yes, never underestimate anything, always be at your 100% wariness, and never trust anything. While you certainly got the preliminary information issued by the clan, but those are only superficial ones that we obtained from the data banks of the automaton. Who knows what their cultivation system is hiding? She was saying this because, during the last incursion of the Ōtsutsuki clan, her father was killed in one of the invasion waves. He was Empyrean realm Ōtsutsuki, who reached the Tao Emperor stage, 2nd grade tier 5, and was still killed by one of the 3 pinnacle powerhouses of the origin world. So, his mother was very sensitive about this entire thing and was very wary of each origin world. In such large-scale conflicts, anything could happen. Even though the primal chaos dimension origin world was very weak origin world compared to the standards of their entire chaotic source dimension, but it never hurt anyone to be wary. Chapter 48, Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. Unknown regions of space, Starvale Origin World, several days later. Around the dimensional pathway leading to the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World from the Starvale Origin World. It was guarded by the elites of the Ōtsutsuki clan under the leadership of the Ōtsutsuki Shinyen, who stayed to guard the portal. All around the dimensional pathway were erected countless fortifications, together with several arrays. Even the entire star system was turned into one supersized array created by the sealing hall of the Ōtsutsuki clan. For the expedition to the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World, Yaku got a pyramid-shaped spatial ship of the Juggernaut class. This pinnacle space vessel had combat prowess comparable to the peak Holy Lord Realm Cultivator. This was meant to serve as their final trump card during the incursion to the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. So, we are here. Yaku muttered as he looked through the window. Following his capital ship, which was aptly named Vengeful Spirit, was followed by 3 smaller warships of the Ōtsutsuki clan. All of the warships had the firepower of the Saint Realm Cultivator, so it was a rather formidable lineup. Naturally, the greatest disadvantage of these shops was their low maneuverability, but that came at the expense of greater destructive prowess. Each one of the warships was carrying the Ōtsutsuki clansmen, all of his compatriots. Ōtsutsuki Bai Long, Ōtsutsuki Jin and Ōtsutsuki Doma got to command one of the warships and a certain number of Chakra puppets and clansmen. Incoming video transmission. Patching the transmission up. Yaku heard the AI of the ship as suddenly, a holographic projection of the Ōtsutsuki Shinyen appeared in front of him. I won't be wasting any time, so I will be quick, he said as the same projection appeared on all of the ships that were heading towards the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. You are all going to the hostile territory. Your task as the Vanguard is clear. Collect as much information about the Origin World as possible, establish celestial territory and weaken the local factions if possible. Establishing the celestial territory for the main force is crucial. We have already confirmed that the Primal Chaos Dimension contains multiple entities at the Holy Lord Realm, Tier 4. Ōtsutsuki Shinyen finished his speech with that, as everyone who heard that had a severe expression when they heard that. But nobody would back down, even in the face of the challenge. Now that everything important was said, you can go. Bonsai. With that, the connection was cut and the ship started advancing toward the dimensional pathway. So it begins, to the infinity and beyond. Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. In terms of size, the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World was several times of the size of the Starvale Origin World. Even though it was weaker than the Starvale Origin World, in terms of size, it was far eclipsing the home plane of the Ōtsutsuki clan. We have arrived at the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. Current location has been calculated to be Realm of Gods, Eastern Divine Region. When Yaku arrived at the other side of the dimensional pathway, he was welcomed by an entirely different environment as he felt foreign energy penetrating the very own existence and fabric of reality. It was different from the nature energy that existed in the Starvale Origin World, clearly an inferior one, but the sheer quantity in the 8 made up for it. From the information collected from the automatons, they were aware of the approximate layout of the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. Essentially speaking, the entire Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World was divided into 2 regions, namely Realm of Gods and Realm of Devils. In comparison, the pyramid structure of the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World was with star realms. The royal rank star realms on the top of the pyramid that were housing the strongest cultivators, followed by the high rank star realms, middle rank star realms and low rank star realms. Aside from those, there were countless planets that were essentially for mortals to live. The Realm of Gods was further divided into Eastern Divine Region, Western Divine Region, Northern Divine Region and Southern Divine Region. Immediately search for the most remote and insignificant low-ranking star realm from the automaton database and activate the stealth mode to the maximum limits. Yaku instantly issued orders to retreat to the safe place. They were aware that the Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World houses pretty powerful cultivators, so they needed to start from the bottom to the top. Automatons have managed to infiltrate a certain number of star realms, and from the information, they were aware that typically, the strongest people in the low-ranking star realm would pose no threat to Yaku. Right now. Low-ranking star realm has been found, target designated as Frigid Origin Realm. Frigid Origin World is one of countless low-ranking star realms in the Eastern Divine Region and is located at the outskirts of the Eastern Divine Region, close to the borders of the Realm of Gods. This low-ranking star realm has been noted for the xenophobic nature of its inhabitants and hate for foreigners. As Yaku listened to the descriptions, he smiled more because this perfectly suited their needs. They needed to create a celestial territory in some star realm, and the best place would be one which was hardly reached by anyone. And the Frigid Origin Realm was the best bet. Because it was on the outskirts of the Realm of Gods, they would start their conquest. At the same time, he had some uneasy feelings about the Frigid Origin Realm because, typically speaking, such secluded worlds were stronger than they appeared. Nevertheless, Yaku was willing to take risks because the moment he broke into the Saint Realm, then, even attacking the more powerful star realms won't be out of the question. How long till we arrive at the Frigid Origin Realm? Yaku then relaxed in his throne after the ships entered stealth mode. Approximately 7 days if we continue at this speed. Chapter 49, Traversing Through the Space. Several days later, Eastern Divine Region, Primal Chaos Dimension Origin World. The warships of the Ōtsutsuki clan traveled through space for the past few days, as their destination, Frigid Origin Realm, was already coming closer and closer. Nothing significant happened during their journey to the Frigid Origin Realm, as the ships were under the most powerful concealment arrays and seals that the Ōtsutsuki clan could produce. As they were passing under the concealment through the Eastern Divine region, Yuko was able to gather a lot of data on the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world. While he was tempted to kill or kidnap some cultivators that were traversing through the space, but he strictly controlled himself not to attract the attention. Before they arrived at the frigid origin realm, Yuko gave out orders not to attack or engage any cultivators, no matter how weak they were, as a form of precaution. There was no telling where some overpowered cultivator was hiding or if someone was suppressing their cultivation. While Ōtsutsuki by long complained the most out of their squad against this order because the damned battle junkie wanted to fight some powerful natives, it were Jin and Doma were supporting Yuko in this. Both of them were aware that if they started fighting during their journey, there was a small chance of attracting the attention of some powerful cultivators. From what they learned, the Eastern Divine region had 3 Royal Star realms that were extremely powerful for current them right now. Reporting on progress after 6 hours. Yuko heard as he sat on his commander chair in the capital ship as 3 holographic projections of the Ōtsutsuki by long, Ōtsutsuki Jin and Ōtsutsuki Doma appeared in front of him as they were all connected through call. Calling each other and submitting reports on the progress and state of the ships were actually protocols of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Everything could happen as they were in an unfamiliar environment, so they had to adhere to the strictest protocols and security measures. For my side, everything is well. The first to submit the report was Ōtsutsuki Jin, as the other 2 just repeated the same thing he said. Splendid, the estimated time of arrival at the frigid origin realm is scheduled to be 17 hours. So start readying the troops for the combat. It is highly possible that we would be detected the moment we enter the realm if they had something like world lords or a similar concept. Yuko ordered as the other 3 nodded their heads with serious expressions. While Yuko seriously doubted that this origin world knew of such concepts or if they were even possible, it was rather safe than sorry. Fighting a world lord who had the backing of an entire realm behind his back was the last thing he wanted to experience. As the holographic projection of 3 Ōtsutsuki clansmen disappeared, Yuko delved into deep thought as he was thinking about the mission and the situation they were in. Primal Chaos Dimension origin world was one of the rare origin worlds that was protected by an extremely potent world barrier that prevented anyone from entering. So the only means of entering was using the dimensional pathway. If there was no world barrier, then typically Cosmos Gods, Tier 4, or other similarly ranked cultivators who comprehended the Tao of Void or had some void-related ability or something could just teleport and enter the origin world. Are you brooding again? Just as he was begging to think about various, not very positive matters, he was woken up from his train of thoughts by Kirihara, who had just now arrived. While he didn't want to admit that he was brooding, he just nodded at her as she graciously took her place on his lap. Because they were alone in the command room, she wasn't shy with her movements, as, from their last moment, both Yuko and Kirihara started getting more and more touchy and affectionate with each other. No, just thinking. Yuko said as he enjoyed the feeling of her soft body on his lap. Always thinking, always just thinking, your head would overheat from all of the thinking. Kirihara giggled softly as she enjoyed her place. Yes, I am, but the problem is that I have some weird feelings about going into the frigid origin realm. While the probability of the cultivators comparable to Saint Immortal Realm Ōtsutsuki is rather low, I still can't get it off. Yuko didn't know if it came from his recognition ability stemming from the Senrin Jonigan or whatever, but he was having an uneasy feeling about the frigid origin realm. According to what they knew about low-rank star realms in the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world, they were basically realms where cultivators could reach the so-called divine realms. Automatons have captured a lot of natives and extracted some information about their cultivation system, and even though it was obscure, the Ōtsutsuki clan was able to create a comparison between 2 cultivation systems based on chakra levels and combat prowess. Unfortunately, as it seems that entire 9 mortals realms could be packed into the Tier 1 Ōtsutsuki, as the mortal stages of the profound cultivation system were not anything special. The real fun started with the 7 divine profound realms. Divine Origin Realm, Divine Soul Realm, Divine Tribulation Realm, Divine Spirit Realm, Divine King Realm, Divine Sovereign Realm and Divine Master Realm. These were the 7 divine profound realms of the profound way. Among them, the Divine King Realm was determined to be comparable to the Saint Realm, Saint Sea Stage, Divine Sovereign was comparable to the Saint Realm, Saint Transformation and the Divine Master Realm was comparable to the Saint Realm, Saint Immortal Stage. Usually, the strongest cultivators in the low-rank star realms are only at the Divine King Realm, which wouldn't really be the problem, but the more problematic would be if there were cultivators above that realm. Yuko said with a grim face. Since coming to the Primal Chaos Dimension origin realm, Yuko's clairvoyance of the Senrin Jonigan was drastically lessened. And the worst thing is that I can't see anything. The Tao of this origin world is too different from that of the Starvale origin world and adjustment time will be too long. The Crown Prince of the Ōtsutsuki grumbled unhappily as he got a kiss on his lips by his fiancée in an attempt to make the mood better. Chapter 50, Frigid Origin Realm, 1. Yuko was already warned beforehand that the laws of each origin world are entirely different from each other, especially the ones that follow the unorthodox cultivation systems within the chaotic source dimension. Naturally, both the cultivation systems of the Ōtsutsuki, the evolutionary cultivation and even the profound way of the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world belong to the unorthodox cultivation systems. Due to that, the adjustment period to the laws of each origin world was different and Yuko predicted that he would need a few months at least to use the clairvoyance aspect of his Senrin Jonigan. Attention to all personnel. We have arrived at the outskirts of the frigid origin realm. Everyone prepares for immediate combat. Announcements were sent through all of the warships of the Ōtsutsuki clan's expedition forces. Now that they had arrived at the vicinity of the frigid origin realm, Yuko was able to observe the low-rank star realm from a close distance. Certainly, it was different compared to the planets in the Starvale origin world, but the good news was that no world was detected from the frigid origin realm. This was certainly splendid news, as that meant that there were no world lords or anything similar. Which in turn meant that their advance through the realm would be much easier and many of Yuko's worries dispersed in a split of a second. Awaiting further instructions. Yuko looked at the frigid origin realm from the luxury throne as he heard the voice of the artificial intelligence that was in the control of the capital ship. Start descending down, locate the most desolate part of the star realm where to land. He commanded as the ship started slowly descending towards the frigid origin realm. Fortunately, without the presence of anyone like the World Lord or Realm Lord, they were not detected when they entered the frigid origin realm, as they descended towards one of the smallest continents in the enormous star realm. One thing about the entirety of the primal chaos dimension origin world that was mind-blogging to Yuko and other Ōtsutsuki clansmen was the size. Even the low-rank star realm was slightly bigger than high-level planet. The sheer size of the primal chaos dimension origin world and the star realm within was something fascinating. Though at the same time, this ignited curiosity why the overall level of cultivators in the primal chaos dimension origin world was so low. The clan has already confirmed that the strongest cultivator was detected to be at the Holy Lord, Holy Venerable stage. So while there were apparently some peak tier 4 cultivators and there were remnants of tier 5, the overall quality still seemed shit. Conduct a scan on the location where we are landing, search for anything even remotely related to the cultivation resources that we got information on from the automaton databanks. He then instructed the artifact spirit as it dutifully carried out the orders of its mater. Scan complete. There are few resources and several tiny veins of purple-veined heaven crystal. So while the realm is huge as fuck, the resources are scarce. That could be one explanation for the overall low level of the cultivators in this place. Still, the entire continent of the size of a normal planet in the Starvale origin world only has this many resources. Yuko contemplated about this because while a few veins of the purple-veined heavenly crystal seemed nice and good, it wasn't much. Nevertheless, it would be a good start for planting the god tree. Navigate the ships to the biggest vein of the purple-veined heavenly crystal. The vein of the purple-veined heavenly crystal would be the perfect place where to seed the god tree and create the god territory for the clansmen to start expanding. The continent where they landed down was almost devoid of any life, aside from some profound beasts that were roaming these lands. There were a few million life signs at the center of the continent, probably the cultivators living there in a few cities, according to the scans. Naturally, this was the best area for their invasion to start. It was scarcely populated and without any powerful cultivators. We have time. Yuko planned to at first create god territory and a proper fortress for the clansmen before they started stealthily expanding through the continent, and when they collected enough information, they would strike in it whole. And then repeated the same thing, just on the scale of the entire frigid origin realm. The moment they entered the frigid origin realm, every Ōtsutsuki clansman felt the density of the profound energy in the world. Ōtsutsukis were very sensitive to any kind of energy, especially the ones that stem from heaven and earth, just like nature energy or profound energy. While profound energy was indeed inferior to nature energy, its quantity in the frigid origin realm was staggering. And this was just a low-rank star realm. Above it, there were stronger star realms, which should have even higher profound energy density. The first ones to land were the 3 warships commanded by Ōtsutsuki by Long, Ōtsutsuki Jin and Ōtsutsuki Doma. All 3 of them landed to create a triangular shape between them, as the capital ship, commanded by Ōtsutsuki Yuko, landed in between. This was because the 3 warships could be used as defensive formations around the capital ship. Landing has been successful. Excellent, send in the scouts and release the puppets. Start laying down the ceiling formation and building the walls around the entire area. Within 1 day, I want to have this place to be an impenetrable fortress. As they landed down, Yuko started issuing orders as he himself exited the Adjudicator-class capital ship and looked at the starry sky of the frigid origin realm. Kirihara followed wordlessly behind him, gripping on her weapon in case they were ambushed by something or someone. This place is fascinating, really unique origin world among the countless thousands. Yuko muttered as he breathed the air, absorbed some of the profound energy from the environment, and refined it into Chakra within several breaths of the moment. We need to plant the god tree. Where exactly is the vein of the purple-veined heaven crystal located? He then asked for the location of their target, and the moment he got the answer, he, together with Kirihara and several of the enforcers, flew a few hundred meters to a small mountains that were not far from the ship. Too rocky terrain, not the best for the tree, but I saw worse. He scanned the area with his Tensei Sharingan, locating the vein of the purple-veined heaven crystal before he took out sealed tentails that was no bigger than his hand from his dimensional space. Let's get this over with.